Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Hello.
Good morning, hello, and a very warm welcome to the TDI 2022 live here in the Verti Music Hall in Berlin. Eva Marie and myself are very pleased that you're here, and we're pleased that so many people are joining us from home or from the office. It's going to be an exciting day. Today we're really talking about life, energy security, telling it like it is, how we can access resources, and what role the state is to play in all of that. Yeah, the world has really become a new world since we met the last time for the Day of German Industries. Lockdowns and international situations, everything's different and not easier. We want to talk with entrepreneurs, mid-sized business, voices from politics as well, and we want to talk to you. Hashtag TDI22. Send us your comments. We're going to try to input them over the course of the day, any questions you may have as well. And of course, we're still in the middle of a pandemic, even though there were two guests yesterday who said that the worst was behind us. Let's hope that's true, that we've got more to throw at the problem. But because we are back in a room together, in a hall together, in a conference together, we'd like to ask you to be careful. A bit of social distancing when you can manage it, and adhere to the hygiene rules that we all know in detail, don't we? So we need to keep them in mind. Yes, sing happy birthday when you wash your hands twice. But let's kick off now with our host, the man of the moment. He's actually talking to someone, but I think I can attract him. Friedrich Merz has arrived. Our president, Professor Sigrid Russwurm, come up.
Genau, so ist es. So gehört sich das. Vielen Dank. Also, Herr Russwurm, wir haben ja
Mr. Russwurm, we've got half a day of TDI behind us now. Yesterday, there was really a sense of optimism on this stage, a sense of, rolling up your sleeves, tackling things, leaving the crisis behind us, an opportunity. I think we're going to complain a bit more since we've got politicians here. Well, complaining doesn't really help, but yesterday was consciously an international day, together with my colleagues from the B7. That was a sort of global view of the world. It was a time for listening yesterday. The economics minister from Senegal didn't just impress me, I'm sure, but others as well. And now what we have to do is talk about what all of this means for us here in Germany specifically. I wouldn't call it complaining, but I would call it talking turkey. The way I know the colleagues who are up on the panels, that's how it's going to be. And so it should be, because what's the point of brushing things under the carpet? The economics minister of Senegal gave us a bit of outlook about what potential the country has when it comes to energy supply in this country. And he referred to another important with B7. He said, we'd like to be at the table to share our perspectives in these challenging times. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that, perhaps in the context of the G7 summit in a couple of days. Then another thing we heard yesterday at the B7, this is a decisive decade. So how should we act? Well, first of all, we need to tackle these challenges full on. It's not just about crisis management, so everything else has to wait. We have to be able to do both at the same time. I know it's difficult. I was speaking to a CEO recently who said, surely that's enough of the number of crises. We can't just keep adding one on top. It is hard work, but that's the job, and that's what we have to do. And the only positive thing that we can say is that whenever you're in competition, the framework conditions are equal if we do it right. And that has to do with the German framework conditions. If we put stones in our backpack, it's going to make our global competition world harder. And there are a couple of stones in the backpack of German companies. That's what we're going to be talking about today. Now, we know that you are someone who listens very carefully. You sit in the front row. We're going to go through the big issues: digitization, transformation of industry, sustainability too. What issue is going to make you be wriggling in your seat? Oh, well, none of them are boring. There's not going to be any way you just lean back and relax. They're all very exciting, all very interesting. We have to tackle these issues, and it's going to require a lot of effort. Now, talking about a challenge facing all of society sounds a bit flogged to death or a bit supercilious, but it really is the case. Germany, as an industrial location, cannot turn a blind eye to how industry is doing. The opposite is true. If German industry isn't doing well, then Germany, as an export and innovation country, as an industrial country, is going to go pear-shaped. And I'm pleased that we've got high-ranking politicians from Germany coming to us today and listening to us, talking to us, because the interaction between industry, entrepreneurs, and policymakers is something we need to have in Germany. You know, it's important for our country. Yeah, a round of applause for you. So we've heard that decarbonization cannot go hand in hand with the deindustrialization. I'm just, being a wise Alec here, but it's true. Well, then, yeah, it's true. Then we failed. If we make Germany a museum, then we've missed the point. This country is not the country we thought it was, and our lifestyle is not the lifestyle that we thought it was here. All right, let's just leave that sentence right there, and let's open the first of many exciting panels that we've got over the course of the day. Yeah, I'll go back and sit down. Yeah, to stop Germany as an industrial location turning into Germany a museum location, we're going to hit the next panel talk. And I want to ask the panelists to come up. So we can't get into innovation without discussion. But the interplay between technology and innovation and social innovation is something that requires a balance to be struck. We'll talk about that. I'm very glad that you're all here. Now, how can we create incentives for innovation? How can we get innovations in the market faster? How can we protect expertise, an issue that came up yesterday as well? What's the strategic approach? What tools do we need in place? What agreements? I'm very pleased that you're all here. I'd like to welcome Dr. Stefan Kampmann, CTO and member of the Voigt Group, Sarah Brun, who is the Commissioner for Social Innovation in the German Ministry of Education and Research, and she's the founder of Social Bee. I hope a lot of you know Social Bee. I thought it was a great idea a couple of years back. We met at a different business summit a couple of years back, and since then lots has happened. And I'm pleased that you're going to tell us more about that. Then we've got Bernd Heinrichs, President and Chief Growth Officer of Wandelbots. Wandelbots is I'm just going to explain it for technical amateurs, software construction boxes for robots. Is that right? Have I explained it correctly? And you want the access to be democratized as well. Oh, I've got a response for that. Well, anyway, we're very much looking forward to what comes out of it. And Olivier Ribier is here. He's the Executive Vice President in Dassault Systems, EMEA. That is a multinational software development which has designs 3D designs and product lifestyle solutions, and sustainability also plays a role. I'm glad you're here. Nice to have you here. And on this panel here, we're going to be speaking German and English. So there's a certain international component here. Ms. Brun, let's start with you. And the question I have for you is just how important is innovation now in today's day and age for social cohesion, and how important is social innovation now? I'm happy to answer that question. I think for many years we had crises behind us, ahead of us, COVID, Ukraine, who knows what's ahead. And of course, this is a day and age in which we have to engage with the contents that are important for the corporates, for German industry, and the new startup generation as well. And for me, it's really important that here we have technological and social innovation together. How can we ensure that the brightest minds in Germany are engaging with the most important issues facing our society? And here it's important for me to say that technological and social innovation go hand in hand. So that means being a driver of innovation, not just on the technology level, but also on a social level. And there to say, how can we generate social creation, value creation, and how can we rate it as well? You know, CSR, charity, etc., and then at the heart of society to look at business as well. So this is my aim as the founder of my business, but also as the Commissioner for Social Innovation, to look at social entrepreneurship, but also strengthening the corporate side of things. And how you do that, you will explain to us as well. And what's happening there, what kinds of innovations are particularly interesting or important. Monsieur Ribet, your company also engages with the major issues of our day, climate change, and how we can solve these problems with the help of technical innovations. What contribution does technical innovation do? Are you getting an interpretation of what I said?
Guten Tag. Yeah, Zara just says something really, really important. If innovation is not fundamentally centered on human being, innovation cannot unleash the new wave of transformation that needs to happen. So at Dassault Systèmes, we provide software to empower companies, build a virtual twin of their product, of their company, of their plants, of their processes, to imagine an innovation that we think has to be sustainable. And it's applied in 3 key sectors: manufacturing industries, construction and infrastructure, and life science. 80% of the vaccines that all of us know now have been modeled, simulated, or manufactured and distributed by the Dassault Technologies.
Oh, how did that work? How do you do that?
So we do that with the fundamental belief that scientific software, science, can help model and simulate the real world. And so by virtualizing a lot of things that we observe in the real life, you can start to run what-if scenarios and imagine things that will be the transportation of tomorrow, the medicine of tomorrow, the cities of tomorrow, and do it in a collaborative and very social way. And these 2 gentlemen are customers of Dassault Systèmes, by the way.
So maybe you would like to tell us how, what your experience is right now with these innovations.
Yeah, thank you. So first I need to explain, because I got this question 2 times already this morning, it's not about Wandelboots, it's Wandelbots. So we work on robots, and we try to change the world of the robots, and in a way that we want to make it more accessible. Oh, I can speak in German.
Ja, ich glaube, Deutsch und Englisch allen so nahe.
Yeah, German and English, we just flow back and forth, don't we, by mistake? Yeah, I forgot I can speak German as a speaker. So we make it possible for people to work together with robots much more easily, to program them, to not have to be specialists and not to hire specialists to do, but that everyone in this room would be able to instruct a robot to do what we want the robot to do, be it in industry, some welding application, or painting, gluing, or at home. And that's our focus. And so we're a purely software-based company, which means that you don't have to generate the code yourself, but because of a no-code platform, you can implement an instruction that I give the robot to make it act in a certain way. Okay, now I'd like to ask whether or not you could give us 2 or 3 clear examples so we can imagine what you mean. Well, for example, welding. I was just talking about that in industry. In Germany, there are 150,000 welders missing. In the US, it's 400,000 welders missing. Talk about vacancy of skilled workers. Robots are filling that gap. And the robots doing that at the moment are doing it consistently over a long period of time. They've got long production cycles. After a year, maybe you tweak something that the robot has to do. But if you look at mid-sized businesses who use robots, then the sequence of actions that the robot have to changes faster. And to do that, they normally need a programmer who takes the time, maybe takes a week, and then the robot does what they say. Or they get Wandelbots, and Wandelbots gives them a tool that makes it possible for them, with every production worker that they have within minutes, to get them to instruct the robot to do what they're supposed to do, in this case, welding. So how great do you think the potential is that your company or similar companies can do to contest this scarcity of skilled workers, which is going to be huge? And we talked about it in the pandemics, what it means in the logistics world if truck drivers are missing or harbor employees are missing. But all of this goes much further. Absolutely, the potential is huge. And we are starting in industry, in production. And I already gave you the numbers of missing welders, for example, but there are major companies in Germany and the US who are really missing these skilled workers. And now they can immediately implement this on the basis of robots. And if we correspond to the safety regulations, which of course we do, then there's a huge potential. And I couldn't even give you the numbers for the potential because the only way is up. We'll see that in the next few years when new applications are added. And we're not the process expertise owners. We can't imagine what potential is there, really. But the process expertise comes from the customers. They say, I need to do this with a robot. Can you make that happen? By reprogramming the robot and getting it to do this, that, and the other thing. And this is going to be a whole new business field. Dr. Kampmann, so that means there is a transformation in the way we think about robots. In the past, everyone was afraid of robots, saying they're going to steal our jobs. But if we hear this, then there are very different scenarios emerging. So I think at the end of the day, we're all going to be grateful for robots. We're going to say, thank God we have robots to maintain our lifestyle, or what? Well, I think what we're hearing is a very interesting field for innovation. And, this drives systemic innovation and socio-ecological, other aspects, basically, with the social side. I mean, the question of welding is important for us. If we don't have welding, we're not going to have value creation in industry. But in this disruptive day and age, that we need technologically based innovations to generate value in industry. And this is something we often do very well in the early stages in Germany, but then when it is really supposed to ramp up and take off, and innovation has to have an exponential function. For a long phase, you have to just invest, and everything looks a bit sad. And then you have a few bright sparks that develop some products based on these technologies, and then it all takes off. And I think what we mustn't forget in today's day and age is that when we need to invest in technology-based value creation, and other countries outside of Germany, outside of Europe, are actually ahead of the game here when it comes to ramping up and taking off with these ideas. So we need to discuss this more. How can we manage to ensure that research and policymakers support this kind of investment and invest in this kind of research so that early on we can stand our ground in international competition? I mean, if I think of quantum computing, we're now looking at who's going to industrialize it. If you think of quantum internet, we're currently looking at the physical principles in basic research that are behind it. But what's important for me is that we aren't just there as funding it, and then there are gigafactories in Asia, and then we try and bring them back with the political will, but that we have the gigafactories making key technologies today in Germany and in Europe. And that's something in a nation is a BDI program, for example, that's focusing on Germany and Europe, bringing together research, policymakers, and industry. And I think that apart from the socio-ecological issues, this is an important aspect that we mustn't lose sight of. Now, you haven't even referred to the finance industry, but that's also a major issue, that at the end of the day, you have this brilliant idea, but there isn't the kind of seed financing that you need in this continent. It's still very difficult, isn't it, here? Well, I think that it's decisive that when we're in the scaling up, ramp-up phase, that we need to join forces to make this happen. And today, it's the case that it's not just the influencing factors that were important in the past, but there are also the ones that have just been mentioned. And now I think we have to expand our scope in order to have more social positioning in this concept of innovation, and that's the job ahead.
Perhaps Dr. Heinrichs could tell us something about the history of Wandelbots in this connection. You've got a very interesting history of your companies because you were here, or as you were here though. I think it was a huge step forward that we had so much acceptance for the world of robots. That is increasing, but it's still very much in the starting blocks. I mean, we're talking about 4,000 robots and 4 to 3 billion PCs and a lot more smartphones. So why doesn't it work with the world of robotics? Yes, there are fears, but that's not the real reason, and it's not a lack of innovation either. It has to do with the way we behave in Germany as well. Do we open up and cooperate with others? In Germany, we now have more than 150 startups in the robotics field. Do they work together? Not really. Why not? Yeah, we should work together because the market has potential that it brings with it, and that is more than enough for us that we can address, and the values that every single company produces, that is very important. I mean, a lot of this is an immense potential. The better we work together, the better it can be implemented. And here we want to rethink, not invented here, something which should be positive and not negative, as I've seen so often.
Why others are taking the lead in innovations on so many levels?
I think that there is a common theme in everything that we are hearing here. A renewed sense of urgency on a collaboration, a collaborative innovation that is happening not just within a company, but across an entire value network. And it has to span across frontiers. It's across Europe. And I think that when you think about the sustainability issues that we have to face ahead of us, if the European industries come together, and they are the first one to provide probably the best answers, concrete answers to the technical issues we have today and the social issues that we have today, then we can imagine at the European level a new way of producing, a new way of delivering, a new way of consuming, but it requires to come together and really break some silo. And we work with a lot of German companies, Dutch companies, British companies, and I can tell you that all of them are dealing with their sustainability agenda with 3 priorities: how to make their products more sustainable towards circularity and really mean it, design for sustainability. The second one is really sustainability of their people and organization. A lot of people are going to retire in the next 5-10 years. Where is this knowledge and know-how of Europe going to go? And the third one is sustainability of business models. A lot of companies in this room are thinking about product as a service, and it also involves to think holistically about the ecosystem of suppliers, sellers, distributors. So it's a collaborative innovation, and we are embedded in this wave of transformation. And I've never been so optimistic that I am today when I look at the new willingness for industry to really take our destiny in our hands and really change what we can change, not in 20 years from now, but next year and the year after and the year after.
It's interesting that you say that, because one could also think that due to the current geopolitical developments, maybe we could have a setback on that issue, on cooperation, on collaboration, or that we would see boundaries being drawn between different continents. Is that a worry you have?
Yes, we see this temptation from politicians sometimes, from government, to say, okay, we need to control and separate and limit. But I think that Siegfried Roswurm yesterday was very clear. In a time when everybody is building walls, it's probably the time to break the walls and raise a hand and encourage people to collaborate in a more social and open way. So now is the time for openness, not the time of closeness. More than ever, we need to be open now.
That's your applause. Frau Brun.
Ms. Brun, we just heard 2 terms being mentioned which also matter to you. One is collaboration, and the second, this idea of the holistic or comprehensive approach, which was also mentioned yesterday. For business to do business isn't enough, it needs more, as the CEO of Deloitte mentioned at the B7 summit. How did you approach this? How did you build bridges? And what can you offer other people So they are facilitated to achieve better cooperation in order to achieve something beneficial for society. The idea of collaboration is something which in the social sector is very widespread already. We are now seeing exciting ideas of connecting these worlds and invest in clusters of issues instead of individual projects. Let's say we do a tender on lack of skilled labor in the crafts, and then Wandelbots, for example, could offer a STEM project or a mentoring project for disadvantaged young people if they can demonstrate that they are contributing to social problems, like to promote up-and-coming people for the crafts sector. So it's not just attractive business models. On the basis of the outcome for society, the impact for society, that's how we need to assess subjects. And technology, as well as other innovations, can take part in that as long as you can quantify it and say, right, this is our contribution to the social challenge. And to have targeted promotion for this collaboration is better than individual projects. In other words, social collaboration between a company and projects, or between a company and government. There we have the idea of having targeted cluster promotion. And there are many examples from the field of social innovation, but I think we should carry this forward on a subject basis. My experience when I set up our company, I mean, we are currently, for example, actively involved in the Ukraine crisis, and we are networking with all the social actors in Alliance for Ukraine. Non-profits, charity organizations, big companies have all come together so that we cover all the value creation there, work integration, participation in society, and we do this on the basis of clusters and connections. And this is one way in which technology, social startups, and charity organizations can be put together, as well as science. What would you like to have in the future? We're talking about a really complex job here.
Ein wichtiges Thema ist, dass wir da auch moderne Finanzierungsformen für finden. Eben zu sagen, wir
It's very important that we find something important. Is it just the thinking of profitability? Do we manage in social values to make something quantifiable? Can we get the world together? What is the social return? I think these are all very important issues which are keeping us busy, which are keeping the government busy. How to provide capital, but also to mobilize capital from this sector so that in the end we promote the social outcome and achieve technology leadership, be thought leaders for social change and for an economy which is fit for the future. Later throughout the day, we will have an intervention on the issue of sustainable finance, and I'll give that as an input later, how we can get capital for sustainable prosperity and activate this. How do you do that in your company? How do you make sure, on the one hand, that the company remains innovative while at the same time you do more than just business? Was that question addressed to me? Yes, I think it's just the way it was addressed. To move innovations forward is something where we have more stakeholders than in the past, and we need to have this cooperation. It is something which we've left a bit out of sight in Germany. Innovation is always a leadership job, as far as I'm concerned. You can't manage, you have to lead innovation. And if innovation gets more complex because it's taking part within a complex system, then you need people who get other people round a table. So if you're talking about socioeconomic issues, if you leave the traditional industry sector, then it's very important you communicate via people and not processes or anything else. What we're trying is that we have a certain background which helps us in the long run to have a genuine importance here. I mean, we're talking about the sixth generation now getting ready to accompany the company. The first child of the seventh generation has just been born. So that gives you an opportunity to get the stakeholders more involved, because then you can communicate via a purpose. And that's very important when we're in a company and you have leadership people and you communicate a purpose, because other stakeholders find it easier to log on to that than if you have the traditional conventional way of placing these issues. That's the way we have to approach this. These are innovative subjects which I would like to not just achieve on the basis of a regulatory approach. Instead, let us find people who are willing to take the lead on issues such as this. And yes, it will require a critical debate, but then you've got to be ready to stand for that and say, I want to integrate this. I want to make sure they have an integrational approach here. And many of the subjects we have are very important. After all, innovation also means speed. And in Germany and Europe, we are often saying, yes, there are problems of new technology, but this is just when we need such stakeholders, when we need to get their support. And I think we need to start that early on so that we can get the worries that might exist about it eliminated. And then you need people who really stand for that and are willing to drive it forward together with others. It's very important. And you need to have proper approval processes as well, because we haven't even discussed that yet. But I'm sure we'll address that issue in the course of the day. I think it's absolutely exciting when you said that we're talking about a company which has now got the 7th generation, a blessing really. And it's a time where there's so much uncertainty for many, so it's particularly interesting. And yesterday, we talked a great deal about China. How important is China for Germany as an innovative base, and how important is cooperation with this country? When we're looking, oh, did somebody hack my mic? Well, you don't even know what I'm going to say it. So we have to bear in mind that China is a very important market, a market which was very important, and it was quite a driver for us. And if we have a market which has certain regulations, it is something we can do. And in the future, we decide not to be active there anymore. That would have a major impact. But I think economic relations in the past have always been created in such a way that, politically speaking, we are able to restart a conversation. And at the moment, we should try perhaps to handle the China business on a better way and control it better. But as an industrial nation, we need to get into a situation where we can serve the global markets again. And here we need to think mid-term, long-term. And there has to be a political consensus with industry in the way we define our approach vis-à-vis China. Dr. Heinrichs, I think I've sort of tortured you a little. You probably wanted to say something on everything that's mentioned, so go ahead. Yeah, I wanted to react to this idea of innovation as a leadership task, which I agree with. But for me, it's primarily a team job. We see that with our startup. When we started, it was absolutely important for us to drive innovation on the basis of a member of the team all having the same vision, the same idea, democratizing robotics. That was the idea, and we worked on it, and everyone in the company was part of that. And this is how we managed to implement innovation. And the second rule we followed is that 80% can be enough, not 120% as I learned it when I started as an engineer. And with these 80% rule, we got the speed we needed. And in the end, it was all convincing for Microsoft, for Siemens, for the big financial investors who are behind us. They're willing to invest in us because they recognize that, yes, there is a very much engineering-based company from Germany, but they're working with really high speed and clear objective insight. And I wanted to highlight this because it really matters what the team is, and everybody working here, and we've now got 150 people, but every single one knows exactly what it's all about. So it's one direction with clear focus, and we're not changing direction, we stay.
But I don't want to end this panel without talking about something that is coming up later during the day, the technical sovereignty of Europe, going a little bit into the direction of what you just said. So what is important for the technological sovereignty of Europe, and where would you draw lines when protecting know-how?
I will say that education. The more we will have business and technical leaders across Europe, and you have an incredible powerhouse of skills and knowledge in Germany that is barely connected to France, that is barely connected to Netherlands or Sweden or Spain. But when you step back a little bit and don't look at Europe as a collection of countries, but as a big powerhouse of innovation coming from the schools. We have some of the oldest universities in the world. A lot of worldwide technologies come from Europe. So just remembering that, not to protect with artificially some laws, but really be proud of what we have built and really go on the offensive outside of Europe is probably something that we need to remember. So we have an incredible concentration of knowledge, know-how, and skills. Let's get together and let's push for that strongly, because we can definitively look at the world in different eyes.
Let's connect. What a nice ending for this panel. Thank you very much to all of you. And I hope you have a good time connecting today. And I hope we'll see some good collaboration coming from this panel, perhaps also. Thank you. Thank you.
Denkfeuer ist uns jetzt noch mal
So let's do something special here. We are now going to hear from a leading company in cybersecurity. Did you hear what I said at the beginning? I hope you did. I spoke about a leading cybersecurity company, somebody who is connected with us, advising the nuclear authority in France, who knows about sensitive data, supercomputers, and digital sovereignty in particular, Bernhard Vogel of Atos. And you want to tell us something, not just a reply, like an intervention, though. Well, thank you very much that I can talk to you on the point of view of Atos on digital sovereignty. What do we mean under this? What do you mean by this? Atos is a leading software company, a technology provider. We are active at the European and global level. We want to make our contributions in these key issues. In order to ensure sovereignty, we should do more than protect ourselves. We also need to have the skills to develop our IT processes further. Let's start with this protection that we need to be able to have. We all need safeguards as we see more and more cyber attacks and new types of attacks which are formatting. So from our point of view at Atos, it is absolutely important that we have the skills to have an end-to-end monitoring of all the attack areas, not just at the IT level, also at the level of operational technology, which is exactly the same as recognizing different types of attack, is to react to it properly, to have the right plans and to be able to react. And that new data rooms opening up in new space, which offer both opportunities and dangers, these should be assessed early, and we need to develop a competence in data security here. And that's our positioning. That we need certain prerequisites from politics. They need to put something in place so that the IT industry keeps this core competence within Europe. And one of these things is a clear responsibility, clear allocation of funding in the budget for digitization as well as cybersecurity. So we're talking at both the federal and the regional level in Germany. But it's not just politics that need to do something, also companies like Atos and many other leading European companies. When it comes to information security, it's absolutely imperative that risk management and the operationalization of security processes can be guaranteed. That includes protecting critical supply chains. We have all found out recently just how dangerous it can be if critical supply chains aren't properly protected. And the same is true for the IT sector. So the recognition and the reaction of operational warfare, which is the new phrase, that is important. But it's equally important to have resilience once attacks have happened. Cyber attacks, security breaches, that requires a proper reaction in order to ensure business processes can continue. I said at the beginning that we're talking about a combination of protective ability as well as skills, so competence, and I would like to tell you about how Atos is protected in this. First of all, we are talking about European cloud farms. That's a very important contribution to digital sovereignty of Europe. Here, we have seen it is very difficult to implement national and European laws, and that is why European cloud farms are an absolute prerequisite. Even then, we are going to see attacks coming from outside, and here we need to step up our defense capabilities. Atos here works together with our French partner, and we also participate in cross-industry initiatives like Structure X IDSI in order to create European structures. The second pillar is hardware and intellectual property. As you know, Atos is one of the few manufacturers that has competence in supercomputing and has a global leading position. We have our modern system that we sell on the international market. If you want to know how big the distance is between us and the market leaders in China and the USA. Recently, Konrad Adenauer Foundation published a study, and here we need to catch up and we need to widen our competencies in this field. These competencies concern all the hardware. Supercomputing is one aspect. Quantum computing is the second aspect. Here we have initiatives, corporations with European players like IQM, and we're convinced that the combination of these technology leaderships in supercomputing and quantum computing will give us the opportunity to become leading and autonomous players in artificial intelligence and the servicing of completely digitalized servicing systems. Then, thirdly, we also need a very close European cooperation with all European industries, and we need political support. Atos is also involved in the key initiatives. Gaia X and Catena X are good examples. The decisive element will be here, do we succeed in becoming fast enough? It was addressed during the earlier panel sessions, and we need to become global leading companies that get together, work together with startups. So co-creation, co-ideation is a key word in order to become much faster. Thank you, Mr. Foringer from Atos. Maybe he deserves a round of applause. Thanks for talking about supercomputing, quantum computing, cybersecurity. All of these issues are so important for digitization, and digitization is important. That also has something to do with a topic we'd like to talk about, sustainability. Here we see things going on in parallel. Many companies are forced at the moment to not to invest at the moment because there's increasing costs, but on the other hand, sustainability, responsible entrepreneurship is as important as ever before. And we have many risks, many opportunities, and we know we do not have much time. We all know that. And so our next panel is going to start in a moment, and the first person will get the floor, the chairperson of the CDU, Friedrich Merz.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident,
Dear President, Mr. Ruswurm, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to be here, and thanks for this kind introduction. It's a pleasure to talk at the TDI, the Day of German Industry, here in Berlin. And Mr. Ruswurm, I would like to congratulate you on having been re-elected as the president of BDI. And it seems to be so much easier to have a successful election at BDI instead of the CDU. I also would like to congratulate you on being the managing director of BDI, Tanja Gönner. We have worked with you on many different occasions. And we think you are going to continue the successful work on the level of BDI, and you're going to cooperate very successfully with the political level. And it was said in the beginning how important it is. I'd like to emphasize that. We need a good dialogue between the political and economic levels. And here, CDU and CDU-CSU parliamentary groups will always be willing and ready to cooperate with you. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talked about this date at the beginning of this year, and when we talked about the meeting here today, we had no idea what would be the situation. We had thought we would have a challenging program, but a good year post-corona, post-COVID. And we thought that 2022 would be a year of very positive economic perspectives. And we thought we would have to talk about many issues regarding innovation policy, budget policy, and then the 24th of February 2022 came, and it changed everything. This date is going to go down in history, like 9/11, 2001. It's a major turning point. It's a major change. And the long-term consequences of this date cannot even be fully assessed at the moment. We just know that many things are going to change. We are faced with major geopolitical and strategic challenges and tasks. The time between 1990 and 2022 was a time that didn't mark the end of history, as it was predicted by Francis Fukuyama. It was a short interval, a short phase in history. And ever since the 24th of February 2022, we have known that we have entered a new stage of history, a new era. How are we going to proceed? What is going to happen? How new power structures will be emerging on the world stage? We do not know at the moment. The Cold War is over. But the new confrontation is no longer a confrontation between the East and the West. It is a confrontation between highly militarized authoritarian political systems and open democratic democracies. And we are one of these democracies. We are currently faced with major geopolitical challenges within the European Union, but also we see major challenges for German politics. And before I briefly say a few words about how we as the opposition in Bundestag see the situation, allow me to address one more topic, and we had agreed. I am going to start with a short introductory presentation, and then we'll have a common panel discussions. But here, let me address one topic that probably you will always be thinking about. It's energy security, supply security for our national industry. Here, we are faced with the largest challenges we've ever seen since the end of the Second World War. It's a challenge for industry, but it also is a challenge for private households and for our country as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, energy security is the backbone of German industry, of German business. And that is why I think we should start right now and be realistic. Have no more reservations, but rather use all resources we can tap in order to supply energy to our country. Let me say precisely that in recent years in Germany, as far as I think, have much more thought about which forms of energy to decommission. Finally, the time has come to think about where can we get energy from. All sources must be considered. Of course, we need to step up our efforts to introduce more renewables, but I think that should not only concern water, solar energy and wind energy. There are also other forms of energy generation. We should look at all of them. In Germany, we will have to revitalize and extend the lifetimes of lignite and hard coal power plants. It's a difficult decision to take for our Minister of Economic Affairs. And I think he will have to sort of do away with old thinking that was typical for him and the party in older days. And I think we should also look at the 3 nuclear power plants that are still up and running in Germany and extend their lifetimes. Ever since the last couple of days, we have heard it is technically possible and legally possible. France has over 50 nuclear power plants and has enough fuel rods, fuel elements. And so it should be possible in Germany to get the material we need to have 3 nuclear power plants to give us the energy that we need. And then we also need to think about our CO2 targets. So can we still achieve those targets? Let me be frank with you. From today's perspective, I think it's no longer doable. Even before that, these goals were very ambitious. We achieved many things. At least until 2020, we were able to reduce our emissions according to the international commitments that we have made, minus 40% emissions compared to the level of 1990. That was a major success, a success also of German environmental policy. And we were able to do that, although our economic performance doubles. But now it becomes extraordinarily difficult. The low-hanging fruits were long harvested. Now it will be more difficult or even not doable anymore to achieve those targets. If we have to say this today, and if we still stick to our targets, one day we want to have a CO2-neutral economy. And so in that light, we need to ask ourselves, how about the technologies? Can we achieve these targets on the basis of technology anyway? My assumption is just avoiding CO2 emissions will not get us anywhere. We are not going to achieve our targets just on the basis of avoidance strategies. I also would like to say that in Germany, there is an illusion sometimes that more and more costs and smaller CO2 avoidance strategies can be made possible, and the CO2 emissions in the world are increasing. That will lead to major political disappointments, and we would see these disappointing situations when in 10 or 15 years from now it will be clear that global warming could not be stopped. And therefore, we really have to ask ourselves, and that brings me back to what we just heard in the first panel, how about innovation? Do we have innovation that makes it possible for us to achieve the targets anyway? I'm very interested in getting the reports from IPCC. And those IPCC reports are often quoted in Germany, but not quoted completely. And that emphasizes our goals to become CO2 neutral on the basis of decommissioning fossil energy generation capacities and expanding renewable energies. People are less looking at nuclear energy, and they do not take into account the technologies that we have in order to recuperate, capture CO2. This is a technology that we should look at as a country of engineers that we are considered to be here in Germany. And here can relate to a publication and a new call upon politicians. There was this call made by IPCC. We should look at that technology, carbon sequestration technology, carbon capture and storage and reuse of CO2. This is a technology we should look at. Now imagine, for a moment, we succeeded in Germany to develop technologies that next to the avoidance, that is absolutely correct, focus anyway on the reuse of CO2, the carbon capture and storage and reuse. And imagine we had those technologies not on a pilot scale level, but on an industrial scale. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I wouldn't give up that idea. I would rather make this idea a general topic of a political debate in Germany. We do have ideas, we do have technologies. In Germany, we already have research results that show that such technology can be made fit for the future. So we should look at it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will take me to the end of my presentation. We had agreed for my presentation to be a brief one, and I think it is also the task of our opposition parties here in Germany. We should not only say what we don't like on the government level and what the government does wrong. Of course, we have many ideas what is not correct at the moment. We should also talk about what we consider to be the best solution. And especially in such a situation that we're in at the moment, where we see a major crisis on the horizon. It is absolutely necessary to criticize as much as not necessary, but to cooperate as much as possible in order to fulfill our political task. Yes, we lost the general election, not because others were better, but because we were no longer good enough. But based on the election result, we should also understand our work as an opposition in Bundestag, in our parliament. To be constructive, it's also a task in democracy. And voters have given us a task, and our task is be an opposition in democracy. Without us, without the opposition, democracy could not be a proper democracy. Thanks for listening.
Da muss ich gar nichts mehr machen, Herr Merz. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Merz. That was a very interesting presentation, and of course we do not shake hands anymore. We just called upon people to observe discipline during our COVID times. Now I would like to ask our other panelists on stage. A round of applause for our panelists. Choose the seat you would like to take. Wherever you'd like to sit. Sit down. We're going to talk about sustainability as a strategic growth factor, as a risk, and as something that takes time until we are finally sustainable. Let me introduce our fellows. Mr. Haas is CEO of Telefonica Germany. It's one of the first companies that developed a responsible business plan. You developed that plan 8 years ago, and at that time, people were smiling at you, but times have changed. Mr. Haas, it's wonderful to have you. Ms. Hoff comes from IBM Germany. She is a member of the board, and she's responsible for consulting, and sustainability is getting more and more important. It's more important for CEOs nowadays. And we have Mr. Merz, the chairman of CDU. We just said it will take time. Our climate protection goals to be climate neutral in 2045, is that a goal that we can achieve, or Mr. Merz, did I quote you wrong? No, you did not quote me completely. I said we cannot achieve that goal purely pursuing an avoidance strategy. But if we had technologies, we could make it happen, and we have to develop these technologies, and we have to upscale and use them on an industrial level. So let me look at the second aspect. Mr. Haas, what do you think? Sustainability and economic success, are they mutually exclusive? It is expensive, it takes too long to be sustainable. I think economic success and sustainability go together hand in hand, but it becomes more and more ambitious to achieve our targets. If I run a company, I have to think about what I can do. in order to achieve these goals. Many companies have decided to be CO2 neutral in 2025. We will make it happen, but we do not use a lot of energy, but we create the basis for many other industries. Half of our population is supplied by us. We are, so to say, the trampoline for economic further development. If we achieve our climate targets, every gigabyte that becomes carbon neutral will support the climate goals for other industries. So we will need additional measures. I do agree to Mr. Merz, and I think the targets that we have set ourselves on the level of Germany and the EU is absolutely correct, but it's getting more ambitious. We need additional innovation, and I also know that CO2 is being already captured in some other parts of the world. So there are ways and means to achieve our goals. And we will need all strategies and all instruments, and we have not yet tapped all these instruments. Now let me come back to the second aspect addressed by Mr. Merz, the technology developments that will make it more efficient and maybe being able at the end of the day to achieve our climate goals. What still is possible, except increasing efficiency? I think climate protection and economic performance, these are two things, as you said, that are mutually related and that go hand in hand. And it's so important to link those two topics. If we don't do it today, it will be more expensive to be successful in the future. When we talk about technology in the context of Germany and the European Union,
so, dass aus meiner Sicht das ganze Thema
I think technology is a wonderful accelerator in order to focus on climate neutrality and become more efficient here. Recently, we have launched a CEO study. We do that on a regular basis, and the CEOs many years ago had believed in a totally different development trend. Our current study says that 87% of all CEOs today say within the next 5 years, climate will be a major focus, and investment into climate-related topics will be very positive for economic results. And I think it is very interesting to see that there is indeed a very strong link between economic success and climate neutrality. Is that just something that is a buzzword for CEOs, or is that really a paradigm change on the basis of the mindset of CEOs? As I said before, we've been facing that challenge ever since 2005, and our employees demand their company to do something for society at large. So it's not just economic performance. Our shareholders want to know what we are doing. Over 50% of our shareholders have invested into us because we are a model company. We take this topic seriously. And for our customers, it's essential for the services and products that we sell to have state-of-the-art levels. Our responsible business plan, if that goes hand in hand with recycling of mobile phones, investment into 5G, I need 90% less energy for a 5G technology compared to the older technologies. So innovation makes us more successful, and we've defined 50 targets to fulfill our ESG plan. And I think going hand in hand is very important, and here we have to deliver to all our stakeholders. So your stakeholders support you, but only 1/4 of all the CEOs completely implement this sustainability. Why is there such a gap between the goals and targets and the realities? I think it has something to do with the business model of each company. There are companies, let's say service companies, for them it's much easier to do something. Like the two companies you have, you can implement sustainability targets in a much easier way. For other sectors, of other branches of industry, it's much more difficult. And there's the whole private sector. Let's take transport. One of the most important CO2 emitters. Or let's take housing construction. a major driver of greenhouse gas emissions. So ESG criteria alone are not enough in those sectors, and so we have to look at the macro and microeconomic levels and must see what can be done on each of these levels. I think all entrepreneurs today know that they have to tackle this topic. So I wouldn't just look at the statistics and say that everybody ignores that topic. I didn't say that. Now, just because you talked about the 40% that do something and 60% that don't do anything, no, I think all enterprises know that they are responsible and they have to do something about the achievements of their companies. The question just is, what can we do on a national, European and global level? I do have my doubts. Can we really fully achieve all our targets? Because we are already lagging behind, and we see other countries in the world that still build new coal-fired power plants, and their emissions go up all the time. And so, on the one hand side, indeed, we have to look at the microeconomic level, the level of individual companies, but we also have to have in mind the macroeconomic level of states and continents, and there the situation is more difficult. Let's come back to digitization. We are ranking 11th in the EU. That is to say, we are indeed lagging behind. What kind of investment do we need? And digitization of companies is also included in the sustainability index. It's very important for you to mention that. There is a study launched by the federal government 2 years ago. It looked at the synergy effects between digitization and decarbonization. And I don't think we have really the success we need to have. If we had a better digital infrastructure, we could be much more efficient in the transport sector, in the housing sector. Digitization is a prerequisite for decarbonization. Let's look at the dimensions we are talking about at the moment. Our generations that are alive today have witnessed 4 major transformation in the history of mankind, and those 4 transformations take place simultaneously. That is an opportunity. We need to grasp these opportunities. We are, as I said, a country of engineers and a country driven by technology, and we need to revitalize this spirit. We are too static, and we need to see the link between decarbonization and digitization and need to focus on that. Mr. Rob, I wanted to just add something. This is exactly the opportunity that we need to see and tackle. You talked about the 4 major macro-dynamic developments. Absolutely correct. And I think on the one hand side, we need the open-mindedness of entrepreneurs. We have many decision makers here, many CEOs here from German companies. And I can absolutely confirm our clients are willing and ready to tackle things. They do not just launch theoretical studies, they want to do something practically. On the other hand, we also have started macroeconomic changes here in Europe. We work together more efficiently. We create better framework conditions. We have talked about the power of innovation. It will be very relevant. Financing will be important because especially the energy-intensive companies cannot do everything on their own without external support. And we also need technology as a driver. These could trigger major changes, and I am convinced that this is a major opportunity, a major chance for us. We have talked about computers, quantum computers, and then we have blockchain, AI, major emitters of greenhouse gases. Do we just look at the status quo? Don't we consider the potential developments enough? Digitization is part of the solution, and Mr. Merz has already said we need to look at our digital potential. If we fully used this potential, we could become CO2 neutral by 2030. And digitization, of course, is a course of emissions, but over and above,
more digitization would reduce our reduction potential by over 20%. We have to take courageous steps. Very simple things like improving our licensing procedures for digital projects. It still takes us 1.5 years to have a license for mobile factories like Tesla. 99.5% of all applications are going to be approved at the end of the day. So start building before you have a permit. That's a good thing. So we need to accelerate our procedures. And when I look at the projects, if I want to implement these projects, frequency allocations, we have good ideas. The EU has made it mandatory no longer to have auctions for existing frequency. The Federal Network Agency is looking into that to accelerate their procedures. That will make it possible to get more innovation. And we have to upscale, be more courageous. When you look at Spain and other countries, they work with fictional licenses. That is to say, you can start building as soon as you have the plot of land, and in parallel to your construction, you apply for approvals. Such acceleration would be very important. There are over 1,000 tunnels that have no mobile phone connection. It takes us 2 years to implement the technology. That will take us until 2030 and longer to have all frequencies in the tunnels. We need digital infrastructure, an enabler to use our potential. And 2 years ago, we were pragmatic, and we need to be as pragmatic today in order to achieve what we need. We can do it. We just have to have the will.
Da würde ich gerne mal gleich den Ball zurückspielen wollen.
All right, back at you now, Mr. Merz. 221 days, I think you said, in order to set up a telephone mast. And here he would like to see you easing the burden, particularly Telefonica, who want to work in a manner that is environmentally compatible, mitigating carbon in the activities of their company. Is that a good idea? It is a good idea, and we've been talking about it at length. Now we've had a new government over the change of the year, the new German government with its Easter package, which is not completely present, wants to accelerate planning permission, particularly for wind and solar technical arrays. We will make the proposal that this acceleration be expanded to other areas as well, other infrastructure projects, for example, so that we really do get faster planning permission. And I think it's impossible that a major automotive factory, many cubic meters in Grünheide, a huge thing, working with the fiction of the building inspectorate, and then with much smaller infrastructure projects like telecom masts, we don't do this. So we're certainly going to say we should factor this in to our building planning permission. All right, sticking a carrot here. Where's the change going to come from? And how do we have to deal with that? How can we make the companies be more sustainable? Incentives on the one hand, but sustainability commitments are already out there. Or would you say the market would regulate everything? What would you say, Ms. Rupp? Do you think customers will just ignore those companies that don't adhere to sustainability commitments? Well, I think it's a mixture of both. You need a conducive environment. The example that you've made is a really good one, with regulation and planning permission for telecommunications masts, but then within your own company as well. From my perspective, it's very clear a mixture of both. And to come back to the question of technologies as a driver, because I think that's one of the biggest opportunities for us in our country that we should harness as well. If I think about our own company, IBM as a company, it was clear, a company for hybrid cloud, artificial intelligence, technology. There are options out there. And we said that the question of digitization is really key, that if you want to have modern computing centers with the most modern technologies, you can have up to 80% carbon footprint reduced if you do it right. from on-prem solutions into the cloud. Our very sort of specific examples in Inningen, for example, we've got the quantum computer standing where we've got a great deal of expertise around artificial intelligence or blockchain. Maersk is a company we work with where we have a great project that's a platform where all of the container ships, over 600 harbors, are globally connected to this. And you can manage these flows much more efficiently. That's the situation where companies like this, major energy emitters, and if you do this more efficiently and do it through technology, I think these are ideas where we just need to tackle things together. And as an industrial location, we can do something for our location, for our country. And on the one hand, that has to be the regulatory side of things, that's clear, but also on the level of the individual companies too, who have great innovative ideas, and the two need to go hand in hand. I'm optimistic. So today I'm the optimist in the round. I'm holding up the flag for a positive spirit for the future, even in a situation of crisis. Well, you are most welcome. And look at that. Round of applause right there. Just to take it a little bit further, we talked about blockchain, AI as major emitters, etc. What sort of timeline are we talking about for efficiency? Is it the same as chips, or sort of the Moore's law, everything doubles every year or two, or what? Well, it depends on the individual technologies and the different technological aspects. But we said earlier on, speed and spirit, maybe to a certain extent, are very important. And all of these technologies, they're already excellent examples where you can see of it working. I talked about the Maersk example just now, but there's another situation with the Comta company, for example, where we're working in the area of identifying fires with the weather company, an IBM-driven subsidiary. Incredibly inspiring to be able to anticipate these things in advance, all AI-based. So for all of these technologies, whether it's blockchain, AI, or quantum computing, already today there are things that we can kick off. Are they all at scale? Well, we had that in the first panel very clearly. I think as an industrial location, we need to throw more money into investment so that these great ideas don't just up and move to other regions of the world and really turn into money there, because that's where you start earning money. So that would be an appeal that I'd like to make to policymakers too. But all of these technologies are there, they are real, and they have shown that they can already be translated into tangible results. Now, Mr. Haas, this was my first question of this block. You know, who is driving change? Is it policymakers? Is it industry? Who's supposed to fire the starting gun? Is that all the tech companies in the US, but here as well? I mean, you've got your own climate goals, and yours are, I think it was 2025, you want to be carbon neutral in Telefonica. I mean, that's ambitious, but it's confusing because normally industry is saying, oh no, don't set any fixed goals around climate protection.
Also grundsätzlich, wir müssen als Unternehmer vorangehen.
Well, as companies, we need to kick off first. And the company that I'm running, I want it to be carbon neutral by 2025. I think it'll be faster. Then that has to be the aspiration. That has to be the ambition. That we don't wait until someone tells us an objective. And there are companies where it's a little bit more difficult. You know, mobility, we have to help to do this as well. And if we're faster, then others can be faster too. So that has to be our aim as companies in this country. And not just in Germany, but in lots of others as well. I mean, Telefonica has set itself this goal, but others have as well. But on an EU level, we need help in other areas to make sure we have a fair level playing, an equal playing field, so that we can create a metaverse here in Europe and really make progress, not to wait until other companies show us how it's done. We've got a values system in Germany, we've got data protection in Europe that we've created, so that means we've got everything we need. We have values that will help us to build the metaverse, and we will make progress here and not wait until others fire the starting gun. But what we don't have is a semiconductor industry that's competitive in the world. How can we get there? Well, I said we're optimistic. It doesn't mean we're there. And that's not just true for semiconductors. In the last decades, we have seen that infrastructure critical competences are leaving the country or have already left. And then coming back to what Dr. Roswam said earlier on, I think as an industrial location, we have to see very clearly in the next 5 or 10 years that we keep these skills here in Germany and in Europe. This is true for semiconductors, but for other technological core skills. And whether it's quantum computing with the Tech Valley that we're setting up, or Tech Campus, or other areas as well. But I think that is going to be the issue of the age. Like everyone here, that we will need to get very, very involved technically. Now, Mr. Merz, one more question to you, digital sovereignty, because the question is out there, a universal metaverse, a European Google we've heard called for many a time. What's your take on this? It sounds like a sort of tech nationalism.
Mal in den Kontext auch dieser gesamten
Well, in the
Veränderung,
context of all of the changes that we're experiencing at the moment, I very much hope we are not in a phase of winding down globalization, but we are reordering it in a phase of relocation of core skills that we maybe outsource too easily, too lightly. And this is an enormous opportunity. We have to become more innovative and faster in Germany, but also in Europe. And the skills and capacities that we have in Europe must be bundled so that this backlog that we have, or rather the ground that we've lost in certain areas, that we catch up. You talk about quantum computing. We have to have aspirations of ourselves, not to leave technological leadership up to the US or China, but to develop things ourselves. And just one last thing at the end. If we can get the mindset shift in place that carbon neutrality and climate neutrality are not things that we see as a burden, something up to the regulatory bodies to create, but rather as an opportunity to earn money. It's as banal as that. If we see it as an opportunity through innovative companies, not just to earn money in China, or in Germany and Europe, but across the globe, then we will have changed our mindset sufficiently and we'll be able to really achieve the plunge. But the restrictions that we're constantly putting in place, all the way down to data protection. Data security is what we need to talk about, not data protection. Let's just shift the mindset this way so that we really have the aspiration. We want to earn money with these technologies. So then we would be a technology-based climate change export champions. Oh, there's a wonderful solution so that climate change can drive growth when it's combined with digitization. So thank you to our optimism commissioner, Ms. Rupp and Mr. Haas, and Ms. Merz. Thank you for the discussion.
Haben Sie sich wohlgefühlt? Ja?
Spannende Runde an Eva Maria Lemke und ihre Gäste.
Well, that was very exciting. And we're staying with one of the issues that came up in this last panel and the one before that, namely the question of financing. What challenges the finance industry is facing within the framework of sustainable development in Germany. I would like to invite the CEO of BNP Paribas Germany, Lutz Dietrichs. A warm welcome to you. We're going to go over here. You've understood our system. I see that. That's wonderful. Take yourself a mic. And following on to what's already been touched on very briefly, what measures are possible from a financial perspective to ensure that Germany can achieve the green transformation, not just achieve it, but do well in it? Well, I think we have to think about what is ahead in the next few years. We're talking about investment program. We hear 6 trillion, 6,000 billion by 2045. And of course, one country can't do it on their own. Another comment I'd like to make is, why is it that pure market mechanisms don't work? I'm not someone who's in favor of vast subsidies of the state. Well, they don't work because the external effects, when it comes to procurement, logistics, etc., haven't been factored in. These prices haven't been factored in, and this is why we need an interplay between the state, society, and industry. One thing that's missing a little bit yesterday, I felt, in our discussion is that we're always trying to separate what does the state do, what does industry do. I think we have to see as a whole, all of these parties. What do we need to do? We need to have good interplay. We need to have coordinated measures. And, if you look at the finance industry, for example, this investment volume cannot be financed by bank loans alone because the equity of the market is simply limited. It cannot be financed entirely by the states. We know what levels of sovereign debt we have in the EU member states. And this is why it's got to be a mixture. And we need private capital, too. And for this private capital, we need a European capital market union, a bank union. That's a different subject. This is something that is always sort of pushed aside as if it were only a banking issue, but it's actually a necessary prerequisite to achieve green transformation. I sometimes wonder what sort of time horizon we're talking about when we look at this and try and assess green financing and sustainable growth models, which brings me to my question. How can we find a balance in this transitional period between policymakers, industry, the financial industry, and society? Well, by making it clear to everyone it's going to cost big money. It's going to cost consumers a lot of money. It's not going to be cheap. Secondly, that we sit down and speak with one another and understand each other's obstacles and problems, and then work out what's a good mixture of state subsidies, innovation, investment in innovation in the companies, what can be borrowed from the banks, and where do we need private equity? And private equity, from my perspective, is going to be the biggest financing source, and indeed have to be that, because it cannot be financed from the other areas. In terms of bank loans, you have another obstacle, because you can only get loans and finance proven technologies. If you haven't got the technology that you know it is profitable, you can't work with bank loans. Or at least not until at least you have a prototype, at least a prototype. Yeah, that is very difficult. I understand that. Now, this morning we heard Ms. Brun, who was also talking in that direction. She was saying, how can we manage to mobilize capital faster in larger quantities? I've already said we need a European capital market union. We need this easy access to capital markets in Europe. That's what's the difference between the capital market from the capital market in the U.S. In the U.S., 70% of financing is via the capital market, only 30% in Germany. So it's a 30-70 here and 70-30 there. Why? Because the U.S. has one language, one country, and one regulation. We, in the EU of 27 member states, we're talking 27 different countries with different regulations, with different capital market regulations, which doesn't just mean A, that it's very expensive for the market participants, but B, also leads to the fact that you haven't got an efficient allocation of capital that you can ensure. Now, on the one hand, you talked about Europe and the difficulties there, but you also talked about the US. But what other countries are of interest or are more likely to be investing capital in these issues? Well, in Europe, I would say UK is very equity heavy, but that also has to do with the fact that UK has more of an Anglo-American mindset. But I'm also looking at what's happening in France. One thing that strikes me about France is that there's much closer cooperation between industry and policymakers. And I think in Germany, we have to work much more closely together between the different sectors and better understand what the other side needs in order to ensure transformation. We don't have time, but really we should look at the question of whether it's about the educational system in France, maybe that there is closer dovetailing between policy makers and industry. Well, sure, the educational system in France is certainly more elite in its system, which you can like or not like, but France has top universities I mean, we have them in Germany too. I think that the question of education is key. I mean, the crises that we're encountering now, we have structural issues that haven't just disappeared. Climate change hasn't gone away. Demography, the aging of Europe, hardly anyone's talking about it anymore. Our pension system's likely to implode when the baby boomers retire. And then there's the crisis-driven issues, inflation, supply chain. So the complexity that we're confronted with now is one that, I mean, I've been working 30 years in the profession, I've never experienced. I think the question is also interesting of what's happening at the stock markets when the baby boomers go into, when they retire. But anyway, you talked about the geopolitical issues, you know, the turning point in history we've heard about again and again. What sort of changes are you expecting in the global financial system through the conflict that we have in Ukraine and the impact that it's having geopolitically? And what does that mean for the strategy of your bank? Well, our strategy is based on growth, technology, and sustainability. These are our three main drivers of our strategy. Because of the geopolitical situations, we haven't changed them too dramatically because we're a very diversified bank. And we realize that in certain crises, situations, certain areas work better than others. And that doesn't mean, though, that we need to change our entire strategy. I think we just have to be aware of the fact that capital markets work via investors, and we have to ask the question of what is attractive for investors in Europe. And if we make Europe an innovation location, as we said in the panel earlier on, if we manage to have Germany be a driving force for innovation in Europe, then we will automatically have access to private equity in the German market. It's simply a question of perspective, of optimism, and a question of how positive investors assess a situation and the perspectives in a market. I think I'm just going to steal a bit of time.
How does Europe get attractive for investors? Speaking as a banker, is it your impression that not just because of the pandemic, also because of the Ukraine conflict, there is so much uncertainty that some important investments simply aren't happening? And that, in turn, causes an obstruction to the innovation side and also for climate activities. Well, basically, there is a bit of hesitancy regarding investment. I don't see this in innovation or in sustainability issues. Here in this hall, you don't need to convince anybody why individually for each and every individual company it's important to invest in sustainability. We don't need the taxonomy so that entrepreneurs are convinced that sustainability is the right way to go ahead. The reason why the taxonomy is important is to create a clear framework and certainty so that we all know within which framework we operate. And even in Europe, we are not all in agreement, but we're on the right path. Thank you very much indeed, Louis Diedrichs, for this intervention. And I hope you'll have a good time and many fruitful discussions at this year's TDI. And right now, we are going to look at some impressions so far.
Die Zukunft ist ein Gespräch über Wandel und die Lust auf Veränderung.
The future is a discussion, change, innovation. What do we want, more or less? Or is it more what we want to do or more what we can do? Germany is a reliable growth engine within Europe for the doers, decision makers, for people who drive innovation, who develop new technologies for a climate neutral future. But now the times have changed. From a new dawn, it's turned into a turning point. We're just ahead of the future and behind a change in time. Germany needs to reinvent itself as an intelligent, sovereign and sustainable place for the future. Scaling the new.
Yes, scaling the new.
Yes, scaling the new. There are so many thoughts that we can address and that we need to consider in the next few hours. We need to act decisively with confidence. We need more strategic sovereignty. we need to shape globalization in a responsible manner. These are just some of the thoughts that Professor Rusvorm has already stated in the last 24 hours in Berlin. Now let's look forward to some more thoughts of him. Let us welcome Professor Rusvorm. Oh, I've just been told in my ear that the Chancellor has actually changed our timescale here. You know that he's coming. The Chancellor, Mr. Scholz, is going to be here in person at TDI, and within the next half hour he's going to address us. And I can imagine that many of you are really looking forward to the ideas and thoughts he's going to share with us about Germany as an industry location. For you, particularly interesting, how do we ensure energy supply in Germany at this day and time? Friedrich Merz has already addressed that issue, also addressed how urgent the matter is. So that's definitely something we're going to address this afternoon with the Minister of Economic Affairs, Mr. Habeck, who is trying his utmost in these days to make sure we have secure energy supply by traveling the world, trying to find cooperation partners in other countries in order to make us more independent of the Russian gas supplies. And one of the other questions we would like to address today concerns the issue that it's interesting how many of you think that Russia is going to stop delivery of gas to Germany. Let's have a show of hands. Who assumes there won't be any gas from Russia anymore? I can see there are quite a few hands going up, and that shows the urgency of the issue. As a result, I think we're all quite interested to find out how you prepare for that. And in the course of the afternoon, we're going to hear from you just how you prepare, which scenarios you're envisaging. I mean, there are some CEOs and managing directors we will hear from later, some of which have already sort of looked into that some years ago, saying we are not going to be entirely dependent on Russian gas. We shouldn't do that. What happens? And they should have been wise and taken precautions early on, so have set up their companies in a different way, more resilient. That's going to be an interesting issue to address. And in this context, we're also looking forward to Professor Dr. Siegfried Rusvorm, who's going to welcome the Chancellor and ask him to come on stage. I've just, in case you wonder why I suddenly stopped mid-sentence, the little voice in my ear told me something. This is a live event, and a live event means that there can be some delays, particularly this day and age. You can imagine, politically, behind the scenes, so much is happening, so much is being discussed. As a result, the schedules aren't really happening the way they are planned. So right here and now, it allows us to have a brief break. So see you again in a moment or so.
So, da sind wir wieder. So, da sind Sie wieder und Sie ahnen, wir stehen jetzt auf der Bühne.
So, now we are here on stage in order to kill some time, let's be honest. I mean, we wanted to have an honest debate, so let's not try and dress it up nicely. This is live, Eva, isn't it? Live stream and live. And I think in this day and age, it's almost normal that your timescale is completely put on its head and topsy-turvy and everything, and traffic, and we all know what happens there. But maybe we can look ahead a bit for the rest of the day. I mean, we have a good idea what's coming, maybe not when. So later we're going to talk about transformation, which is the big buzzword, isn't it? In all areas, whether we're talking digitization, the change in transport policy, and also heavy industry. How can we possibly transform heavy industry to be climate neutral, and above all, who's going to pay the bill? There were all these climate study issues which we already discussed, where there's one study which is almost the same as the study put forward by many NGOs and environmental organizations, and the result is 860 billion. That's going to be the bill that needs to be footed to get us climate neutral by 2030. And the Transformation Fund of the German government has covered about 100 billion, so it might not be quite enough. That is probably going to be one of the discussions we will have with the Ministry of Finance. Oh, yeah, that's not me. You will do that. Yes, I will later. Apart from that, we're now waiting for Mr. Scholz, and we're waiting for Professor Ruswom, who is the host. And as a kind host, he will, of course, personally welcome the Chancellor outside and accompanying him inside. And then first we will hear from Mr. Ruswom. I've already quoted a little on what he said yesterday. One of the interesting sentences he said is something very interesting, which I'm going to put forward to my panelists, and I'm giving you a sort of free translation of what he said originally in English. He said we shouldn't exclude the option of cooperating with autocratic countries in order to have some impact. This is one of the issues hotly debated at the moment. Is the concept of talking, is it dead? I mean, Lars Klingbeil, the head of the SPD party, said that at the Ludwig Erhard summit, saying this policy approach had failed. But not everybody agrees with that. And I think we can even say that because of international trade, some good things have happened. So I think it's really important that this is something we are not going to completely lose sight of. Absolutely. I've checked Twitter, our hashtag, and yesterday that was the very issue which brought forth quite a lot of replies and quite a discussion on this intervention, as we call it. In other words, a brief interviews after a long panel. It was Dr. Janke Oertel, the Asia program head of the think tank European Council for Relations. Yeah, I thought that was exciting. It was tremendously exciting. And she said exactly the same thing, because she said if we're moving away from Russia and turning towards China, because they have the rare earths and technologies, just semiconductors and solar panels and so on, but basically we're just exchanging one autocratic system for the other. Schaeffler was a particularly interesting example in one of my panel, because the CEO of Schaeffler said they had to look where to get steel, which they used to source from Russia. And he told us, well, they had contacts in China, allowing them to order from China. Yes, and yesterday we heard the Senegal Minister of Economic Affairs also talked about the gas in his country, and everybody looked up and really pricked up their ears. Yes, that was particularly important also for cooperation with Europe, which he talked about. He also talked about the possible cooperations resulting from that, something which I found tremendously interesting, and something which really I will remember from this TDI, perhaps because after TDI I'm going to go straight to the G7 summit, but it's what Amadou Hott, the Senegal minister, said. And he said, the countries just want to have a place at the table. And he also said, we want to display what we think, provide our viewpoint, what the pandemic means for us, what the geopolitical developments, for example, what they mean for us, and what are the challenges we're facing as a result. And that's a very important issue, particularly with a view to the food prices and crisis. This is something which is also something for the Chancellor. You see, we're just waiting for him, so the wheel comes full circle again. And clearly, that is going to be a sort of meeting of people on an equal footing. Even the media saw it as a turning point. I mean, you have to be careful with a turning point, which has been a bit overused, but a small turning point then, saying that this is very important. Here, Senegal was not somebody who wanted help or wanted aid, stretching out the hand. But no, here Senegal was looking for partners, looking for cooperation and for capital. Now, since we're just talking about Africa, Eva, I think it's a very important point which we're going to address in the course of the day, namely access to raw materials. And let's be honest and say that China has, for many years, in many places, been much more far-sighted in its approach. As a result, the EU now needs to consider how can we pick up on that and how do we get things into gear for this sort of approach. I'm honestly noticing people are a bit restive. I think it's actually wonderful that the discussions we normally have behind the scenes are now in front of everyone. Pity you don't normally know this, but we often discuss that. And we're a bit like you. We don't know whether two gentlemen are going to come. But, well, there is a lot of activity. The cameras are coming up. I hope we were able to keep you interested over this time. Thank you very much.
So, und da sehen wir die beiden Herren.
So, and here we are, see the two gentlemen we've been waiting for. Welcome, Chancellor. He will sit down in the first row, and he's accompanied by Professor Russom, the CEO of the BDI, who's briefly going to sit down as well to give a bit of a photo op to our photographers. That's part and parcel of things these days. I think many people are very pleased that the Chancellor is appearing in person to join us at TDI. And now, I would like to, first of all, announce Professor Russom, the president of the BDI. It gives me great pleasure to ask you to join me on the stage. Once again, welcome. So, we're looking forward to what you'll have to tell us. Yes, Chancellor, we are indeed very pleased that you are here. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to the Day of Industry. I'm delighted to finally meet you again in person. Confidence to take off. That was the mood at the beginning of the year. The pandemic seemed to be under control. The Suez Canal was navigable again. The new government was in a mood of optimism, motivated to successfully lead our country into a climate-neutral future. This goal remains, but the priorities have changed. On February 24, a new, previously almost unthinkable crisis hit us. And once again, we don't know how long this threat and this crisis will remain. Chancellor, you spoke of a turning point on 27 February, and this also applies to companies. It is therefore all the more important to discuss the prospects for the industrial location. We do so with the Chancellor, with ministers from the German government, with representatives of the political parties, and with all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by thanking Deloitte and Mr. Krug. Without you, this event would be impossible, and let me repeat once again today, we have a true partnership with Deloitte, and we are very happy about it all the time. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with his brutal war of aggression waged against Ukraine, President Putin has abandoned the minimum consensus of the civilized world. Not only because of the primacy of politics, but out of its own strong belief, German industry supports the German government's course concerning Russia and the international sanctions policy. For us, international law and territorial integrity are non-negotiable. That is why our solidarity is with Ukraine. The BDI and several thousand companies are part of the Corporate Aid Initiative. Many of you, ladies and gentlemen, are involved in corporate aid in your own companies. You offer jobs and training positions for refugees. You help with money donations in kind, advice and support. You offer language courses and promote integration. This is solidarity in action, shown by you personally and your employees. Thank you very much for this. We all need to correct our view of the world. We thought redrawing borders by force had long been a thing of the past, at the very least in Europe. Today we know this trust in reason and the progress of civilization was an illusion. The much-quoted peace dividend was wishful thinking. Accepting dependencies as the price for cost advantages and economies of scale, as we know today, this was just as wrong as our country's renunciation of sufficient own investments in defense capabilities. We saved the money for the fire brigade because we thought the fire risk was negligible. And now there is a raging fire. The situation also draws our attention to the geopolitical order as a whole, to the balance of power between autocracies and liberal democracies, and to the fragility of civilized coexistence in the community of nations. Of course, fair trade and investment can have positive effects in other countries and societies, and there are some really good examples of this. But political and social orders, they do not automatically change as a result. In autocratic regimes, only as much change happens as the autocrats allow, and they're often not influenced by trade. First and foremost, it is the task of politics to influence autocratic systems with foreign policy instruments. But companies also have a duty to define red lines in their own areas of responsibility. The fact that this is always a tightrope walk has probably never been clearer to us than it is today. The war is a shock to the global economy, the second one on top of the pandemic. High commodity prices are fueling inflation, and citizens are feeling the effects. And above all, those who can afford little are suffering. But many companies are also affected. That is why, by and large, the relief packages were right. But, as we know, they are not a lasting solution. COVID, war, inflation, gloomy economic prospects, all this is poison for investment decisions. The order books of the capital goods industry are still well filled, partly because production backlogs from disrupted supply chains are only slowly being cleared. However, should confidence in further growth falter or be lost, whether because of a hard landing of the US economy or because of rising interest rates and capital costs in Europe, the picture could change rapidly. All of this makes for difficult times. But entrepreneurs are looking ahead. If you're not an optimist, you're a place running a business. We dare to accept and shape the change. Managing to shape, this is what voters are asking you and your government to do, Chancellor. And it is what customers, employees, and investors are asking us to do in our companies. Country of industry, export and innovation. This is how we like to describe the very foundation of our prosperity. And all three elements need to be expanded and protected. Resilience has a good chance of becoming the word of the year 2022, quote unquote. Not as a buzzword, but as a newly understood imperative. Resilience in the face of unpredictable systemic competitors. Strengthening this means we are arming ourselves against power, political blackmail and intimidation. In dealing with other countries, we must distinguish three levels. First, there are existential issues for all humankind. First and foremost, climate change, plus the fight against hunger and pandemics, where the global community is forced to cooperate across all system boundaries, every country, no exception.
Zweitens gibt es
Second,
Rivalität der Systeme.
there is a rivalry of systems, autocracy versus democracy.
Checks and balances versus
This can be seen in the checks and balances versus absolutist rule, as well as in other fundamental systemic differences, notably, among others, in the way freedom, self-determination, and human rights are treated. We are not talking about the formation of blocks in the world, but we need to deal with realities. And because we've learned from the recent past, we must avoid unilateral dependencies. In the case of raw materials, through a broader diversification of our sources of supply, through substitution, and by exploiting the potential of recycling and the circular economy, by expanding essential development and production competencies, such as semiconductor technology on our continent, by diversifying our sales markets, so a much broader base. Third, classic competition is our formula for success worldwide. Innovative edge, technology leadership, and competitive strength. This is how the democratically constituted industrialized nations around the globe must counter system competitors by making a more attractive offer. That is our conclusion from the B7 meeting yesterday. But beware, the referee is always the customer. It is the customer who decides which offer is attractive and competitive, regardless of whether it's the consumer, the buyer of investment goods, or the government of a country when it comes to infrastructure services. This is one of the reasons why Germany must dare make more progress, as the saying goes, which hovers above the coalition agreement of the coalition. Industrial policy belongs at the center of attention to ensure survival in global competition through convincing innovation. This results in economic strength. And this is also a prerequisite for security, social stability, and participation for all. That, ladies and gentlemen, is why we need, in location, energy, climate policy, and in the entire digital transformation, swift, decisive decisions. Not despite the fact we have to deal with yet another acute crisis, but precisely because our economy needs to become more resilient and competitive in this new geo-economy. Yes, the state is needed as an enabler, but not in the control rooms of market economy processes. And yes, there are tasks in this acute crisis situation which require more active state control, but this must not become the general direction of economic policy. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not need to prove once again that a planned economy is not successful. And that is why we need a regulatory, I might even call it a societal consensus, that ownership, personal responsibility, and entrepreneurial freedom are and must remain central elements of the social market economy. Ladies and gentlemen, high energy prices, high taxes, and along with that, frequently cumbersome and slow administration in Germany, that's something which deters investors and squanders growth opportunities. Yet it is precisely now that an investment turbo needs to kick in, lasting support for innovation in terms of content as well as in terms of regulation and finance. But even simple things like improved depreciation conditions are building blocks for urgently needed investments, even in things like climate protection, healthcare technology, and digitization. I would like to emphasize one aspect of the future in particular: security of supply for energy, raw materials, and basic technologies. This is our Achilles heel. And the slowness of the past is now hitting us twice in climate protection and in decoupling energy sources from Russia. The energy transition, therefore, must be accelerated and readjusted. Some bridging solutions will become much more expensive and should therefore be of shorter duration. In the short term, we need to realign our priorities. And the German government has really done this in the last few days. Now prioritize filling gas storage and derive converting gas to instead of converting gas to electricity. So more power from coal now, so we have full storage come winter. Much faster than before do we need to expand wind, solar plants and construction of power lines necessary. Now secure new sources of supplies. The federal government is vigorously doing in connection with the utilities. Now expand the liquid gas infrastructure quickly and at the same time in a future-proof manner, because it's preparation for the hydrogen economy. It helps in order to avert acute supply shortages, but also to address investments necessary long-term anyway. It does not help, ladies and gentlemen, to try to accelerate climate protection by setting ever more stringent targets. It's wrong to try to shape the transformation through innovations imposed from above. And it's presumptive to believe that today we already know which technologies are going to be appropriate in 13 or 20 years. Effective climate protection is based on an innovative environment that is open to technology. We consider the recent positioning of the European Parliament to be, bluntly speaking, wrong and counterproductive. And, Chancellor, we have correspondingly high expectations of the German governments and the European Council meeting next week. As a country of innovation, we do not need more state. We need a modern, digital and efficient state and a productive interaction between science, business and politics, starting from basic research all the way up to competitive solutions. And let me say once again, the referee is always the customer. What is not needed at all, is more and more bureaucracy. That is why the rule 1 in, 2 out is right and important. But in practice, we see nothing of that. Not just little, but nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, innovative strengths, technology, leadership and speed are not only prerequisites for successfully scaling innovations and making the motto, scaling the new of today's TDI come true, they are also the prerequisite for strategic sovereignty and a strong role for Germany and Europe in a multipolar and multilateral world. We know, with China we're moving between partnership, competition and rivalry. Currently, the rivalry has clearly increased. Partnership-based cooperation is currently not really practiced anywhere anymore. Opposing blocs contradict our idea of the world. But something is also clear, namely, if we are forced into a bloc, the position of German industry is clear as can be. We are firmly rooted in the transatlantic alliance. For us, there is no equidistance in the EU's relationship with the US and China.
As
democratic market economies, we have the opportunity to join forces. For example, setting standards in strategic fields of technology. Yesterday at the Business 7 meeting of the major industrialized countries, all major representatives agreed of this, and we hope for corresponding signals from the G7 summit in Elmo at the end of the week. Our solidarity does not exclude, it invites others to join in. No business location, no company can afford moral rigor and the luxury of only choosing partners who entirely share the exact same set of values and have implemented them in an exemplary manner to boot. We want the European Union to remain open to cooperation and the expansion of trade relations. Yes, value-oriented but pragmatic. Ladies and gentlemen, scaling the new, that is the basis of German industry's success in the world and also the foundation for how we live in our country. Our success today is based on yesterday's innovations. Tomorrow's innovations will depend on the course we set today. At the same time, ecologically, economically and socially sustainable industrial policies will determine are prospectus for success in systemic competition. It is part of comprehensive security and a prerequisite for overcoming the crises of our time, those crises we know already and those which may yet come. Currently, we are in crisis mode, in the whole country and also in our companies, of course. This requires politics and business more than in normal times to listen to each other, consult intensively and act decisively. As depressing as circumstances are, the fact that this is currently successful is thanks to the federal government. It deserves respect, and it is encouraging. Many thanks for this. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are sobered by the destructive power that can be unleashed by one ruler who claims that might makes right. But no, we will not let this get us down. We stand up to it with the rule of law, the efficiency of the market, the power and innovative dynamic of our companies, the creativity and strength of our liberal society, and the unity of the free world. And that is why my speech does not end with disillusionment, but just as it began, with entrepreneurial optimism. Thank you very much.
Lieber Bundeskanzler, it's your turn.
Chancellor, your turn. We are happy that you've come to be with us, and we're looking forward to what you have to tell us.
Mr. Rousseau, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me again to the Day of Industry, to the TDI. Some of you may possibly remember, I was here last year as well. The appointment back then was very important to me because I wanted to share a pressing and urgent issue with you. A year ago, I said at this podium, our country is facing a historic change. What we need in Germany is active policymaking, a politics of getting things done, a culture of pragmatic decision-making and enforcing and implementing these decisions. Today, I stand before you again, and my sentences of last year are highly topical indeed. On the contrary, they have not lost anything. Since February 24th, they hold true even more and more pressingly. Russia's relentless war of aggression against Ukraine is a fundamental blow to the European peaceful order and a blatant breach of international law. That signifies an epoch-making change in Europe and in the world, a turning point for us all. The immediate neighbors of Russia are especially concerned and worried, our Baltic partners as well. This is why I was very much looking forward to be able to welcome, together with you, as guest of honor, the Lithuanian Prime Minister Ingrida Šimonytė here today. Unfortunately, she cannot be with us today, but I want to wish her all the best. All the best, Ingrida. Get well soon. It's been only 2 weeks that I met Mrs. Šimonytė and the Prime Ministers of Estonia and Latvia in Vilnius. In these times, it is important to me that something becomes very clear. Germany stands side by side with Lithuania and all of our Eastern allies, and we walk the talk. Immediately after the beginning of the war, not only do we enhance the presence of the Federal Armed Forces in Lithuania, but also the missions of the Navy and the Air Force in the Baltic Sea area. And I promised our friends in Lithuania, Germany is going to lead a robust brigade of the Federal Armed Forces, which is present in Lithuania and in the event of a crisis can be enhanced by forces from Germany. This is solidarity in action among friends and allies. And this is also the spirit with which we are going to travel to the summits of the EU, the G7 and NATO. Now is the time. We all need to join forces around the globe. Everyone who wants to defend democracy, freedom, human rights and liberal societies. This is why we wholeheartedly support the NATO admission applications of Sweden and Finland. The accession of these two friends and EU partners is in our interest. It bolsters NATO, it bolsters the European pillar within NATO, and it bolsters the security and stability in the Euro-Atlantic area. And this holds especially true for the Baltic states in the immediate neighborhood to Sweden and Finland. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing is clear. Europe and the Western democracies do not accept the violent attack on Ukraine. Ukraine has to be able to defend itself. And this is why we lend comprehensive financial and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. This is why we supply weapons to Ukraine, many of them thanks to the close cooperation with German companies. And this is why we have imposed unprecedented sanctions on Russia, sanctions which are taking in effect. Yes, these sanctions are hurting ourselves, they're hurting our companies, but they are right. Freedom has a price. Democracy has a price. Solidarity with friends and partners has and comes with a price tag. We're willing to pay this price, and this is why I thank the Federation of German Industries and the German business community as a whole that you have supported this course from the very beginning. Thank you so much for that. As you know, I traveled to Kiev last week together with President Macron, Prime Minister Draghi, and President Iohannis. I visited Irpin, and I could see for myself the senseless destruction and annihilation the Russian military is inflicting upon Ukraine. I will never forget the images of the atrocities there. Two things are clearer than ever before since this trip. First of all, Ukraine is part of Europe, it's part of the European family, and the status of an accession candidate is a milestone on the European path. And this is what the member states of the European Union are going to discuss in the coming days. Germany is in support of a positive decision in favor of Ukraine, and I want to advocate for a common position in the European Council. Secondly, it is clear that we will continue to support Ukraine, also with weapons, and as long as Ukraine needs our support. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, at this podium, I made a commitment to the industrial location Germany. Let me reaffirm and explicitly reaffirm this commitment today. Ahead of us lies a big transformation and a big process of transformation. Let me reiterate, I want the German industry and business community to emerge, not weakened, but strengthened out of this transformation process. We want more jobs. Germany has to become and needs to become carbon neutral in the 21st century, while at the same time remaining a competitive industrial location. This is the objective, and this objective justifies the biggest efforts indeed. It's not just the consequences and repercussions of the war of aggression are leading German industry in troubled waters. International supply chains are disturbed by the pandemic. Rising prices for raw materials, goods, and precursor products are causing problems. Industry is affected heavily by the increased prices for energy. In May, these prices were almost 40% above the level of the previous year, and the consumers in Germany are also feeling the increase in prices. It is important that these external shocks do not lead to permanent inflation inflationary spirals. And this is what we need to work on. Everyone in political responsibility needs to work on this. This is why I invited unions, the business community, and policymakers to a concerted action to the Chancellery. The kickoff event will take place on the 4th of July. Concerted action, this signifies and symbolizes the insight that we need to work together. It is a good hallmark of our country. Karl Schiller once called it the round table of collective reason. And we want to place ourselves at this collective round table of collective reason. And this is why I also established an Alliance for Transformation. It's going to be a pivotal place, a central place for exchange of views and positions, and the federal government is going to discuss all important questions together with the business community, unions and associations. We need to agree how we find the right course in the turbulent waters, in the rapids of transformation, to preserve and newly establish our competitiveness and our prosperity. The kickoff event took place on June 14, and the discussion on the energy transition was encouraging indeed. Every participant reaffirmed their commitment to a consensus so that the energy transition succeeds. We need the contribution of the German industry in this. When I was here last year, I urged everyone that we become quicker and more courageous in Germany, that we need to speak clearly, and we mustn't wait any longer. And I gave you 4 pledges and promises in the case I should be elected chancellor. Today I'm here in order to tell you that that I hold on to these pledges. The first pledge was we are going to expand renewable energies in a determined fashion, and we're doing exactly that since taking office 6 months ago. With the so-called Easter package, the federal government proposed the biggest amendment to an energy law in decades. The Easter package created important prerequisites to expand photovoltaics, off and onshore wind power, and so on. With the reformed Renewable Energies Act, we set the course in order to be more determined in the energy transition. Last week, we set the course to use 2% of our land area for wind power. It is in the overarching public interest to use renewable energies, and it serves public security. The objective is clear. By the year 2030, 80% of our electricity needs and 50% of our heating needs should stem from renewable energies. This is what makes our country step by step gradually independent of fossil fuels and a fluctuation on energy prices. For Germany as a whole, this means more energy security and more energy sovereignty. For Germany's industry, this means more planning security and in the mid to long run, lower prices for energy. The second pledge a year ago was the following. We are going to eliminate the levy on renewable energies. And we did that. The end of the EEG levy was one of the first measures. And this levy is going to be eliminated by July 1st. Well, high electricity prices, well, we're talking about 25 billion here. It's not in force yet, so you should look forward to that. High electricity prices do not only impede phasing out of fossil fuel sources, they're also a big social political problem, and they place a burden on the international competition. It is the order of the day to do everything to reduce prices for energy and electricity. Today, electricity from renewables is the cheapest one, and the better we make progress, just like in your slogan, scaling the new, the better we will make progress. And this is the right path forward, and we need to embark on this path. My third promise was accelerated planning and authorization procedures. We are sticking to this promise. The goal is crystal clear. We need to at least cut in half the duration of planning and authorization processes. Many will explain why this is not possible. Others have a big interest in it, the situation continuing to be like it is, the lobbyists, the doubters, the representatives of the status quo, and everyone has good reasons for that. But you lose sight of the most important thing at all, the future of our country. And this is why I tell you, we will not let ourselves be discouraged. We don't have time to procrastinate anymore. 2022 is going to be the year of decisions and decision-making. The federal government is going to take the necessary decisions in order to dramatically cut the time for planning and authorization procedures. And I gave you a fourth pledge, a fourth promise a year ago. We are going to establish an international climate club. And we stick to this promise. We are pursuing this objective. I'm going to be the host of the G7 summit in Elmau in a few days, and I'm going to kick off the process for an open and cooperative international climate club. And let me reiterate why it is so important to me and to me personally as well. First, if we don't create a common framework for the protection of the climate, we are going to see a patchwork of customs and import regulations with strict and less strict rules. We don't want that. We are creating, for all members of the Climate Club, a level playing field with comparable standards. And second, it doesn't suffice if only we and others are ambitious when it comes to climate protection, because this will not end the climate crisis. We have to make sure that companies and whole industries and sectors do not move to countries with less strict rules. Here the buzzword is carbon leakage, because climate protection and our economy are only well served if more and more states see advantages in embarking on the path towards net and climate neutrality. We're not going to make progress without the important emerging markets in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And this is why I invited representatives of these global regions, my colleagues from India, Indonesia, South Africa, Senegal, and Argentina, to the G7 summit in Elmau. These states and regions are becoming ever more important economically, but also demographically, and they want their say. We are not going to solve a single global problem in the multipolar world of the 21st century. And this is why we want to convince them and other emerging states that it makes sense to join a climate club. The BDI and other associations support this idea and actually conveyed this message yesterday when they presented me with a Business 7 communique. Thank you so much for that. You see, we rolled up our sleeves. We are sticking to our promises, and Germany is picking up on speed again. But we're only at the beginning. We're only just starting out. We are going to see major changes and changes and upheavals we haven't seen in our own lifetimes. Climate, energy transition, digitalization, the pandemic, and now Putin's murderous war with all its repercussions for global trade, global food security, and global stability. This turning point, this new era, has many facets. We're moving in uncharted terrain, but we have a clear compass. And most importantly, we are not alone. Internationally, we stand shoulder to shoulder, closer than ever before, together with our partners and friends in the EU, the NATO, and the G7. Nationally, we're in this together, the state, the economy, business community, and society. And we are pulling in the same direction. And that is what's important here. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Bundeskanzler. Ja, wir erinnern uns gerne an Ihren Besuch hier auch im vergangenen Jahr.
Thank you, Chancellor. We remember your visit last year. You also participated in one of the panel discussions, and we are going to come back to many of the things that you said. We wish you a pleasant day, and I think during these difficult times you will have many difficult talks. Now I would like to ask all our panelists for the next panel to come on stage.
Wir wollen nämlich sprechen darüber, was es bedeutet,
We are now going to
nach der
talk about
Zeitenwende
what it
für
means
die deutsche Industrie.
for German industry to have experienced a turning point in history. What is the status of German industry? The house is on fire. This is what Mr. Roosevelt said. Mr. Merz said maybe we haven't even fully understood what it means in the long run to have gone through such a change. And our Chancellor said he wants us to be strengthened when we overcome this changing times. We want Germany to be stronger in terms of the industry. Let's wait for Christian Klein, the CEO of SAP. He's going to join us any moment. And Professor Marina Henke is also not on stage yet, but there she is. It's wonderful to have you on stage, and I have already announced you as an expert when it comes to discussing the question of a strong military component. How important is that for economic strength and for our industry? Volker Krug, the CEO of Deloitte, is here with us. Mr. Suing from Deutsche Bank is here. Mr. Klein from SAP. Now, can you all hear us? I can hear you very well. I know we have become experts in handling technology, but I still, at the beginning of a discussion, want to check whether everybody can hear us and speak to us. Mr. Cook, we got many interesting impressions. What do you think about the situation? What is the situation for Germany, for Germany's industry? What are the perspectives? Yesterday, we heard about a lot of optimism. But then this morning, there were some appeals and some assessments, sober assessments.
Man könnte den Eindruck gewinnen, hier
One could think we're in a state of permanent crisis. And the crisis seems to be a business as usual. For me, it's not easy. I took over as CEO 2 years ago, exactly when the pandemic broke out. So it seems business as usual is a crisis for me. But what we have heard, we have so many different topics, and it does not only concern business and industry, it concerns health, it concerns geopolitical considerations, and all of these crises are happening simultaneously. But still, we talked about it yesterday. It's part of our job to be optimistic. We should preserve ourselves, our optimism. What did we do when we look at the COVID crisis? There were some things that didn't work, but many things worked after all. Vaccines were made available very quickly. Switching to working from home, that was also done quickly. We have heard that digitization was a prerequisite 20 years ago. Maybe that could not have happened at all, and we would have had a major downturn, and economic output would have decreased by 20%. Now it was only 4%. Supply chains, there was such creativity, there was such pragmatic attitudes, and there was such support being given by industries. Mr. Rosenfeld said, of course, the consultants tried to mirror the complex supply chains digitally. But of course, it's true, pragmatism and creativity is something that we have, and so therefore we can have hopes. Mr. Seving, it's wonderful to have you here because there's so many buzzwords. Recession, stagflation, inflation, stagnation. What is your assessment regarding the near-term future? Well, I think for the next 12 or 18 months, there is the probability of getting a recession much higher than what we would have thought it would happen before the war broke out. And that is not immediately only the consequence of the war. It is a question and is a consequence of inflation and measures to combat inflation. And at the end of the day, inflation is always very bad for business. Interest rates have to go up. We have seen the announcements of Fed and ECB, also the Swiss bank. Although they have a low inflation rate, they have increased their interest rates. And that was an interesting approach. They did it well because they increased interest before the inflation curve. That means next year we are going to have a higher inflation, higher than 2%, because there are inflation drivers that cannot be done away with very quickly. Interest rates are going to go up, and only a few people might know that in 2023 we are going to have a very high refinancing wave. Many companies have refinanced themselves using the capital market. We are going to have a wave of refinancing in 2023. The interest rate have been increased by 200 to 150 basis points for BBB and below investment grade companies. So we are going to see a situation next year where in the capital markets and equity markets we are going to see different things compared to what we've seen 5 years ago. The good thing is companies are more resilient. They have shown that they can cope with the crisis, and I also think that the German economy is resilient enough. But due to all the different factors that we see, inflation, increasing interest rates, supply chain problems, we have to expect a major danger for recession in 2023. By the way, not only in Europe, but also in the United States. So that is to say, you call upon people to take all measures they can in order to become crisis resistant. It is very important for all managers, for all leaders to see the risks. And I think many German and European companies have already focused on their strengths. Keep the cost at bay, diversify the risks. We see this, and this is a strategy that will help us in the near-term future. But I'm still concerned. We see the good results in the first quarter, and also in the second quarter of this year we are going to have very good results. There was an article in Handelsblatt this morning that the company performance is good. But in 12 to 18 months from now, we are going to see different figures, and we have to get prepared for it. And knowing that there will be a refinancing wave, if I were the treasurer, I would know what to do. We'll talk about Switzerland as one of the cases. It was very interesting. Switzerland is a different position, and we have very low. They have very low inflation rates. But let me ask Mr. Klein from SAP, where do you see the most important challenges for companies? Let's take the supply chains as one of the problem, and you also talk to your clients directly, so you have an overview on the challenges they are faced with. Supply chains were mentioned several times already. Many companies have no problem on the demand side, they rather have a problem on the supply side, and it does not only mean hardware companies, but also many raw materials are not available. And then, of course, there are sustainability targets, but they do not have the transparency it takes, and they do not have the practical transformation to make their companies fit for the future and more transparent, more sustainable. Inflation is here to stay, as we see. We also see the energy prices. They are constantly going up. It's a major driver of inflation. It's not the only one, but it's a major inflation driver. So it's a challenge. So at the end of the day, we also have to make sure we can keep the cost at bay and automate as soon as possible. We as SAP would like to be a partner of our clients in their transformation processes. So technology is important for supply chains, for sustainability, inflation, and cost reduction. Here, digitization helps, and here we'd like to be a partner of our companies. Digitization means major raw materials, and those raw materials were usually found in Russia and the Ukraine. What is the challenge now in the light of raw materials when we talk about crisis resistance? And Professor Marina Henke is a professor for international relations. She's the director of the Center for International Security at the Hertie School of Governance. You just heard the gentleman. Everything must be embedded in a security situation. What is the security situation for Germany at the moment? And be open and frank with us. What can I say? The security situation is dramatic. Let me start with the micro level. Situation is very difficult for Ukraine. We are in the second phase of the war. The first phase of the war was focused on Kiev. Russia wants to have a regime change, but Putin understood very quickly after 6 weeks that was a miscalculation. It didn't happen. So he reoriented his targets and he focused on occupying Donbass. And this is what he's trying to do at the moment. And Russia is advancing. Over 50 to 60,000 shells are fired. Ukraine has only 5 to 6,000. And so therefore, there are these requests made by President Zelensky to send howitzers and artillery as quickly as possible to Ukraine.
Scenario im Donbass.
So this is the Donbass scenario. And when we look at Germany and the world, why is it important for Ukraine to win all the battles and win this war at the end of the day? It's all about the world we'd like to live in. Do we want to be in a world where we have liberal order and certain international laws be applicable? If we allow Russia to win, that would mean that a country starts a war of aggression, wins that war, shifts borders,
das Militärische wieder die Oberhand gewinnt und nicht das Ökonomische und nicht das Politische und nicht das Demokratische.
At the end of the day, that would mean that the military component would win instead of economic and democratic success. And we as Germany have the responsibility to prevent this from happening. We have to make sure that the rule of law survives and doesn't get toppled in a world where military power is everything, is more important than everything else. What do you think is the responsibility for the Chancellor, the German Chancellor that we just heard? I think Germany has a very important responsibility to support Ukraine, because it's a battle that doesn't, it's a war that doesn't concern Ukraine alone. Germany knows exactly how it feels to live in a dictatorship. And so, therefore, we have a special responsibility. Of course, maybe we're too small. We cannot dominate world politics. That is usually influenced also to a great extent by the United States of America. But we also have to work together with our European neighbors. How strong is NATO? And how long can we provide support? We have talked about the need to support Ukraine as long as it takes. What are the possibilities we have in doing that? Mr. Krug, having heard all this, do you think we need a new business model for Germany? Also, when we look at the situation that freedom, of course, will have an economic price as well.
Neues Geschäftsmodell, nein.
Not a new business model, and this concept has been perhaps taken a bit too far. Of course we have to transform, of course we have to change, and we have to do it all with honesty and in dialogue.
Zum einen muss man auch mal sagen, auch diese Abhängigkeit.
On one hand, we have to say that this dependency that we have entered into, well, yeah, there were three things in the past that made these dependencies stronger. Cheap raw materials, imported energy on the import side. Secondly, we had an export focus on China, not exclusively, but predominantly. And then, coming back to your point, we had imported cheap security policy. And these are three things that have meant that we have entered into dependencies that we now have to address.
Den Preis
And
am Ende des Tages auch zahlt.
we have to pay the price for that at the end of the day now.
Habe ich Applaus gehört? Ich bin mir nicht sicher.
Was that applause? I couldn't quite tell. I didn't want to interrupt it if it wasn't. Professor, this brings me to the question that I essentially asked you when you were coming up to the stage. What role does military strength play for economic strength in today's day and age? Well, economic strength is a prerequisite for military strength because military strength costs big bucks.
Militärischen Geräte, die wir
All of
jetzt
these military
mittlerweile
devices that
kennen,
we've
ob
all
das eben
heard
die
about,
F-35
whether it's the
ist,
F-35,
Kampfflugzeug oder
the
Haubitzen
fighter
und so weiter
jet,
und so
the
fort,
howitzers, and all the rest of it costs huge amounts of money.
müssen wir immer daran denken,
So that's
wir
why we
können
always
eigentlich
have to
nur
think about the
sicher
fact that we
sein,
can
wenn auch
only
unsere
be
Wirtschaft,
safe
funktioniert
if
und
our
Aber ich
economy
glaube,
is
das
doing well.
Allerwichtigste ist, dass
But the
wir
most
können nicht
important
nur an
thing
diese
is
Verteidigungsbudgets
that
denken,
we
sondern
can't
müssen
just
vor allem
think
an
about these
Strategien
defense
denken.
budgets. We have
Und
to think
dieses
about
strategische Denken, das
strategies,
fehlt mir ein
and
bisschen in Berlin.
I think
Was
the
ich gerade sehe,
strategic
ist, dass
thinking is missing here.
abgearbeitet
I'm seeing
werden.
shopping
Wir haben
lists
hier 100
being
Milliarden,
ticked off. All right,
großartig.
100
Jetzt können wir
billion,
hier
great.
alles einkaufen,
Okay,
was
now
wir
we can buy
schon lange einkaufen
all of the
wollten.
things that
Aber
we've
das ist
wanted to
nicht
buy for a long
strategisches
time. But
Denken.
that's not
Strategisches
strategic
Denken
thinking.
ist wirklich zu
Strategic
sagen,
thinking
in was für einer
is
Welt
to
wollen
say,
wir leben?
what kind of a
Wie
world do
soll
we want to live
Deutschland,
in?
Europa
How
in
should
10, 15
Germany and
Jahren
Europe
aussehen? Wie
look
können
like
wir
in
unsere
10 or
Sicherheit,
15 years?
aber
How
auch
can we
unsere
ensure
Wirtschaft,
that
auch
our
unsere
security,
Demokratie,
but
auch eine
also our
Klimaneutralität
business
überhaupt absichern?
have
Und dann
carbon
wirklich im
neutrality?
Detail
How
und
can we ensure that this
systematisch
happens? And
analysieren,
then
was
to
brauchen wir
analyze
dafür
in
und was für
detail,
Hindernisse stehen in
systematically,
unserem
what
Weg.
we need
Und erst
and what
dann
obstacles are in the way.
können wir
And only
determinieren,
then
was
can we
brauchen wir, was müssen wir
determine what we
einkaufen,
need,
eben
what we need
diese
to buy as
Hindernisse
well
zu
in
bekommen.
order to overcome
Aber
these
dieser strategische
obstacles.
Prozess,
But
der
this
findet gerade
strategic
nicht
process
wirklich statt,
isn't
auch
really
nicht
happening.
in der Sicherheitsstrategie, die
And
gerade
it's not even
entwickelt wird. Das
happening
ist
in
auch
terms
eine
of the security
Wunschliste
strategy that's being
Und da sehe ich gerade, werden große Fehler gemacht.
carried
Und da
out.
habe
It's
ich
like
Angst,
a
dass
wish
diese
list
100
and mistakes are being made. And I'm afraid that this 100 billion could be wasted. Very interesting that you're saying that the strategy is missing in Berlin. Oh,
Das ist ein Gefühl,
there's
was
a
mich jetzt
round of
seit einigen
applause.
Jahren manchmal
This is a feeling
begleitet.
that
Also
we've
wir
sometimes
kennen
had for a
uns zum Teil
couple
schon
of
seit einigen
years now. I
Jahren,
mean,
haben
we've
einige
known
Krisen
each
schon
other
zusammen
for a number of
sozusagen
years, and we've
bearbeitet,
gone through a
journalistisch
number of
unternehmerisch,
crises
sei es die
together as
Finanzkrise
journalists. I
gewesen,
mean,
die
the financial
Euro-Schuldenkrise,
crisis,
die
the
Pandemie
sovereign
und
debt
nun
crisis, the
eben
pandemic,
den Konflikt in der
and now
Ukraine
the
mit allen
conflict in
Krisen, das
Ukraine
mit
with
sich
all
bringt,
of the crises
Energieversorgung
that entails
Was
in
ist das
terms
Problem?
of
Warum
security of
sind wir
energy
immer
supplies.
wieder
Why
weit
is
hinter
it
der Kurve?
that we are
Oder sage
always
ich das jetzt zu
behind the
spitz
times?
formuliert? Also Sie
We're
haben
always
ja
trying to catch
internationale
up.
Erfahrung auch, viel
Or
Kontakt mit anderen
what do you
Ländern,
think? I mean,
Strategien
you have a
mit
lot
anderen
of
Ländern.
contact to other countries as well.
Haben wir
Why is it the case
weniger Weitsicht als manche
that
andere
we
Global
are not
Player
as
das haben, mit denen
farsighted
wir uns
as
auch im
many
Wettbewerb
global
sind? Also nehmen wir
players
China
with
und
whom we're
Afrika als
competing,
Beispiel.
say China?
Da haben Sie absolut
Also
recht.
countries in
China hat
Africa.
eine
No,
Grand
you're
Strategy.
absolutely right.
Ja, und, die
China has a
Amerikaner,
grand strategy. The
zumindest an guten
US,
Tagen, haben auch eine
on good days at least,
Leitstrategie.
have a
Deutschland hat
guiding
sie nicht und
strategy.
Europa
Germany
hat sie
doesn't
nicht.
really have it,
Warum?
and neither
Ich
does
glaube,
Europe.
auf
Why not?
einer gewissen Weise
Well, I think to a
wurden wir ein
certain
bisschen
extent,
verkindlicht
we
nach
have been
dem Zweiten
infantilized
Weltkrieg.
after
Wir
the
durften
Second
nicht mehr so
World War.
richtig
We weren't
strategisch
really
denken, weil
allowed to
eben
think
Amerika
strategically
diese großen
because
Aufgaben,
the US
diese große
was
Strategie für uns
had
übernommen
this
hat.
huge strategy
Aber,
that they'd taken on
ich
for
würde
us.
sagen, seit der Wiedervereinigung
But I'd say
hätten
since
wir
the
auf
unification
eigenen
of
Beinen
the
stehen
two
können, hätten wir
Germanys,
diese
we
strategische Entwicklung
could have had this
übernehmen
strategic
können.
development.
Die
We
ist
could
aber
have
nicht
taken on
passiert.
the reins, but we
Und ich
really
denke,
haven't
das hat
done
auch
it.
viel damit zu tun,
And I
dass
think that has a lot to
eine
do with the
gewisse
fact
gewisses Gedankengut, auch
that
übrigens an Universitäten,
the
sehr
thinking at
einflussreich war.
universities as well
Und
has
das
been very
Gedankengut war, dass
influential, and the
rationale
idea
Akteure
was that
keinen Krieg wollen
rational
und dass wir praktisch
shareholders,
alle
stakeholders
Probleme
do
mit
not want war,
diplomatischen Lösungen
and
mit
that
den Vereinten
diplomatic
Nationen,
solutions with the United
lösen
Nations
können. Und ich denke,
are
hier,
there for us to
da kam
solve
wirklich,
these
eben der
problems.
große,
And this is
Wake-up-Call mit
where
Putin.
we had the real
Wir haben
wake-up
hier einen
call with
rationalen
Putin.
Akteur. Ich halte
Here
ihn
we
immer
have
noch für
a
rational,
rational
trotz seiner ganzen,
stakeholder. I consider him rational all the same, despite all of his
der
madness, as it were,
will.
who wants
Und
war.
hier, denke ich, sind ganz viele Deutsche
And here, I
einfach
think there are
überrascht worden.
lots
Wie kann
of people
man
in Germany
in
just astounded.
2022
How, in
Krieg wollen? Wie
2022,
kann
can you
Krieg
want war?
rational sein?
How
Ich
can
glaube,
war
hier
be
müssen
a
wir wirklich
rational
einfach,
approach?
verstehen,
And this is where
dass
we
es
have to
ganz andere
understand
Denkweisen
that
gibt
there are
in anderen
very
Ländern
different
dieser
ways
Welt.
of thinking
Und das hat wirklich was auch hier
in
mit
other
unserer,
countries on this
was
planet.
bringen wir unseren Studenten bei? Wie
And,
reden wir
what do we tell our students here? We talk about how world policy happens. Yeah, some people are really
strategisch gesehen
thinking
keine
about
nationalen Gasreserven angelegt
why
haben schon in der
didn't we
Vergangenheit.
set up,
Ich möchte die drei Herren jetzt hier ins Boot
national
holen,
gas
weil es eben um
reserves
Strategie
for
geht. Sehen Sie
such
das ähnlich?
eventualities. Let me ask the gentleman, do you see it the same way? I don't actually. I see it different. I think we have to be careful that we don't do ourselves down here. Of course, we've made mistakes, but anyone who runs a company knows that sometimes you make decisions under certain pressure. This is true for the government as well. And then you have to correct them. But we mustn't deny that Germany has had a golden decade between 2010 and 2020. We did a lot of things right. If I look at the companies in Germany and how resilient they are when it comes to the situation with the financial crisis, we have gained a lot of ground. So now it's about taking the next step. And then the panel where Friedrich Merz was, for example, something very interesting was said. It's a huge opportunity in the transformation to a greener economy. If there are technology leaders in this area, they will come from Germany, they will come from Europe. This has to be financed. And of course, we have to make sure that rules and regulations don't destroy this. And if you have to fill out 7,000 pages for green transformation, we have to act quickly. And if we take on the leadership for this, then we have an opportunity in a sector that is globally needed to really gain ground. So yeah, sure, it was a mistake to become so dependent on gas, and mistakes were made in terms of defense, but I'm warning against not seeing the business successes of Germany recently. We can be proud.
An Sie auch eine Frage, die ich heute Morgen schon gestellt habe. Bremst denn die
Here's another question. Does the geopolitical situation in Europe, is it slowing down the investment capacity and willingness in new technologies that we need so urgently? I mean, this morning we talked about the fact that money often comes from abroad for these things, from other continents. Well, of course, it's the case that everyone is a little bit cautious. Anyone running a company becomes a political figure as well, in small. But we see that with the financing requests that we're getting from our customers and the discussions that we're having with our clients, that there's a huge demand for investment in new technologies. So I do believe that it's important to look forward in this regard, but then you have the difficult situation as a whole. Supply chains, higher interest, investments are becoming more expensive, and then of course you have to think a few times as to whether you're going to do it. And what Lutz said, we need to have a broader basis of financing. It cannot be the case that it's just state-funded, because we know about sovereign debt. It cannot be just on the books of the banks, because we've got limited capital, so we need private equity. We need a private capital union in the EU. If we were to have that, then we would get a great deal of money coming from other continents to finance this transformation. And this is why we must create the prerequisites for this. Okay. And then a question from the Germany strategy, politically and economically. Well, I would agree, but when we speak to companies, what we're finding is that these issues like being prepared to invest in decarbonization, but also in digitization, is there. Financing isn't getting any easier. But over the years, there has been progress made. So decarbonization, we heard about this morning as well. Away from thinking about costs, thinking about it being an investment where you can expect a return on your investment. Or in the case of digitization, where you're seeing what opportunities this offers and what sort of resiliences it can create. So I'm hearing lots of positive, far-sighted strategies from the companies, and it's not just the problems that we're hearing a lot about now because they're so acute. Mr. Klein, how do you see the competition for the key technologies that we need now, and where are they going to come up to the market? Well, first of all, I'd like to agree with Christian. At the moment, a lot of things are being seen negatively looking back at Germany. And I'd like to talk about these technologies because a couple of years ago, many felt that phasing out nuclear power couldn't go fast enough. And if you were then a captain of industry and saying, aren't we doing this a little bit too fast? And if we now see that the same people who were all for phasing it out are now saying that nuclear power is green, then that shows very clearly that in some cases we've been waging very sort of emotional debates here in Germany. And if we'd have had a more careful phasing out of nuclear power, that might have solved some of the problems that we're experiencing now. The key technologies, well, I think there are plenty of companies in Germany who have transformed their business models. They're investing in artificial intelligence, greater levels of automation, but now with the increase of inflation, the pressure of costs is increasing. We have to look at how we can ease the pressure on consumers as well. What about pay-as-you-go models, subscription models? How can I have more automation in my production? You know, there are lots of opportunities here. We're hearing a lot about Catena X. That's going live now. It's about the resilience of supply chains. And the entire German automotive industry has come together. Many mid-sized businesses as well are around the table trying to sort this out. And one thing that's missing a little bit in Germany is this sort of courage, you know, to do this, not resting on your laurels, even if you've got reasonably good profits at the moment, thinking about tomorrow, thinking bigger picture, and getting your employees on board as well, getting them ready for change, and going full power ahead into transformation. Some other countries, I think, are ahead of the game in this regard. And I do think that there is some change here in Germany, and the public administration needs to improve as well. I really hope that the current German government will digitize the public authorities. Yeah, Professor Henke referred to that as well. Infantilization and the emotionalization of the culture of discussion here in Germany. I wanted to ask you something specific first, though, because you referred to nuclear power. Obviously, that needs to be discussed here. Will we manage it without nuclear power? Will we need to keep those nuclear power plants online a bit longer? And what's it going to mean if we don't get any gas from Russia anymore? I just asked in the hall how many thought that Russia would turn off the gas, and many said they thought it would.
Sie sind nicht der Einzige, der die Frage bekommt.
You're not the only one being asked the question. Well, as a technology company, I guess I'm not really the expert on answering that question. However, if I listen to what my clients are saying, I think energy security is a real problem for all of the manufacturing industry that we have here. So we have to think long and hard about how we can bridge this critical situation. And we have to think about every option. All the options must be on the table, because we've seen that the situation has become a lot worse around energy security, and we need to have high levels of energy security. So all the options must go back on the table. And exactly how we implement it, I'm sure there are better people to answer that question than me. Mr. Saving, nuclear power, yes, no? Sometimes the short questions are the hardest. I want to hide behind Christian Klein because he's just saying it. I'm looking at Markus Kreber. He was here in a minute. Lots of people are trying to hide. No, I'm not hiding in the sense of hiding. I just think it's really difficult for non-experts to judge this. I mean, today as well, there are lots of reports about the spent fuel rods, for example, and long-term storage. The question is another one. If the technical prerequisites are there and it's feasible economically, then I guess we should really think about it, because the worst thing that could happen to Germany is that we end up in an energy crisis. But the thing that I keep hearing, also from the energy companies as well, is that the technical prerequisites are no longer in place. And if they aren't, then there's no point talking about it. I mean, I can't really assess that. But should the technical prerequisites be in place, then I would insist that we at least put all of the options on the table again. It's important and it's essential for Germany.
Mr. Kreber is going to be asked the same question later. I'm not an expert either, but I'm looking at it from another angle, from the point of view of honest debate. Nuclear power, goodness no. Coal, oh well. Gas, oh dear, that's difficult too. Wind power, fine, but please not in my backyard. And solar, but doesn't work all that well in Germany. But if so, then let's use German solar panels. Well, listening to this shows how difficult the discussion is. We have to be honest and we have to be open-minded. The things I hear, with a view to the question you just asked, to extend the 3 nuclear power plants seems economically not to be all that sensible. However, I would say the development of nuclear power, including the innovation in this area, isn't something we should completely shut our eyes to. Other countries are doing it. They're putting a lot of R&D behind it too. And to let that sort of train leave the stations and leaving us in the fog behind, I'm not in favor. Yeah, well, there's applause, so please enjoy it. Professor Henke, I would like to pick up on a term which is very much bandied about, namely economic war. People always say, we are in an economic war with Russia. How do you assess it? What's the phase of this economic warfare, and what could the threats be emanating from it? To some extent, there is economic warfare, but not just with Russia, because ultimately speaking, there are sanctions vis-à-vis China, which are in place. So, and we've heard in Chancellor Scholz's speech, the transatlantic relations were emphasized. So, by and large, we see blocs emerging, whether we like it or not. Ultimately, we are moving towards 2 different blocs, only this time the definition of these blocs is different. If you want to generalize, it's going to be a bloc of democracies and a bloc of autocracies. And I think something which we will probably see in the future is that the economic ties between the democracy bloc and the autocracy bloc are going to get fewer and fewer. And for Germany, this is going to be an unimaginable challenge, because ultimately our relations, economic relations with China, cannot be continued the way they are if we want American support vis-à-vis Russia. And I don't think that the Americans would, in the next 5, 10, 15 years, simply tolerate the fact that we have these incredibly close ties to China, while at the same time we insist that the NATO protects us against Russia. So I would say that that's the configuration of economic warfare now. So it's not just focused on the policy of sanctions. I think there is a much wider dimension, something which is going to really hit us. And the question about technological cooperation or the exchange of innovation know-how, that's another interesting issue. Where will the red lines be drawn in the future? Oh, absolutely. And I think this is why it's so important to think strategically. What is it we will need to have a well-running economy in 10, 15 years' time? And how can we already reduce certain dependencies or not let them develop in the first place? And I think this is the big problem which came through trade, change through trade. We thought we can influence other countries, but we forgot that the countries, whilst we are dependent on them, have an influence on us too. And that's one of the big lessons from this Russian war. So the question, what do we learn from the experience gained in Russia for dealing with China? Mr. Krupp, we can hear all the time that we need to become more independent of China, while at the same time the question is, isn't that a bit of a utopia, given the very close ties and the raw materials dependency, for example? What's the potential you see in that? I'd like to pick up on this, and it actually does fit with what you said, these blocks. I think that is not the path we should be treading. I think trade relations as such, and I'm always a bit annoyed by this change through trade. Trade as such is not a bad thing. Two partners come together, both have their own interest, and we agree that their self-interest can work to the benefit of both. As a result, they cooperate, exchange, and this is something which, in my view, should be continued to be dealt with on a global scale. I think the problem with change through trade is that, yes, change can happen, but it doesn't automatically happen. But it doesn't mean that you can't can't get change, so let's not trade either. I am in favor of continuing the exchange, not just an economic, but also political, an academic, scientific, and cultural exchange. But this sort of withdrawal into sort of the fortress, as Mr. Roosevelt called it, it's not something I would advocate. How about the reassessment of possible risks in connection with China? That's a point which was raised yesterday. Yes, but we did discuss it earlier. It's a question of diversification. It's not just China exclusively we should rely on. A partnership is always a partnership as long as you have an element of sovereignty and can pursue your own interests, then it's a partnership. Otherwise, it's a dependency, not a partnership. And I think we need to have a clear position. And we also need to tell the trade partner what is necessary, what our values are, what our moral compass is. There are things that work and things that don't work, but everybody has a different view on this. I mean, these sort of general red lines are a bit tricky, and they shift over time. By way of an example, Mr. Sewing will know this. Finance and defense, well, in recent years, it was difficult to find funding for defense, but in recent years, that has definitely changed. So red lines do shift. Yes, but the moral pressure also from the public has increased, hasn't it, to take a stand. We don't have that much more time, but where would you say, on the basis of your experience, would you draw, or how would you define red lines? Well, I don't think I can define red lines clearly here, but the discussion regarding China, also regarding defense, is not a discussion which came about just because of the war. It has achieved a new meaning, but when we're looking at the ESG targets, you only talk about the environment, not about social matters, not about other things. And obviously we need to take this into account. If we completely ignore the legal violations in other countries, we find it difficult to get refunding from investors, because investors really pay attention. I said some time ago, if we want to have a good rating in the company, in the capital market, in the future it's going to be just as important whether you're environmentally and socially minded than at the moment, where creditworthiness is considered in a very different light. So we'll have to consider where we stand, and I think defining a red line and being flexible is something which is important. We do need to do this properly. Maybe, Mr. Clark, we can talk about you as well here. You've had to make some difficult decisions regarding your business in Russia. How does this time change your awareness of responsibility, and does it change the lines you need to draw? Certainly. As far as Russia is concerned, in particular, when we're looking at what is happening to the people in Ukraine, there's only one conclusion to draw, namely to withdraw from Russia. Despite of all the financial aspects, for us the decision became clear very quickly. But of course, in a company like ours, we have a lot of responsibility. We have a lot of multinational companies which are responsible for food chains, not just in Russia and Ukraine, but globally, also responsible for poorer countries. So how do we design a withdrawal from this country in a way that is still responsible, particularly vis-à-vis other companies in other countries who are also impacted? And despite the emotional debate, that is something one should not lose sight of. If we then consider we are a technology provider, and as such, of course, we also provide assistance. When looking at Ukraine, we've got the largest business network, which is currently providing $120 million worth of medical devices into Ukraine. So we're trying to keep supply chains going for Ukraine, for the people in Ukraine, because they really need these particular medical products urgently. So we try to help. And China, here, yes, we do need to build bridges on the one hand, because many companies in and from Europe, Germany, the US, some of them have 40% of their sales generated in China. So we'll have to find a solution. We have to try and build bridges. And as Christian said, we must do so without losing sight of the fact that we also need to help make human rights violations transparent. We need solutions for that as well. I think it's always a bit of a weighing the pros and cons. How can you help build bridges? How can you help to keep the global supply chains going, also by means of technology? But equally, how can you do good, particularly as far as ESG, environmental social governance, is concerned, and sustainability? One last question, Mr. Klein. I only have one brief question, then I'll have to sort of come to the end here. And the buzzword of Ukraine has been mentioned a moment ago. Now we're discussing whether sooner or later the Ukraine is to be part of the EU family of nations. At the same time, we hear that the war might last for many more years. So what does that mean for the possible clause for assistance to be rendered once the country is a member? Well, EU membership negotiations will take a very long time. I can't imagine that Ukraine is going to be a fully fledged member of the European Union while there are still is still a war going on. But I mean, think of Turkey. There are some very long processes, sometimes lasting decades, for these negotiations. Equally, I think the right signal was sent, as the Chancellor also said, to say that we will give Ukraine the status, a candidate status, but of course that does not mean that they're going to be a fully fledged member in no time. And is Russia as isolated as some politicians suggest? Certainly not. I think most of you here will know this even better than I do. Russia is still earning a great deal of money with oil and gas as through trade with other countries. And certainly we have to ask ourselves, to some extent, what do the sanctions gain us? Going back to the blocks which are forming, the power blocks. Of course we don't want a block. I mean, the last person says, I want that situation. But we are back in this scenario of equidistance. As the president of the BDI said, this is not something we stand by, because then we would have to say we are going for the third way. The Americans are building their bloc. You can watch it. That's over and done with. They're doing it. They have a clear idea who the enemy is, and so do the Chinese. So it's no longer about human rights violations. It's about Taiwan. It's about possible war scenarios, which both the Americans and the Chinese are projecting. And as Germans, as Europeans, we need to decide, at least to think about which side we want to be on. Of course, there is a third way, but that would mean Europe has to mobilize. And I honestly see very much speaking against that. Interesting, because you gave the example of Taiwan. We were just given a little more time, so I can extend this a little bit. US President Joe Biden recently, when we had the World Economic Forum, said that we would stand at the side of Taiwan, including militarily. Now, what does that mean also for the strength of NATO in Europe? Of course, it weakens NATO in Europe. I mean, Taiwan, that would be a really large-scale war, should it happen, and of course we all hope it won't. But in the issue of Taiwan, that's not just a trivial matter. And it would also mean that the United States refocused to the Pacific, which they had already started doing. And it also means that we Europeans need to take care of our own borders, do that ourselves, and that's not happening. I mean, Ukraine wouldn't be where they are now without the Americans, let's be quite clear about it. I'm asking these questions because, on balance, they all have implications for the strength of our economy, and one problem that industry keeps being confronted with quite strongly are cyber attacks. What is happening when we're looking at the NATO treaty if there is a large-scale cyber war waged against a NATO member state, waged by Russia? A cyber attack which has severe consequences. I think because it hasn't happened yet, it is something which will have to be decided at the moment it happens. Such cyber attacks usually are in parallel with other attacks. A true cyber sort of warfare hitting the heart of a country, cyber itself is not sufficient. If you really want to bring a country down, force a country to its knees. You need to do other things. Of course, you can paralyze various systems, but it'll never be a complete, well, in practical terms, destabilization of that country. But there is no precedent as yet, so it's all a bit vague. I'm ending our little intervention within the panel discussion now, but I think these questions are pretty important also for the future economic development in Germany as an industrial base. And all of three at the end, let me ask you something regarding what Professor Russum said. Our view of the world has changed. How has it changed for you? I think the naivety, I've stumbled over the words as the speaker, that has changed. I mean, it came very abruptly. We always had this vague feeling that something is happening, and then suddenly it did happen. And I think, yeah, that was the major change. Mr. Klein? Well, the world has become a great deal more complex. Globalization has receded a little, and now we need to find solution for an increasingly complex world. Mr. Sewing?
Well, actually,
it underlines what I said in 2008. We made a mistake in the financial industry in particular, that we relied on models over the last 10 years. And what happened in Russia was unimaginable for so many years, because I think sometimes when we are looking ahead, we don't consider history sufficiently. And if we were to do this properly, also when running a company, we will be more resilient and, as a result, better prepared. So let's end with those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Thank you very much, everyone. Also, thank you very much for your patience. I had the feeling we could have gone on talking for a long time. Thank you very much indeed.
Ja, Eva übernimmt jetzt.
Eva will take over. And there we heard the big word of the turning point yet again. And another turning point may happen politically, maybe even in industrial policy terms, namely, we're speaking of the transformation of industry. I mean, the word tends to weigh a ton, and there's a lot into it. Energy turnaround, end of the combustion engine is sort of priced in, but hasn't yet been done. And this is what we're now going to talk about in the next panel. And we're also going to talk about, can we afford this? What will it cost and who will pay? These are the questions that bother our Minister of Finance. Let us welcome the Minister.
Herr Russo, meine sehr geehrten Damen, meine Herren! In der Tat, wir leben in Zeiten, in denen sich viel verändert.
We live at a time when there is indeed much happening, much changing, and we've become witnesses of a genuine disruption caused by the dreadful attack of Russia against Ukraine. This changes a great deal. In particular, it's a wake-up call for us. It wakes us from the kind of normality which we got quite comfortable with for a long time. After the Iron Curtain came down, we lived well, benefited from the peace dividend. And we used a great deal of money in order to expand our welfare state while neglecting one of the most important functions of the state, guaranteeing our external security. Security is not guaranteed forever. Is something which we've just had to painfully experience. And if there was any decision which better make clear this disruption in German domestic policy, then it was the decision to get the armed forces back to the state of the art with special asset funds worth 100 billion, an investment which we're using in order to compensate for decades of neglect regarding our defensive capability for both our country and for our alliance. It's not something which was just in German foreign policy, but when I was in the Armed Forces Reserve, there's one thing I need to learn. You need to know how to fight in order not to have to fight. Otherwise, deterrence just doesn't work.
Diese Zeitenwende in
This turning point in security policy terms is also an economic turning point. I mean, who are telling you, Mr. Russell, discussed it this morning, it's something which keeps all of you busy in your everyday decisions in the companies. And it keeps me busy too. Pre-pandemic, I said we used the low interest rate, the peace dividend. We used all of that so that our country, with many programs and institutions, and the redistribution margin was expanded all the time. The budgets increased all the time. During the pandemic, we had an extremely expansive finance policy, and billions of relief packages were put together. You remember the famous word of the bazooka. And now inflation is there. And to an extent that Germany hasn't seen in decades. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the transformation is a job for us. And of course, there is a need for change in our country. But the priority that we have in these days, weeks, and months is combating inflation, because it is inflation which erodes the economic basis for everything else. Uncontrolled price hikes happen, not controlled by the market any longer. We have inflationary tendencies. As a result, allocation doesn't work and the price paralyzes investment. There is no more such risk to take entrepreneurial risk, and far more people feel the bite of inflation just when they look in their own fridges, not when they're looking at statistical data. With all the need for transformation in the next few years and decades, it is now that our priority in economic and financial policy has to be to interrupt this inflation so that afterwards we can devote our time for economic renewal. And as far as the budget is concerned, it is anything but a trivial matter. And I would like to tell you that next year I have to plan 30 million euros just for interest payments. Last year that was 4 million euros capital service in the budget. Next year 30 million I need to allocate, not just because of interest rates going up at the moment, but also because the previous ministers gave government securities, something we used to earn money with, and now we're actually saving for it. Disagio is also going up, but 30 million euros, that's what I need to pay for interest in the next few years. That's like a huge rock face turning up in front of us. As somebody who knows the market economy, though, there's one thing I always know. If you have price rises or interest rates rising, then it's a signal to the Minister of Finance. It's a signal that there is a reversal happening. Or in other terms, when the interest rate burden is growing so much, we can no longer afford additional debt, additional borrowing, while at the same time, inflation shouldn't be pushed forward by having more and more state subsidies. What we need to try to do is return to the debt brake, so-called, because otherwise we won't be able to keep control of the budget, and because otherwise inflation will be exacerbated because of government action, and I will do so.
I'm not going to mention all the details, we don't have that time, but we are going to stop taking new debt without saving on investments. We are going to invest on a record high level, 350 million plus 100 billion for the armed forces until 2026. That's an all-time high in terms of investment. So we are not going to lack the capital. The task will be to make sure that we can use the capital that we have allocated in a meaningful way, and I'm not going to increase taxes in order to consolidate our state budget. We currently see a discussion regarding the surplus gains tax. I mean, you're making good money at the moment since we have a scarcity of many resources, but before that we had low profits in many sectors because we had competition on the global market, and now there are increasing profits made in the semiconductor sector and solar and wind power sector, and those high yields are an incentive to invest, so we should not destroy this incentive. I mean, those who decide what will be a surplus profit, that will be a person that puts at risk our innovation development. I also have looked at a certain tax increase idea. There is a colleague of mine that is going to speak, Robert Habeck, who said we must make it possible for the small income earners to get some benefits, and that is why we have to increase taxes for top earners. I mean, if we increase the top tax rate, that would mean that if you have an income of 80,000 euros per annum, you would have to pay 57% taxes. That's the top tax rate. So if you want to make the relief for small income earners dependent on such high tax rates for skilled labor, that would be sabotage regarding the economic recovery of our country. So such relationships should never be made possible. There's three more items I'd like to mention, Mr. Rosenbaum. I look at you. Allow me to use 3 more minutes, if I may. I know time is up, but there are 3 important ideas. How can we consolidate our state budget? We have to prioritize. It is not possible to do everything simultaneously. Or in other words, after 1 decade of an expansive financial policy, we have to learn one thing. First of all, you have to generate the income to make us prosperous, and only then we as policymakers can distribute the higher tax income. We should also conduct economic policy without just giving money. We should create good framework conditions. We should allow immigration of skilled labor and talents. We need to reduce red tape. We need to provide an impetus for research and development. It is not just subsidies and redistribution of income that will help all of us. We cannot make us a prosperous country if we spend more taxpayers' money. We need entrepreneurial spirit, risk appetite, and high performance. This is what we need. And also skilled workers must be paid for every extra hour they work. So we as the state cannot take over from the entrepreneurs what they see as their paramount obligation and foster prosperity. I am very much concerned regarding the developments in the energy and gas supply sectors. This is a concern you share with me, I'm sure. As the Minister of Finance, I have made funding available. We have increased our sovereign debt level in order to build LNG terminals. We also need to push renewables, freedom energies, as I call them. And here we do not have capital that is missing. We do not have the quick approval permit procedures we need in order to construct more renewable energy facilities. For the next 3 or 5 years, we are going to see many bottlenecks. And in those 3 to 5 years, we must make sure we do not foster on political or ideological prerequisites. We need to now start a hydrogen economy, but we cannot just choose. Of course, I want to have green hydrogen, but I'm also going to take blue hydrogen made of natural gas. And in order to prevent economic losses, I'm even going to use red hydrogen produced on the basis of French nuclear power plants, if it's possible, to develop our hydrogen economy in Germany. More than that. Of course, I wish it were different, but I also have my economic concerns as far as the long-term development is concerned. But at the moment, we have 3 operational nuclear power plants. And we are not just talking about the next winter. We are talking about 3 to 5 years to make sure that we have a secure energy supply, given the scarcity of gas. Even if we build our LNG terminals quickly, we cannot cover all the missing gas. So I am open for a debate. Shouldn't we use nuclear capacities as a bridging fuel? It's an emergency situation, and so it's not about just making plans and design things. In an emergency, it's about having energy supply throughout the country, everywhere we need it.
Und der letzte Gedanke, der leitet jetzt
And the last idea, and that leads me to the topic of transformation. The colleagues in the beginning mentioned combustion engines and the phasing out of it. The automotive industry is one of our key industries in Germany, and I'm convinced that Germany is going to be the leading market for electromobility. And I'm also convinced about the good quality of electric cars produced in Germany. They're excellent. You don't have to give them a tax benefits for people to buy. So the cars are so popular at the moment, and there's even cars that cannot be delivered to the customers quickly. And transformation will be difficult, so we shouldn't increase difficulties and put up barriers. Of course, in electromobility, we are going to be the leading markets, but there will also be niches for combustion engines. And in some regions of the world, electromobility will not be introduced in the midterm future. So if we prohibit the licensing of combustion engines, it's not going to be developed further, not in Europe, not in Germany, and that is why completely phasing out or banning the combustion engine, that is a wrong decision. Resulting from this consideration, I have decided that my party and me are not going to agree to this European law this week. That is to say, Germany is not going to agree to a ban on combustion engines based on the low maximum permissible limits. We must keep one thing open it for technological progress. A market economy must always be open when it comes to new technologies. We can never know. Aren't there any options for technology, like when you use synthetic fuels? Nobody can imagine those fuels now, but maybe very soon we will return to such new, novel engines and fuels. May we ask you to take a seat, and of course we are going to talk about important issues. I would like to ask the other panelists to come to the stage because we would like to start our panel discussion right away. Transformation as a huge task. We all agree we do have a transformation as a major task. We're talking about the economy at large, and we're also talking about changing our industry that for many decades has been based on fossil fuels, or maybe also focus on some niches for fossil fuels. And we also talk about digitization and all of that as a nexus. Here I'd like to first of all introduce our panelists. We have an entrepreneur, and he works in an area that is closely linked to transformation. Lars Rieger, Executive Vice President at NXP Semiconductors. We have Uwe Fröhlich, the co-chairperson of DZ Bank. He is in charge of sustainability, and he is focused on market economy, and he is less favorable about government interventions. And then we have Dr. Mauderer, member of the board of the Deutsche Bundesbank, and she wants to have a sustainable banking sector. Thanks for having all of you. Thanks for staying, Minister of Finance. You have started your statement about can we afford to do that? You said no. We cannot afford to foster transformation. Could you explain? Maybe I got you wrong. Transformation needs a stable economic basis. Without a stable economic basis, nobody will invest, will run risks, will invest private capital. In times of inflation, first of all, We need to secure the economic foundation. And then afterwards, one can talk about economic policy transformation strategies. If we don't stop inflation, it's going to spiral up. And that is why the time is now for us to stop inflation trends. The sooner we can do that, the better we can go for higher economic aspirations. That is to say, we shift our priorities for the time being.
Mit anderen Worten, wenn schon nicht untätig, aber dennoch wir warten.
That is to say, we do not sit back and wait, but we look at the transformation. Can we afford to sit back and wait for transformation to take up speed? Well, first of all, we all agree, I'm sure, that we have to be very pragmatic. Currently, we need to forget about phasing out some energy fueled energy carriers like coal. But on the other hand, we all agree that we are a country that doesn't have fossil fuels, and that is why we have to become more independent of fossil fuels. In the long run, that's a question of cost. So in parallel, we have to invest into renewable energies. That's a worthwhile investment, maybe the most important investment for the next decade. But there's another thing I need to tell you. Of course, that requires a division of labor. We are at BDI. BDI has launched a study and has concluded that in Germany we need additional investment until 2050 amounting to 2.3 billion. This is what the government cannot pay for. And for that reason, it's very important for us to get together and talk about a division of tasks and labor between the financial sector, the government, and industry. Here, the private sector, you in the real economy, you have a major task regarding sustainable investment. For that purpose, you need planning security, and that's more important than just subsidies coming from the government. For you and for investors in the market, it's important for you to know that the things you invest into today will pay off in 10 or 15 years from now. Next to me, there is a person that has a very important role. He comes from the financial industry. Financial industry has a very important role to play. They have to finance whatever industry wants to invest in. And banks are very important for our investments, and Mr. Fröhlich is going to take pleasure in talking to you and doing business with you. Unfortunately, in Germany and in Europe at large, we are not focused enough on the capital markets, and so therefore look at the financial markets, develop the financial markets further. Here, the Minister of Justice and our ministry are going to submit a draft law. If you go on like that, I can just leave the stage. You are going to have your conversation. You talked about dividing the costs and dividing the tasks. That's maybe the point I want to interrupt to ask one of our other panelists. How about the relationship between the state and the private sector? Let's look at the figures we're talking about. Until 2030, 860 billion. Who is going to pay for all of that? Well, that is something where we really have to work together. We need state support, we need subsidizing programs, we need private equity and investment coming from industry. Of course, sustainability is a major goal, a goal for our society. And here, banks and insurance companies must rally behind this goal, support the achievement of such a goal. But when we talk about loans, we also look at creditworthiness, and we need to continue doing that. So it's important for investments to pay off, to be economically viable. Of course, we work together with our clients whenever they have an investment plan, and we do all the design and planning for them. And when we talk talk about sustainability, these concerns are usually investment where you have KfW programs, subsidy programs, but for the entrepreneur at the end of the day, this investment must pay off, and the same goes for banks. Banks also have an important role next to direct financing of investments. This is our intermediary function. That is to say, people who save money and want to buy a sustainable deposit, they want to know where their money goes. And here we need funds that invest into the right assets so that we can be credible vis-à-vis our customers. And of course, this also brings more private capital into investments. Digitization, decarbonization, we talked about it this morning. We've said that these things must go hand in hand. Here I'd like to ask you, Mr. Rieger. We just heard the combustion engine might have a future as a niche product. Do you think this is true? And as far as digitalization is concerned, can we have more efficiency gains? Could there be some innovation that helps us achieve our climate neutrality? Oftentimes in these discussions, we just have a narrow mindset. What we have is we have a lot of prosperity over 150 years because of industry development and in combustion engines. We have increased our prosperities. These are leading markets, automotive and industrial electronics, and we have to preserve these markets for the future. Mr. Linzer said it correctly. We need to make sure that our industry remains competitive. Otherwise, we are going to lose prosperity. What we have to do now is, first of all, of course, you have investments, but on a global scale, our incentives are moderate. We have to make sure we support industry in being innovative, and 95% of the innovation in the automotive sector come from electronics, digitization, and of course here a design of appropriate programs. And robots, of course, are very important. Always the same components and always the same hardware, but new software. These are our leading markets, and we have to make sure that we maintain our globalized supply chains for semiconductors. We can never be autonomous. 1.5 billion euros we have to make available for the semiconductor industry. Here, this money should be used in order to cushion singularities. If, for instance, China goes and all of a sudden wants to conquer Taiwan, all of a sudden we will have a semiconductor problem on a major scale. We have to render our supply chains more robust, more resilient. As Europeans, we have to work with Americans. We discuss with German politicians, the European Union, and we are talking about what can be done. Before the Ukrainian war, we had a slogan with Gina Raimondo: we want to have a NATO of semiconductors. Everybody was looking at us in a strange way, and now they understand what we wanted to say. American markets have their own markets here. We should also create the semiconductors we need for our industries. Together, we should support each other between the US and Europe in order to create a robust, resilient supply chain. This can be financed, and then we will have billions in Germany to invest into that sector. If something happens, the industry could continue to work. It's about being resilient, not autonomous. And this is something that politicians must make available for us. So do not over-regulate. Keep our options open.
Yeah, too much regulation. We'll talk about that in a minute. I'm looking at you very closely here. So it's a huge job, transformation of the coalition. We hear this The word is in the coalition agreement 40 times, this transformation. Now, you are a permanent member in the Alliance for Transformation. You met last week. I think you meet twice a year normally, this alliance. Is that right? Is that the pace of change that we need at the moment? Doesn't sound like it. Well, there are different accesses to the concept of transformation. The first access, that is a state-centered access. In some ministry, people think about what we need, and then we award money to the various different projects, or we ban them, or we subsidize them. That's the one access. That's not my favorite one. I think a great deal of things need to change, and the character of our economic structure shouldn't change, however. So transformation for me is a market-driven process. We create a framework condition, and the goals say zero carbon, and the framework conditions in which we make investment attractive. Well, yes, okay, you can have the odd subsidy here and there. I slowed down a little bit, but I found out from the BDI whether it's really necessary. But now I have discovered that there are a couple of billion euros so that Intel in Magdeburg can set up a semiconductor production. Not the way I'd like it, according to my textbook, but I have been convinced that it's the way to go. But essentially it has to be a market-driven process where private expertise, private capital, private risk management renews the economy. Just with public capital, just with political wishes and state liability, we are not going to be able to defend our prosperity in times of transformation.
Fast erwartbarer Applaus.
It's kind of expected applause there. It's not really surprising me. But my question is whether this is a more historical way of looking at things. Yes, I'm committed to this form of conservatism. But isn't it getting on the wrong foot, though? Because we're thinking about Silicon Valley, the ideas are there, all you need is a bit of venture capital and then things launch. Just let them get on with it. But in fact, there are lots of different state subsidies, ways in which the state exerts influence. Well, it depends on, said Mr. Lindner, but then there's also loans that are approved. Yeah, but that's what we're doing. 50-50, you're talking about participation holdings. I mean, is that venture capital? Well, it is, because if you look at growth financing, I spoke to my French counterparts. One of the very first things that I did was a European Tech Champion initiative, and I got that off the ground together. We, as Germany, put in 1 billion, the French matched it, and it's a fund rather that we want to use to harness leverage around growth financing. With seed financing, we're doing okay, but financing scale-ups, so not startups, scale-ups, that's where we're not doing well. So that's what that fund was for. But there's another thing I wanted to say now. We are investing publicly 350 billion until 2026 are there for public sector investments. But that doesn't mean that entrepreneurial decisions should be anticipated or influenced, because at the end of the day, it is only the entrepreneur who is liable and who is putting their own equity into the problem, what is really efficient. Politicians often do what's opportunistic because they want to be voted in again. But not every opportunistic decision is a good decision. This is why I so vehemently defend our business order, where essentially individual freedom and entrepreneurial spirit drive the way money is spent and not political will. Again, applause. Look at that. I'm just noticing how much applause there is there. So we've talked about rules and regulations, about restrictions, frameworks, etc. This seems to play a major role with you, doesn't it? I mean, you're often there, you're responsible. But in every consultation, it's always looking at the framework conditions that have to be fulfilled. Can you tell us a bit about what's happening there, taxonomy, etc.? Well, before I do that, I'd like to say that in the financial agreement we don't support sustainability because Ms. Lagarde is trying to force us to via the European Central Bank, or because Ms. von der Leyen has pushed the Green Deal through in the EU. No, it's about a social will that we're trying to use to address the problem, which is that the institutions in Brussels, particularly the ECB, have set this out in their Bill of Specifications, and Lagarde has said, and this is a soundbite here, via bank supervisory authorities and through taxonomy, which comes from the Commission, to ensure that the banks only finance what fulfills the sustainability criteria at the end of the day. And this is something that I condemn, because that, for me, is a planned economy, or at least it smacks of it, because you have to bear in mind the profitability and the legal entity, the business entity has to be able to make these decisions. And taxonomy, I think in Europe, this has been broken down into great detail and is formulated and broken down in great detail. If you go to Asia, they're trying to implement sustainability as well, but they tend to have a principle-oriented framework. And I would suggest that, but I've lost faith that we're going to manage to do this, to work on the basis of principles in our regulations. Because in factual terms, we as credit institutes will have to disclose our carbon footprint. That doesn't just affect our operations, which would be easy, but it's the carbon equivalence through the loan volume that we have lent and what's financed there regarding carbon. And that's a data grave. And if I look at the representatives of the German Stock Exchange, the DAX companies in this room, from the point of view of the capital market, they've prepared for this. If you think about your typical mid-sized German company who's supposed to provide this information, they won't know where to start. They don't know where to get all this information. So this is a major issue where I think we have to get away from the idea of being able to regulate everything down to the very last detail. Another thing that's important to me, we are one of the major financiers of renewable energy in Europe, that the majority of companies be taken on board as well, because if we're talking about carbon neutrality and want to achieve something with sustainability, then particularly companies who still have a long way to go have to be got on board. So we haven't got the sort of classic exclusion criteria that would prevent us supporting a steel manufacturer to go into a greener future with us. We have to be very, very careful to make sure that we don't obstruct our own routes. Even if you'd like to say something here, Ms. Maurer, I'd like to know, although Mr. Rege would like to say something. You talked about taxonomy with thousands of pages, although there were a couple of pages, 2, 3, or 4 pages. Why was it important to have it there? Well, why are central banks there? I wouldn't want you to get the wrong idea, but the central banks in Europe are there for monetary policy. That's what they're responsible for. And the Bundesbank, for example, is responsible for ensuring that we tighten our monetary belts over the next few months. We've made some initial announcements, and we in the Deutsche Bundesbank expect us to be tightening our belts even more over the course of the year. What does that have to do with the situation? Well, we have to create a financial environment in which there's a business case for investment and there's a certain planning security. That's our primary mandate, monetary stability, and it's important to emphasize that that's important to us. What you're referring to is that the bank supervisory authorities, when it comes to environmental risk, and are thinking about these environmental risks and climate risks, and yes, that's important, but what does this have to do with taxonomy? Well, you referred to this already in a way. What is taxonomy? What it's supposed to be is a common understanding of what is sustainable and what isn't. And in Europe, the decision has been made to make this definition very complicated. In other parts of the world, a different path has been chosen. They've said, well, let's put up a couple of principles. That'll be a lot more streamlined. Both have advantages and disadvantages. In Europe, the complexity is such that some companies will struggle with implementing it. In Asia, where you have these principles, there's a great deal of uncertainty uncertainty there, because if you only have principles, neither the investor nor the emitter really knows whether they're doing it right. So I think the golden mean is where we need to be headed. And what we've seen in recent weeks is that greenwashing is one of the worst things that can happen. It's one of the worst reproaches you can have. Now, Mr. Reger, you want to say something. Do you feel over-regulated? Do you feel micromanaged by the state? What is it? What's it doing to you? Well, of course, it is always a problem when we are trying to over-engineer things, over-regulate things. What is the background of all of these things? We want the industrial players and society to live more in accordance with WHO goals, more sustainably, and that we as an industry, don't get me wrong, I'm the biggest capitalist in the room, that we're not just trying to optimize, that we not just optimize profit and be aware of some of the other things out there and try to earn money by doing, but also do a lot of good things and work sustainably for the world. Just to give you the example of NXP, and I'm sure there are plenty of other players in the room here, it's the second time in a row that we have emitted green bonds. In other words, I'm showing investors what I'm doing and how I can mitigate carbon. I, build better temperatures, thermometers, rather. I spend less time in traffic jams, etc. Banks notice me and they say, oh, Lars, couldn't I offer you a better loan because you're living more sustainably, and I'll help you to do your green innovations. There's something in it for you. I can show it to my shareholders and say what a great guy I am, and the competition isn't doing it as well for me, so I've got a competitive advantage. That's the only thing I need. I don't need 100 pages of measurement regulations. And to be honest, if somebody's going to do greenwashing, they're going to be sanctioned by the public anyway. I'm not afraid of it, but I need an incentive for people like me who are trying to drive innovation. And our shareholders torment me every quarter of a year anyway and say, oh, I believe that, and that's rubbish. And on social media, either I'm able to defend myself or I'm not. It'll be regulated automatically. So this whole thing of controlling it, I'm a fan of it because it's quick, simple. My mum gets it. I'm serious. I talk about this with my mum, and she gets it. And then very, very quickly, we can respond as an industry where it makes sense for us. And our employees as well. They respond to that. They only want to come to us if we're attractive. So I'm pragmatic there. I'd just like to say something about this complex of taxonomy. As an opposition politician, I've always said that taxonomy is planned economy, it's bureaucratic. When I was in the opposition, I said that. Now I'm a German finance minister, I see it differently. As an opposition politician, I said bureaucratic and planned economy. As a finance minister, I would say I was naive. It's much, much worse. It is. It's much, much worse. I have the privilege with taxonomy to get involved in that. Obviously, it wasn't under my auspices, it was other ministries, but to have a word about taxonomy and, gas, for example. I mean, in terms of bureaucracy, it's a political battleground. Some want nuclear power and say it's totally sustainable. Others don't want it at all for whatever reasons and say, look, I have these reasons why I don't think it's sustainable. And then in this system, it's often not a process that you're creating there. If you are replacing a coal-fired power plant through a natural gas power plant, it is more environmentally friendly, but it isn't carbon neutral. But these gradations of progress are kind of difficult to communicate, and this will be my last idea to it. Then work was done on the regulations as to which emissions a gas-fired power plant is allowed to emit, and what year does the fuel switch have to happen to hydrogen. And it's all spelled out in such detail that I was saying, I'm a political scientist. How am I supposed to make decisions about these physical questions? And I was thinking, Robert Habeck is amazing, but he's not a physicist. He's a writer. Our economics minister here, isn't he a philosopher? Oh, yeah, philosopher. Well, something. And this is why the calls that I'm making is to say in the future, what we've already done about energy is done. You're not going to get rid of it. Maybe you don't even want to get rid of it. Actually, cut that out of the minutes. Let me just say it's there. That's what I said. But we don't want it to be repeated again when we do social taxonomy. where we're going to do it all again, planned economy, bureaucratic, and I would say, quote unquote, susceptible to policy, end of quote. What we have is already more complicated. Let's not have it even more complicated than that.
Es gibt auch andere Ideen. Frau Mauderer
There are other ideas. Ms. Mauderer has one. I'll ask you in a minute. But I'd like to speak for those who are not on the panel. Now, heavy industry, very carbon intensive, very hunger for power. They're going to get even hungrier for power. We've heard that the chemicals industry is estimated as by 2035 is going to use as much power as it does now, as Germany is using at the moment by 2035. So big change. It's not just about investment, it's about operating costs and supporting them.
Also, es gibt die Idee zum Beispiel
carbon contracts for difference, yeah, or green cement, for example, with certain quotas, or compensation for the power price. Yeah, compensating for the electricity price we already have to a certain extent. We have regulations for compensation that are going to run out on the 1st of January 2023. I hope I'll get a majority in the German government for an extension, because at the moment I don't think the time has come to have several billion dollars worth, euros worth of power costs to be deductible from taxes. I said we should have to approve this. And then what I'm seeing up here is the BASF and the RWE head who are working on solutions. And what I think is so fascinating is that they never asked to have Ludwigshafen be zero carbon. They didn't ask for a subsidy. They said we want to have an offshore wind farm that generates green hydrogen. Can you please cut the red tape and get planning permission? I'd give you the planning permission. I don't have any money to give you, but I could give you that. And so reducing the obstacles to this, yes, on the one hand, you're talking about the amount of green cement and what quotas should be there. So it's then the carbon contracts for difference, you know, the direct funding for these issues, apart from a few exceptions, maybe in steel. I'm very hesitant to do this because we don't want to have funding long-term for operating costs for some company to say, oh, great, I'm not going to get my profit margin from the market. I'll just get it out of Lindner's state budget. We don't want to get into that, and that's the risk if you're just funding long-term operating costs. So what we saw in 2005 is an example of what we don't want.
Ein applausreicher Auftritt.
There you go, more applause. But you couldn't have expected that clapping because many of these people maybe get these subsidies. Okay, now I want to go back to Dr. Mauderer, who has a couple more ideas there in terms of the incentives that can be there. So it's not so much punishing and regulating, but maybe more approving and rewarding for high performance. Well, because ESG labeling is an issue that's come up in greenwashing. I think before we get to that in a bit more detail, we have to look about the ESG labeling discussion. That basically is about the fact that all of you in this room, whether you're mid-sized or big business, you need to go through the transformation to zero carbon, and you have to manage it. And it's about having the financing to do this. And what this means, and what we're talking about today, is that we're not talking about funding going to mid-sized companies that are already dark green.
What we are above all discussing is that everybody, particularly the industries which are carbon intensive, and let's not kid ourselves, our prosperity, our economic growth, as a rule, comes from carbon intensive industries in this country, and it is absolutely impossible to completely leave that out of the equation. So basically, when we're talking about transformation and finance, we're actually talking about carbon intensive industry, and that is where we need to provide funds. So the capital market is really important, and that was that. Many of you will ask yourself, what does the German central bank have to do with transformation? I've told you the corporate mandate is, of course, monetary stability. And we do, however, see that transformation is going to impact prices. And the climate already has an influence on prices. Now, let us see once again, we've got enormous oil and gas prices. These are world market prices, but it serves to show we are dependent and would be well advised to become independent. We also see that prices and, sadly at the moment, costs have been actually going down significantly for renewable energy. Photovoltaics has gone down 85% cost reduction in 10 years' time. In solar, it's 58 or 48 respectively. That's the cost reduction achieved in just 10 years. That's a huge achievement. And even today, power generation costs from solar and onshore wind parks are more affordable, i.e. cheaper, than electricity generated from fossil fuels, which shows that it's not just ecologically, but also economically the sensible way to forge ahead. And one last thought, I wanted to encourage you, because it's completely not the point that we create regulation which would impose on you a regime to be carbon neutral by 2024 or whatever. On the contrary, we want to get planning certainty. We want to create a framework which enables you for the next 10, 15, 20 years to get to target. Many of you will take longer. But of course, as far as what the market wants to see, what the regulatory side wants to see, and the supervision authorities, that you've got plans and strategies how to get there. And that is what the market will expect. And I think that's important. One plan, one strategy, how to get there. Via digitization, the fastest horse in the stable. The CHIPS Act of the EU is going to spend billions, I think, right? Isn't it billions? 50, just a slender little 50 billion. But, I mean, ultimately, this is also a more or less state subsidy of an industry. Isn't that state interference, or is it social market economy? It is an incentive which can be sensible, where these investments are actually creating a lasting added value for the business location. And I assume that in this particular case, that is indeed true. But generally speaking, I prefer seeing the state in the role as the setter of frameworks and get back to that, rather than actively intervene. And we've heard several times, I enjoyed listening to Professor Russwurm, government isn't the better entrepreneur. And at the moment, we are experiencing a second of two bad crises. And within the population, and also among some business experts, sadly, the wrong idea is gaining ground, namely, government will sort it, government can sort it. But also, there are limits to what government can do. So we need to think back and release our own energy. And the idea of transformation is an incentive, an economic incentive that gains us a lot of advantage on the financial side, a lot of business. But the state has to keep out of how to implement such business. And ideally, in this way, we achieve an objective which we set ourselves. Maybe it will be a few inches away from what politics decided should be the objective, but it'll go in the general direction. And I think state subsidies should be taken away a bit. This is the final word. We've got red lights flashing already, telling us stop the round. I mean, stop means me, Eva. I'm supposed to stop it because we've already run out of time. But, well, how not with this amazing subject? We tried to cover everything from the beginning to the end, heavy industry, taxonomy. I mean, I've tried the best I can to give everybody the floor as much as they could. Thank you very much indeed, all of you, for taking part.
eins habe ich tatsächlich noch vergessen zu erwähnen.
And I've forgotten to say that we now have a break. And as I can see, you all realize and have been waiting for it, we will reconvene at 14:15. Thank you.
Herzlich willkommen bei der Panel-Diskussion der Agentur für Wirtschaft und Entwicklung im Rahmen des TDI. Mein Name ist Caroline Welzel und ich bin Seniorberaterin bei der AWE. Wir unterstützen Unternehmen weltweit im Auftrag des Bundesministeriums für wirtschaftliche Zusammenarbeit und Entwicklung. Wir beraten zur Förderung, Finanzierung und zu Kontakten weltweit. Ich freue mich sehr, dass Sie heute dabei sind. Die Klimaziele von Paris, der Atomausstieg und der Ausbau der erneuerbaren Energien. Der Energiesektor ist seit vielen Jahren von großen Herausforderungen geprägt. Und nun kommt das Thema der Energiesicherheit noch dazu. Der Angriffskrieg auf die Ukraine führt uns ganz deutlich vor Augen, dass unsere Energieerzeugung und Transmission weiterhin von großen Aufgaben geprägt ist, die Wirtschaft und Politik bewältigen müssen. Die EU hat gerade mit Repower EU ein ganz großes Paket aufgelegt, um die Energiesicherheit in Europa zu gewährleisten und um uns unabhängiger zu machen von den russischen Gas- und Öllieferungen. Und auch die Bundesregierung arbeitet mit Hochdruck an diesem Ziel. Wie können wir unsere Energieversorgung in Zukunft nachhaltig sicherstellen? Darüber möchte ich in den nächsten 30 Minuten gerne diskutieren. Und ich freue mich sehr, dass ich hier ausgewiesene Expertise bei mir auf dem Panel habe. Ein herzliches Willkommen an Herrn Holger Lösch. Seit vielen Jahren sind Sie in der Hauptgeschäftsführung des BDI und stellvertretender Hauptgeschäftsführer des Bundesverbandes der Industrie. Herzlich willkommen.
So, a very warm welcome. We're having Mr. Lösch of the BDI, Ms. Brehm from Siemens Energy. A very warm welcome to you as well. And here on the panel, we have Mr. Wimmer, who is responsible Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Energy.
Jetzt muss ich kurz gucken. Digitalisierung und Transformation der Wirtschaft. Herzlich willkommen. Wir haben zugeschaltet.
A very warm welcome to you.
We have with us also Dr. Kirsten Westphal.
Thema grüner Wasserstoff und sie leitet die H2O-Stiftung. Auch ein herzliches Willkommen an Sie. Herr Lösch, der BDI spricht für über 100.000 Unternehmen in Deutschland. Was bedeutet denn die aktuelle Situation, der Angriffskrieg auf die Ukraine, für die Energiesicherheit in Deutschland, ganz speziell für die deutsche Wirtschaft?
Ja, zunächst mal ist es natürlich erstens eine Tragödie für Europa, dass wir
So it is a tragedy for Europe.
45 uns so nicht mehr vorgestellt. Das hat natürlich vielfältige Auswirkungen. Beim Thema Energie ist es kurzfristig eine dramatische Gefährdung, weil wir werden sehr kurzfristig uns von diesen Mengen Energielieferungen, die Europa aus Russland bekommt, nicht kurzfristig und komplett lösen können. Das heißt, wir sind in einer Risikosituation. Langfristig, mittelfristig würde ich sagen, dass wir dadurch schon auch nochmal einen Push kriegen für all diese Technologien, die wirklich dann die echte Transformation ausmachen. Und da ist ja im Kern die CO2-Neutralstellung des kompletten Energiesystems, der kompletten Energieversorgung, also sowohl die direkte Elektrifizierung als auch die indirekte Elektrifizierung. Und da, glaube ich, müssen wir jetzt sehr gut aufpassen, dass wir die Short-Term-Fixes richtig tun. Also was muss jetzt passieren, um kurzfristig aus einer Abhängigkeit rauszukommen. Aber zum Zweiten müssen wir auch ganz klar gucken, dass wir in die mittelfristige und langfristige echte Zukunftsperspektive auch gut reinkommen. Und wie immer bei diesem Klimathema, es ist alles eine Frage des Timing. Wir müssen das Timing gut hinkriegen, da wir ansonsten natürlich in großer Gefahr sind, auch Wertschöpfung, Wachstum, Beschäftigung auch zu verlieren. Aber grundsätzlich war das jetzt schon ein Paradigmenwechsel, weil wir über viele Jahre im energiepolitischen Dreieck sauber, sicher, bezahlbar hauptsächlich über sauber gesprochen haben. Und jetzt reden wir plötzlich wieder sehr intensiv über sicher und bezahlbar. Also da hat sich schon massiv was verändert.
Vielen Dank. Sicher und bezahlbar. Frau Brehm, das ist, glaube ich, auch ganz wichtig für Ihr Unternehmen. Nicht nur, weil Sie als Siemens Energy mit dem Thema Energie sozusagen hauptberuflich befasst sind, sondern weil Sie ja auch Energie als Unternehmen brauchen. Mich würde mal interessieren, wie Sie sich als Unternehmen auf die mögliche Situation eines Energiepasses vorbereiten. Und vielleicht auch, wie Sie mit den steigenden Kosten umgehen. Sie müssen ja auch wettbewerbsfähig bleiben.
Ich möchte gerne anknüpfen auf den verschobenen Schwerpunkt im energiepolitischen Dreieck. Und dasselbe gilt, der Fokus oder der Hauptfokus liegt jetzt auf Versorgungssicherheit und das gilt auch für Siemens Energy. Und wir haben ein globales Netzwerk an Fabrikstandorten, natürlich auch in Europa. Und in diesen Standorten, die zum Teil wenig Energie oder weniger energieintensiv sind, haben wir bereits mit der Umsetzung und konsequenten Umsetzung unserer Nachhaltigkeitsstrategie angefangen und haben uns Richtung grünen Strom orientiert in der Vergangenheit. Wir haben, wenn wir unsere Fabriken an sich ansehen, seitens unserer Belegschaft, auch seitens der Verantwortlichen, wir alle arbeiten sehr aktiv daran, unsere Prozesse zu hinterfragen, also beispielsweise die Abwärme aus industriellen Prozessen zu nutzen oder durch unsere Unabhängigkeit und Diversifikation unserer Energiequellen zu erreichen durch den Einsatz von Photovoltaikanlagen. Also es gibt sehr konkrete Anknüpfungspunkte, etwas zu tun tatsächlich. Zum Thema der Wettbewerbsfähigkeit ist es eben so, dass es keine Siemens Energy-Thema ist. Das ist die dramatische Preiserhöhung in unserer Lieferkette bezüglich Energie und auch der Rohstoffe trifft uns massiv. Und wir haben ein bewährtes Netzwerk aus globalen Lieferanten, Kunden und Partnern. Und das Bewältigen dieser Krise ist eine Gemeinschaftsleistung. Wir arbeiten beispielsweise mit Preiseskalationsformeln, mit Preisindexierung, um diese Last der Mehrkosten auf mehrere Schultern zu verteilen. Und diese Erfahrung im Rücken bringt mich zur absoluten Überzeugung, dass dieser Umgang, das Meistern dieser Krise eine Gemeinschaftsleistung sein muss aus Gesellschaft, Industrie, Politik und natürlich jedes Einzelnen.
Vielen Dank. Frau Westphal, da würde ich ganz gerne mal den Ball zu Ihnen rüberspielen. Die Zukunftsbranche grüner Wasserstoff, für die stehen Sie. Und wäre es denn denkbar, dass beispielsweise Siemens Energy mit Hilfe von grünem Wasserstoff in Zukunft da eine Perspektive entwickeln kann, was Energiesicherheit und Kosten anbetrifft?
Ja, natürlich denke ich, dass in Zukunft grüner Wasserstoff eine ganz große Rolle spielen wird in unserem Energiesystem, weil wir ja gerade auch über die letzten Jahre den Lernprozess hatten, dass wir grüne Moleküle brauchen. Es wird noch nicht kurzfristig passieren. Also ich glaube, kurzfristig ist wirklich die Lösung, muss über Zwischenschritte gehen. Und das finde ich das Spannende auch an der jetzigen Krise und das Herausfordernde, dass wir jetzt noch mal viel mehr auf Zwischenschritte zurückgeworfen sind und überlegen müssen, wie kommen wir denn tatsächlich möglichst schnell in die Zielwelt 2045, die wir ja immer eigentlich sehr relativ klar vor Augen hatten mit den Bausteinen. Und klar, also da denke ich, spielen grüne Moleküle, spielt grüner Wasserstoff, aber auch PTX-Produkte eine extrem große Rolle, gerade mit Blick auch auf die Versorgungssicherheit, weil wir noch mal viel, viel stärker lernen jetzt, dass wir diversifizieren müssen, dass wir aber auch Speicher mitdenken müssen und auch die Flexibilität in unserem Energiesystem. Also diese gerade noch mal die Lessons learned aus der jetzigen Situation sind, glaube ich sage es mal zugespitzt, dass wir auch Redundanzen brauchen, um ein Energiesystem robust und resilient zu haben. Und die große Herausforderung beim Wasserstoff ist natürlich die Frage, wie schnell bringen wir die Kosten runter für die Technologien und wie schnell schaffen wir dann wirklich einen Markthochlauf, wo möglichst viele auch sehr flexibel diesen Stoff einsetzen können. Weil letztendlich, das ist vielleicht mein letzter Punkt, und Frau Brehm hat es ja auch angesprochen, wir ja sehr flexible Lösungen für Industriestandorte und Cluster brauchen, die eben nicht den einen Zugang von Strom haben, von Grünstrom, sondern auch Wasserstoff brauchen unter Umständen als Grundstoff, die auch eine Versorgung mit Wärme brauchen und andere Stoffkreisläufe. Und insofern ist es schon sehr wichtig, dass wir sehr, sehr schnell loslegen mit regionalen Clustern und Industrie, Hydrogen Valleys sozusagen.
Also Flexibilität und Redundanzen müssen wir mitbringen und in Kauf nehmen. Herr Wimmer, das BMZ setzt sich ja schon seit sehr vielen Jahren mit dem Thema erneuerbare Energien auseinander, hat vielfältige Projekte in der ganzen Welt. Wie ist denn jetzt das in der aktuellen Situation vor dem Hintergrund des Angriffskriegs auf die Ukraine? Welche Aktivitäten haben Sie da angestoßen? Wie stellt sich das BMZ auf?
Ja, in der Tat ist für ein Entwicklungsministerium die Beschäftigung mit Energieversorgung Selbstverständlichkeit seit vielen, vielen Jahren. Und die Situation, die jetzt eingetreten ist, mit einer Verknappung des Energieangebots und einer Verteuerung des Energieangebots, ist gerade für unsere Partnerländer extrem problematisch mit all den Folgekosten, die das dann hat. Denn dort sind in der Regel nicht die Ressourcen vorhanden, um das einfach mal schnell auszugleichen. Das heißt, wir setzen sehr darauf, dem Weg erstmal treu zu bleiben, auf dem wir lang unterwegs sind. Sie haben angesprochen, das magische Dreieck. Und wenn Sie sich so einen Hocker anschauen, der 3 Beine hat, wenn Sie da ein Bein rausnehmen, dann fällt es halt in sich zusammen. Deswegen ist für uns natürlich der Ausstieg aus den fossilen Energien und der Umstieg auf die erneuerbaren Energien zentral an der Stelle. Und wir brauchen dafür mehr Diversifizierung in den Angeboten, Diversifizierung sowohl regional, da erhoffen wir uns natürlich in der Zusammenarbeit mit der Wirtschaft, dass man auch den globalen Süden stärker einbinden kann. Und auf der anderen Seite neben der Diversifizierung regional auch die Diversifizierung in den Technologien. Und da ist man dann wieder beim Wasserstoff. Und auch da investieren wir seit langer Zeit über die KfW im Bereich der finanziellen Zusammenarbeit, aber natürlich auch über die GEZ im Bereich der technologischen Zusammenarbeit, um unsere Partnerländer dabei zu unterstützen, mit unseren Partnern in Deutschland, mit der Industrie ins Geschäft zu kommen und langfristig, denn von heute auf morgen geht es auch trotz Ukraine nicht, das sind langfristige Projekte, einfach eine stärkere Diversifizierung zu erreichen.
Sie haben eben gesagt, Sie setzen weiterhin auf erneuerbare Energien, also die fossilen sind auch, sagen wir mal, in der aktuellen Situation fürs BMZ ein No-Go?
Die Strategie ist doch sonnenklar. Wir haben Klimawandel, wir haben Herausforderungen weltweit, die gelöst werden müssen. Und die werden nur gehen mit erneuerbaren Energien. Jetzt eine Rückkehr zu Strategien der 50er oder 60er Jahre des letzten Jahrhunderts wird uns mit Sicherheit nicht in die Zukunft führen.
Herr Lösch, sehen Sie das auch so? Klimapolitische Ansprüche, erneuerbare Energien und auf der anderen Seite die Versorgungssicherheit. Sind Sie da ganz bei Herrn Wimmer?
Also wir haben jetzt die paradoxe Situation, wir haben auf zwei Feldern, auch mit Blick auf das globale Wachstum der Bevölkerung, viel zu wenig investiert. Also es klingt jetzt paradox, aber es ist tatsächlich auch in der kurzfristigen Perspektive in den letzten Jahren zu wenig in Fossile investiert worden. Und es ist viel zu wenig in Erneuerbare investiert worden. Das heißt, wir haben eigentlich ein doppeltes Investment Gap. Und das hat zu dieser aktuellen Energiepreiskrise maßgeblich geführt. Die ging ja weit vor der Ukraine los. Das heißt, wir müssen wie alles in diesem klimapolitischen Thema ein Timing hinkriegen. Man wird für erhebliche Zeit noch Gas brauchen. Ich glaube, die Kohle geht sehr rasch auch weltweit raus. Das haben wir aber auch ein bisschen in der Hand. Aber wir müssen vor allen Dingen auch bei den Erneuerbaren massiv aufbauen. Und ich möchte an der Stelle wirklich nur eines sagen. Also wir sind ja jetzt so ein bisschen dramatisch berührt davon, dass wir plötzlich dastehen und sehen jemanden, der überfällt ein Nachbarland. Und dann stellen wir dummerweise fest, dass ungefähr 40% unseres Energiebedarfs über 3 Pipelines von dem kommt. So, da kann man jetzt, da werden wir kanzieren. Ist ja völlig klar, wir werden uns lösen von der Tatsache, dass nur der unter seinem Boden irgendwas im Boden hat, energiereich ist. Und wir werden in eine Welt kommen, wo wir unendlich viele Akteure haben, die auf der Grundlage von Technologie, Wind, Sonne und was wir sonst noch, also Hydro ist ja eigentlich auch so ein Bodenrohstoff. Und das eröffnet natürlich eine ganz andere Diversifizierung weltweit. Das eröffnet auch eine deutlich größere Gerechtigkeit. Vielleicht jetzt mal von verschatteten Alpentälern abgesehen. Also die werden da auch nicht energiereich in der Zukunft. Aber das ist ja das, was wir momentan erleben. Wir erleben ganz viele Länder weltweit, die plötzlich sehen, dass sie mit Technologie zu Energiereichtum kommen können. Und das ist, glaube ich, ganz im Sinne auch von der Entwicklungszusammenarbeit, hier Technologien zu entwickeln, Partnerschaften zu entwickeln und damit eine Welt zu schaffen, in der wir wirklich absolut unerschöpfliche Quellen von erneuerbar erzeugtem Strom haben. Und dessen Problem mit der Volatilität nehmen wir dann mit Wasserstoff und seinen Derivaten und ermöglichen den Transport und die Speicherung. Und das ist das Energiesystem der Zukunft. Lindner hat es Freiheitsenergien genannt, das kann man so sagen. Aber das ist tatsächlich, das ist ein kompletter Bruch mit allem, was wir bislang beim Thema Energie weltweit hatten. Und da wird es natürlich Widerstände geben. Ich glaube, die Fossilen werden versuchen, mit Carbon Capture und Storage ihr Produkt auch mit im Spiel zu halten, was in einer kurz- und mittelfristigen Perspektive wahrscheinlich von der Menge her auch notwendig sein wird. Aber das muss man sich klar machen. Das System der Energieerzeugung in der Welt wird sich komplett verändern. Und da hätte ich als Industrie natürlich den Wunsch, dass wir als Technologiepartner weltweit da auch für uns neue Wertschöpfungen entwickeln können. Und wir waren jetzt gerade in Australien, da war auch Siemens Energy dabei, da waren, glaube ich, 5 Unternehmen aus Deutschland dabei, die alle Elektrolyse machen. Ich will jetzt kein System hier promoten. Also da ist unfassbar viel Musik auch für die Zukunft drin und es zahlt auf Klimaneutralität, aber auch auf globale Gerechtigkeit ein.
Also hochspannend. Wir haben jetzt praktisch die Redundanz, die wir haben müssen, die Flexibilität, Freiheit und Globalität auf den Märkten. Das ist ein Paradigmenwechsel ganz sicher und auch eine Zukunftsvision ein Stück weit. Und bei Zukunft, Frau Dr. Westphal, sind Sie ja auch gefragt, aber gleichzeitig hatten Sie ja auch Partner für den grünen Wasserstoff, für die Erzeugung Russland, Ukraine, die ihn jetzt wegbrechen. Wie ist das vor diesem Hintergrund jetzt? Müssen Sie umsteuern oder hatten Sie von Anfang an sich so flexibel da aufgestellt in der Branche, dass das jetzt relativ einfach ist, da zu überbrücken, mit neuen Partnern anders zusammenzuarbeiten?
Also erstmal, glaube ich, sind die Punkte sehr, sehr wichtig, die gemacht worden sind, und die würde ich auch noch mal unterstreichen. Wir gehen in eine ganz andere Energiewelt, die technologiegetrieben ist, die auch viel stärker Handelspartnerschaften, Technologiepartnerschaften umfasst, als so das klassische Modell einer One-Way-Energiepartnerschaft, wo man dann die Interdependenz nur am Rückfluss der Finanzen misst. Also es wird sehr, sehr viel gleich verteilter, auch über die Wertschöpfungskette hinweg, und insofern finde ich das auch einen ganz wichtigen Punkt, dass wir da Entwicklungspartnerschaften und Wachstumspartnerschaften haben. Und es unterstreicht auch, glaube ich, für Deutschland nochmal den Punkt, dass wir nicht Wasserstoff und Derivate immer nur in Anführungszeichen unter dem Rahmen Energiewende diskutieren sollten, sondern wirklich als Teil der großen Industrietransformation, vor der wir stehen. Weil dann wird auch nochmal deutlich, dass wir eigentlich sowas wie so einen großen Big Bang brauchen, wie wir es am Anfang der europäischen Integration hatten mit der EGKS, mit der Europäischen Gemeinschaft für Kohle und Stahl. Sowas braucht man jetzt nochmal für die saubere Energieversorgung, für die energieintensiven Industrien, die wie Stahl ja auch eine geopolitische, geostrategische Bedeutung haben, dass man auch Wertschöpfung hier hält. Und da muss man nochmal gucken, was sind wichtige Zweige, die man hier halten muss in Europa. Also das ist, glaube ich, sehr, sehr wichtig zu sehen. Und dann der Punkt der Diversifizierung und aber auch eines Marktgeschehens, weil Sie haben angesprochen, ich arbeite ja jetzt bei der H2 Global Stiftung, und da ist ja eine Logik, wirklich früh nicht nur die Technologie anzustoßen, indem man die regulatorischen Risiken erstmal rausnimmt über Langfristverträge auf der Ankaufsseite, sondern vor allen Dingen auch schon so einen Vorsprung, so ein Leapfrogging in den Handel zu machen, um ein möglichst großes Level Playing Field schnell zu haben. Und das hat dann Benefits eben nicht nur für Entwicklungs- und Schwellenländer, die wir, glaube ich, sehr, sehr gut in den Blick nehmen müssen, sondern eben auch für die zentrale Wasserstofferzeugung hier. Und warum sage ich, wir müssen Entwicklungs- und Schwellenländer auch sehr in den Blick nehmen, weil wir natürlich zu Recht jetzt auch auf Afrika gucken und sagen, das ist auch die neue Partnerschaft, die gefordert ist, Europa, Afrika in der größeren Region, auch mit dem Nahen Osten. Und weil letztendlich die geoökonomische Position Deutschlands und der EU wird genau davon abhängen, wie gut wir auch die Nachbarschaft positiv an uns und nachhaltig an uns binden und da gemeinsame Wertschöpfung generieren, weil einfach andere Regionen wie China oder USA nochmal sehr, sehr viel größere Märkte, sehr viel größere Skaleneffekte auch machen können und zum Teil auch schnellere, pragmatischere regulatorische Wege gehen. Und das wäre eigentlich mein Punkt. Wir reden sehr, sehr viel von den Möglichkeiten. Wir haben auch schon sehr, sehr stark die Ambitionsziele benannt, auch politisch, wenn ich jetzt denke, nochmal von 5 Gigawatt auf 10 Gigawatt Elektrolyseursleistung bis 2030. Aber wir erwarten von der Industrie auch und die Politik große Investitionen jetzt zu stemmen, ohne dass eigentlich der Markt bereitet ist, ohne dass der regulatorische Rahmen besteht. Also das ist für mich noch ein Punkt, der extrem wichtig ist, im Blick zu halten und der dann letztendlich auch unsere Wettbewerbsfähigkeit und die Technologieführerschaft, die Herr Lösch angesprochen hat, für Europa massiv mitbestimmen wird.
Vielen Dank, Frau Westphal. Frau Brehm, wir haben ja jetzt über verschiedenste Energieträger schon gesprochen, die vermutlich eine ganze Weile alle parallel existieren werden für uns. Dann gibt es ja aber auch noch das Thema der Transmission. Also irgendwie muss die Energie ja dann auch noch zu uns gelangen. Und das ist ja ganz klar eine Ihrer Aufgaben, Ihr Steckenpferd. Wo sehen Sie denn aktuell da die größten Herausforderungen beim Thema Netzausbau? Technisch und vielleicht auch schon angesprochenes Thema geopolitisch.
Also zunächst, Frau Westphal, was mir sehr gut gefällt, ist, dass Sie den Begriff der Energiewende breiter fassen und von Industrietransformation sprechen. Das hat mir sehr gut gefallen, nehme ich auch mit als Punkt, der mich inspiriert, das vor dem Hintergrund des massiven Netzausbaus zu denken, den wir vor uns haben. Und das ist auch mein erster Punkt. Um die ambitionierten Ziele, also den Anteil der erneuerbaren Energien im Netz Netz zu realisieren, den wir uns als Land gesteckt haben, haben wir unter anderem 7.500 Kilometer Netz zu erneuern, zu erweitern und zu modernisieren. Und dazu ist es erforderlich, es gibt verschiedene Hebel, die wir bedienen können, um diese Beschleunigung möglich zu machen. Ein Beispiel, das ich Ihnen geben möchte, ist die Standardisierung von Komponenten, die wir brauchen für den Netzausbau, beispielsweise Transformatoren oder Konverter oder auch Kabel. Das kann eine Gemeinschaftsleistung sein aus Industrieunternehmen und Netzbetreibern. Ein zweiter Punkt, den ich gerne machen würde, sind planbare und auch beschleunigte Genehmigungsverfahren und Prozesse. Wäre eine Rahmenbedingung, die uns sehr hilft, auch zur Beschleunigung des Netzausbaus beizutragen. Ein zweiter Punkt ist die Resilienz, wurde auch schon angesprochen. Ich würde gerne 2 Punkte dazu machen. Zum einen Resilienz des Netzes bezüglich Cybersecurity und Cyberattacken und zum anderen die Berücksichtigung des Hochspannungsnetzes als kritische Infrastruktur von nationalem Interesse. Und es gibt Gesetze, die vor kurzem in einer Novelle auf den Weg gebracht wurden, die berücksichtigen oder die ermöglichen, auch Hochspannungsnetz als kritische Infrastruktur zu sehen und im Falle einer Sicherheitsgefährdung auch Hersteller von Equipment auszuschließen, die nicht zu geostrategischen Partnern unseres Landes gehören und damit Sicherheitsrisiken zu mitigieren und überhaupt nicht entstehen zu lassen. Ein dritter Punkt, den ich noch machen will, weil es auch eins meiner Herzensangelegenheiten ist, im Hochspannungsnetz finden Sie Schaltanlagen. Hochspannungsschaltanlagen, die mit einem sehr starken Treibhausgas isoliert sind, SF6. Und 1 Kilo SF6 entspricht in der Schädlichkeit etwa 25 Tonnen CO2 und hat eine Lebensdauer in der Atmosphäre von 3200 Jahren. Und das ist einerseits sehr schädlich und schlecht für unser Klima. Andererseits möchte ich auch dafür sensibilisieren, dass Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeiter von Netzbetreibern, aber auch von uns und Menschen mit diesem Gas umgehen. Und daher begrüße ich es persönlich sehr, dass die Europäische Kommission einen sehr ambitionierten Ausphasungsplan vorgelegt hat. Und es ist Fakt, dass wir heute bereits in der Lage sind, klimaneutrales Equipment in Hochspannungsnetze einzubauen.
Frau Brehm, ich würde gern noch mal beim Netzausbau bleiben. Sie verfügen ja wirklich da über große Expertise und sind auch, haben Sie mir erzählt, heute Morgen noch im Werk gewesen. Also auch nicht nur Büro und Panel, sondern da, wo die Energie gemacht wird. Aber jetzt mal von Deutschland weggeschaut. Wir haben Afrika eben schon erwähnt. Dort ist Ihr Unternehmen auch aktiv. Und mich würde mal interessieren, die stabile Energieversorgung in einigen afrikanischen Ländern ist mit Sicherheit schon lange ein Thema, beschäftigt dort schon viele Jahre die Menschen. Auch wenn der Kontinent über riesige Potenziale natürlich verfügt. Aber was sind denn da die drängenden Aufgaben, die sich auch die Siemens Energy vielleicht stellt vor Ort?
Sehr klar Ausbau der Netzinfrastruktur. Ja, also das Übertragungsnetz in Afrika ist meistens im Land in Form einer zentralen Linie gebaut und afrikanische Länder sind sehr häufig nicht miteinander vernetzt. Also das bedeutet, ein Energieaustausch und ein Energiehandel kann nicht stattfinden. Und ich möchte Ihnen anhand eines Beispiels, nämlich Nigeria, das bevölkerungsstärkste Land in der Region Westafrika, ich möchte ein Beispiel geben, wie wir als Unternehmen mit unserem Partner der Siemens AG im Rahmen der Presidential Power Initiative der nigerianischen Regierung unterstützen, ein stabiles Stromnetz aufzubauen. Wir tun das in 3 Phasen. Und das es eben ermöglicht, eine Interkonnektivität herzustellen, aber eben auch erneuerbare Energien, aber auch grünen Wasserstoff zu berücksichtigen und damit eine Stabilität zu gewährleisten und natürlich die volkswirtschaftliche Entwicklung Nigerias und der angrenzenden Länder zu unterstützen.
Nigeria, Herr Lösch, ist ja jetzt schon öfter genannt worden, zusammen mit anderen Staaten, Algerien, Namibia, die vielleicht in Zukunft auch eine Rolle spielen könnten als Energielieferanten. Glauben Sie, dass wir unseren Energieengpass so lösen können über Partnerschaften in Afrika? Ich meine, Sie haben angesprochen, wir müssen global denken. Ist das ein realistisches Szenario?
Also ich könnte jetzt beliebig lange Listen machen. Südamerika, wie gesagt, ich war gerade in Australien, Ozeanien, Afrika, aber natürlich auch Länder wie Kasachstan oder andere haben große Möglichkeiten hier. Ich glaube, wir müssen es ein bisschen anders sehen. Wir müssen sehen, dass wir weltweit, sage ich mal, auch mit Beispielen Möglichkeiten schaffen, dass weltweit Unternehmer, Unternehmerinnen beginnen, in diese Zukunftstechnologien auch sich reinzubegeben. Das ist mit Australien jetzt einfacher, weil das ein hochentwickeltes Land ist. Aber dort kann ich sehr schnell natürlich auch Beispiele entwickeln oder Projekte entwickeln. Aber wir haben zum Beispiel über Land der Ideen ja ein Projekt mit der AWE auch, Agile, junge, afrikanische, junge deutsche Unternehmer. Und da ist das Interesse an diesem Thema Energieunternehmen riesig groß. Und ich glaube, da müssen wir echt auch ansetzen, dass wir mit Technologien, mit Know-how auch jungen Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmern in all diesen Entwicklungs- und Schwellenländern Möglichkeiten geben, dort aufzusetzen. Weil wir werden keine afrikanische Kupferplatte bauen können, das wird nicht passieren. Aber man kann natürlich in Afrika unfassbar interessante, dezentrale Off-Grid-Lösungen sich auch vorstellen. Aber wenn die Alternativen sich nicht rechnen, dann gehen die doch wieder hin und bohren.
Ja, also Afrika, Herr Wimmer, und da der aufstrebende junge Energiesektor, da ist das BMZ ja sehr aktiv. Gibt viele gute Beispiele schon, denke ich. Die Frage ist jetzt, wenn wir dort auch andere Arten von einer Zusammenarbeit haben mit afrikanischen Ländern, könnte das unser Verhältnis da grundlegend ändern zu einigen der Akteure? Und wie vermeiden wir da, dass neue Abhängigkeiten entstehen, die wir ja jetzt gesehen haben, sich bitter rächen können?
Ja, erstmal glaube ich, dass die Partnerländer im globalen Süden unsere gemeinsame Analyse, die ich jetzt von allen gehört habe, dass es zu einer massiven geostrategischen Transformation gerade kommt, teilen. Und diese geostrategische Transformation ist ja eingebettet in eine sozialökologische Transformation, das ist zumindest das, was wir als Werteangebot aus Europa machen, in eine digitale Transformation, wo wir in Europa vielleicht nicht so wahnsinnig toll aufgestellt sind im Vergleich zu anderen Playern auf den Märkten. Und unsere Partnerländer schauen ja genau, mit wem will ich denn Geschäft machen? Wer hilft mir denn am meisten? Wer investiert am meisten? Wer ist vor Ort? Mit wem ist es am einfachsten, Business zu machen? Wer bietet mir über die Firma oder die Produktionsstätte, die irgendwo in den Sand gesetzt wird, vielleicht auch noch das entsprechende Umfeld dazu, die Bildungssysteme, die Transportwege, die Lieferketten, die Handelserleichterungen, die Finanzströme und so weiter. Und auf diesem neu ausgehandelten globalen Markt muss sich Deutschland und Europa neu bewähren. Und wenn wir jetzt auf den Energiesektor schauen, reden wir in Wirklichkeit ja nicht nur über den Energiesektor, sondern da redet man über Landwirtschaft, E-Agriculture, da redet man über Industrie 4.0, da redet man über Verkehr, Mobilität, Smart Mobility. Alle diese Branchen und Sektoren sind enorm energieabhängig. Das oft mit steigenden Bevölkerungszahlen kombiniert führt zu deutlich erhöhten Energiebedarfen. Und wer da das beste Angebot machen kann auf dem weltweiten Markt, ob das China ist, ob das vielleicht sogar Russland oder der Diktator nebendran ist, Amerika oder hoffentlich Europa, das ist die Frage, die wir gemeinsam beantworten müssen. Und da sitzen wir alle im selben Boot. Ja? Da gibt es auch keinen Widerstreit, glaube ich, zwischen Wissenschaft und Wirtschaft und Politik und unserer Bevölkerung. Denn das haben wir jetzt alle erlebt. Wenn die Lieferketten reißen und da reicht ein Schiff im Suezkanal, dann gibt es halt die Chips nicht mehr, also die für die Computer, und dann funktioniert die Autoproduktion nicht mehr und dann habe ich plötzlich unglaubliche Kosten für mein Gebrauchtauto, wenn ich eins kaufen will. Da ist ja da bindet sich das wieder zurück in die Realität.
Ganz herzlichen Dank. Die Zeit ist leider schon rum und ich verabrede mich jetzt mal mit Ihnen hier für nächstes Jahr an dieser Stelle. Ich glaube, wir könnten da trefflich weiter diskutieren. Ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau Dr. Westphal, dass Sie dabei waren. Herr Lösch, Frau Brehm, Herr Wimmer. Herzlichen Dank im Namen der Agentur für Wirtschaft und Entwicklung und bis zum nächsten Mal.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the program after the break. Nice to see you again. I hope we can use the time to go through some of these thoughts we've thrown up about digitization, transformation, digital sovereignty, and all of this can be distilled. Oh, with this microphone, it sounds as if I've got a lisp. Never mind. Distilled. It can be distilled. And what it can be distilled to is the word modernization. That's what we're going to talk about. How quick should it go? How quick can it go? Where do we stand? Where are we being stuck on the path to modernization? And we have three panelists with us who I kindly invite to join me on the stage. Let's see whether we get the link to our fourth participant. Nice to see you, Ms. Herold, Mr. Mal. So, I would like to talk about modernization and red tape reduction, and I will discuss it with the following panelists. First, I would like to welcome remotely linked via stream Dr. Markus Söder, the Premier of the Free State of Bavaria. Welcome to you. And what a wonderful background you have. Mountains and the lake. That looks a good start in the afternoon. And on our side, we also have somebody from Berlin. What a change. That is Daniel Schmidt, member of the German Industry Standards Institute. And we have the managing director of DELO, providing and manufacturing industrial glues and sizings. I have learned you've got 8 to 10 credit card chips are sealed in with your glue, so we carry it in our pockets. Thank you. And just on the side, she's a pioneer for the reduction of bureaucracy. But I'll give you the floor later, then you can correct everything I've said which is wrong. And to my side, I have also to welcome Dr. Robert Meyer, CEO of DATEV from Nuremberg, the largest software cooperative in Germany, working for accountants, chartered accountants, and in controlling somebody who has a really good idea of the medium-sized business world. Thank you for being with us. Ms. Herold, I didn't want to do the wrong thing, but you don't see yourself as a pioneer? Because that would have been my first question. Do we need a decade of modernization? Do we need an agenda, a clear focus on what needs to be done, otherwise nothing happens? Well, I can't call myself a pioneer in red tape reduction. That would be up to politics. I'm an observer, and what I observe isn't all that much. I always say, well, reduction of bureaucracy. I'm already happy if there isn't even more bureaucracy. That's already good. Everybody talking about a Bureaucracy Relief Act. I don't really see that happening. I've looked at this, and there were 30 items listed which are supposed to be good, and I looked at what's relevant for me. Of the 30, there were five items where I said, well, right, and one which concerns the formalities on the tax-relevant documents you have to keep, and I thought, gosh, you're calling that a bureaucracy relief? So I don't really see that there is a genuine reduction in bureaucracy. I'm perhaps the one who talks about it. So one in, one out is supposed to be the rule. In other words, one bureaucratic rule is invented, another one is abolished. Yeah, that was the 30. When you looked at them, I thought one was fine, the rest was not relevant. And let me repeat, if I have to do what I always had to do, but I'm now allowed to do it in digital form, that's not bureaucratic relief. Sorry about this, that's normal these days. So the question is directly to you. This in-out rule would exclude EU, international agreements, Constitutional Court, European Court of Justice, and all of these things coming from there. So there are lots and lots of exceptions. So it's not really that sharp a knife in the drawer of bureaucracy. You're absolutely right about that. And hello to everyone. I just see this huge camera arm here. I can hardly recognize you. It's as if you've got, something in front of you, like a wooden plank, or in this case steel, but that's a bit like what we're talking about. Everybody wants to reduce bureaucracy, yet we add to it every year. And you are right, it's too much, it's too difficult, too complicated, and gets worse every day. When I was a young Minister of Finance, way back in Bavaria, I got more than 150,000 pages of administrative rules in tax administration which are shredded. I thought that's a great idea. Resolution. The amazing thing is nobody noticed 1 year later because so many new rules had been added since. We have a sort of break on new laws. It's the same thing, but you see, there are so many new rulings, there are so many new ordinances and regulations, so things keep getting added. And ultimately, this overarching bureaucracy is a problem of thinking. On the one hand, people distrust freedom, including freedom of companies, freedom of business, because it basically means they can't do their job. And secondly, it's a misunderstood idea of what the state really is about. I think the state can put guardrails in place, like driving along the motorway. But if you put up new rules all the time and put down more and more signposts or invent new ones, what you end up with is a traffic chaos. And truth is that Germany is in an over-regulation situation where there is an excess of it, which is a paralyzing effect. In the digital field, it even concerns some data protection. I'm all in favor of privacy, but some of our data protection laws means that we are not getting the right impetus in many digital questions. And second, approval processes, which are infinitely long. The German government has promised to accelerate for renewable energy, but if you look more closely, it's the same compromise we know already, which will lead to lots of delays. And thirdly, we don't have uniformity among the approval authorities because approval is basically diversified in so many areas. We need to have one system, one ruling for everyone, and should be the same authorities for everyone. But generally, you're right, too many, too strict rules always throw back to the past, and sadly, I must say, it's not getting any better. It paralyzes the country, particularly now that we're facing a new type of competition, which shows us how difficult the times will get. So, Mr. Söder has made a clear point. And he wants to do something about it, at least sort of on the small scale, well, in large Bavaria. But you, Mr. Mayer, I introduced you as the guy who really knows the medium-sized business. What's the most urgent thing in IT that you can do? So does it have to go towards digitization, acceleration of approval processes, as Mr. Söder said, or maybe towards data protection privacy? Do you need to ease up there? What might things easier? Answer is yes. Well, in all the points you mentioned, you are right. And I think to avoid answering in too much detail, that would be wrong. So let me just tell you one or two things I'd like to focus on. On the one hand, I can tell you that the very, very first thing we need is digitization, a radical type of digitization. not new, but it would be really nice if finally it would happen. I'll give you one example which allows you to really understand and which illustrates what I'm talking about. Online Access Act, OZG in German, one of my favorite ones. I can be critical because Bavaria is right in the forefront of these things, and I'm saying this because it actually is true. But on the other hand, I've got to dilute the cup of joy a bit, because what does Online Access Act really mean? So let's go back and explain it. The idea is that administrative services can be digitally accessed. So at first glance, that's a pretty good idea. So you would say until the 31st of December 2022, it's going to be implemented. The first thing that happens is you shift the target date. Now it looks like, well, it won't happen, so it's already been moved to 2025. That's one problem. The second is, if you're looking at what gets digitized, well, basically, we're talking about front-end digitization. In other words, the immediate contact to the local authority, to the administration, and all the processes in the background are very much old school, in part at least, and even sort of typical of the Prussian sense of administration. And I think, therefore, it's very important that the processes behind it should be attacked as well. That's interesting, by the way. Suggestion to Mr. Söder, we can see you all the time. Well, I'm very pleased about that. Yes, and we're happy that you enjoy the strawberries you've been noshing. They look really delicious. Bavarian strawberries. I can only recommend them. So, a little PR on the side. Thank you for that. Now, Mr. Schmidt, the Online Access Act was a brilliant idea. We, standardize. That should be nice for you from the Standards Institute. We even put a number on it, 175 by 2022. That the date has been shifted. Let's leave that aside. Well, I'm always happy if we can do standards, because I can think standardization is to be preferred over regulation. That's what I've heard all day. Less regulation, leave it to the market to push things forward. I think I stopped counting when the word standards was mentioned 10 times. What it shows is what the challenge is, and that we need to face up to it when it comes to standardizing the challenges we're facing. I think I can say, when we're talking about disruptions we've already experienced and probably will experience in the future, we would like to wish some of the normality back. The word normality already has the word norm in it, and I think it is up to us to shape the normality of the future. And that's what norming means. Norming means the rules of the game for industry, for public administration, civil society, as I said. And standardization, setting norms, isn't something which comes from the government. It's the entities concerned shape their own framework. And the same is true for the Online Access Act and all the issues addressed therein. It's a wonderful act. It's not just called Online Access Act, OZG in German. It's actually called Law on Improving Online Access to Administrative Services. Isn't that wonderful? And I'm sure you believe in it. Well, we have to be clear about this. This is a federal country. And if our state as a whole doesn't even say, well, let's finish the federalism here with this law. Some local authorities have started things. Bavaria isn't doing that badly, but it doesn't help me. If I move from one city to the next, things don't work anymore. We have to have uniformity here. That brings us back to standardization. The same things have to apply to everyone. And somebody has to take responsibility and say, it's got to be done by 2022. If companies have certain legal frameworks to fulfill, and there is non-compliance, politics shout and say there should be a criminal code for companies doing this, and if politicians don't do it, ... I'm not finishing that sentence. Why don't they do something? Why don't they do something? Mr. Söder, that really brings me to you. The Online Access Act, as we will now call it, as we've just heard from Ms. Herold, it's not that badly handled in Bavaria. The 575 services that are supposed to be made available for citizens, I think you've got 200 of them online access, but it's still 6 months. It's going to be difficult. As far as I know, we are either ranking second or third in implementation with 16 states. That's not all that bad. But the core problem is actually a different one. The Online Access Act is only a first step. What we have done, and which other states are trying to do as well, I mean, we are a country which is a territorial state. I mean, if you want to have fast internet, it's easy if you're a major city. It's difficult in the countryside. But we are leading because we've massively implemented that. 10 years ago we started when there was still a Minister for Digital Infrastructure. Now we're seeing that things are being removed. Government has now said 10 megabytes is the speed you need. 10 megabit, I mean, that's not even a sort of horse-drawn carriage when you compare it to a car. It's like an assembly line or a conveyor belt. So we need to do more. First, we need faster standardization and more opportunities. Second, we also need more staff, people who actually do the implementation. We are competing with Mr. Mayer and many others for the brightest heads and minds. That's why we have to improve things here. In Bavaria, we did an agenda for top progress, for digitization and all the things that go along with it. We also wanted to have 10 new study courses, more people for computer science in order to provide the basis. And another thing is also important, namely we need to work on solving the interface problem. With the Online Access Act, we had a problem during COVID, you remember probably. How about digitally collating the data? Many people were complaining that the health authorities used faxes. Why is that? Because you could do the implementation, but the federal portal interface didn't work. And as a result, everybody transmitted the data in the old-fashioned way. So we need to have a uniform and holistic approach. And the biggest challenge is that we should adapt economic processes for the government. I've tried for 10 years, even when I was a very young minister, I tried to make things uniform. Every authority has its own little system and is proud of it. That's what we talked about with standards. You have to decide in favor of a particular procedure, then we need to do it together, enforce it and implement it. And not with every little mobile phone pylon. We don't really need a pressure group that is then coordinated via SMS, and they always oppose everything. And the same is true for power lines or any kind of energy plant. So it's very important. So when we're talking about implementing processes, we also need implementation with speed. And we're not saying no participation of the citizens, but more efficient. Otherwise, we paralyze development on the site. And if I may add that, we did a program on setting up radio towers for mobile telephony in order to start with 5G after 4G. You cannot believe it. And even though we pay 80% of it, many small-scale mayors are worried because they're afraid of little demonstrations in their place. That's one of these problems we need to solve and improve and be more committed. Mr. Haas of Telefonica was in one of our panels earlier, and he said, I think 220 days until one of these radio towers is put up, and you need to still submit documents in paper form. You're probably not surprised. I see you're not moving a muscle, so you don't seem surprised at all. Because you're dealing a lot with the authorities, and you probably know where the problems are, where the distortions are between companies which may already have digitized and the administrative courts and finance authorities haven't. Well, we've heard a few buzzwords which I find quite interesting, which move me to go from the other side. Corporate identities, that's one of the interesting subjects, because we're talking about this in terms of inefficiencies, and we could really make a leap ahead. It's normal for every citizen to have an ID card, which they can use to open an account, because they can legitimize themselves by having an ID card. Even for companies, there is something, but no counterpart. So yes, we've created corporate identities that give companies the opportunity to identify vis-à-vis the local authority, the administration, where a service or an exchange is to be affected. I think it would be a major jump ahead so that the inefficiencies I talked about could be termed a thing of the past, if such corporate identities could also be used for exchanges between companies. And I tell you, quite obviously, in Bavaria, you've got Google. There was once a prime minister who said, well, they're in Nuremberg. I remember these things. I always store that. That is sort of cemented in my brain. But we are always surprised why no really big companies, I gave you one, I could use several others. I mean, The federal principles Ms. Herold pointed at is a bit of an obstacle. I'm a great advocate of federalism, but digitization has shown us that maybe in federalism we need to rethink what federalism is about. I'll give you one example from us at DATEV. When we launch our new local IT products in the market, we sometimes have to have them recertified in the different German states. It's not enough to have it done at the federal level once. So we need to go through certification in every single state if we're unlucky. Now, maybe I'm the representative and CEO of a big company, and I might find it a bit easier to do so because we have the resources. But that's a bit of a market entry barrier. Because I said earlier, some of these barriers and obstacles need to be eliminated so that the efficiencies which do exist can be made tangible. Ms. Herold, I saw you. Well, I see you all the time. No, I'm looking at you, but now I would like, before I talk to you, to have Mr. Schmidt take the floor briefly. We've heard norms are important, are needed so that matters can be simplified, particularly matters that keep cropping up. So you could put up a radiator without having a special building plan drawn up. How can you cut these things short, or are you without any hope? I think on the one hand, you don't need opposing legal regulations. We see that all the time. That really needs to be simplified and focused. Standards can do this. Standards focus, standards provide orientation and support when it comes to formulating what the legal requirements are. But we are not the state. They're not any sort of desk officers from ministries drafting these, but it's experts from business and industry who are sitting around a table and to thresh out the relevant issues. And I think that's what really matters. It's up to us to shape the rules which will govern our future. We shouldn't leave it to the state in Germany, but above all, not to states in Asia or in the US. They don't wait. They are very closely in alignment with each other. There's entrepreneur A, entrepreneur B, and they're also in cahoots with representatives from different countries. I'm not saying I'm in favor of introducing an authoritarian system, Asian style. I'm not advocating that, but we do need closer alignment between business and politics. And that has to happen in advance, before we write things on paper, before we standardize. Before we do that, we need to know which direction we're going to go in. So the government should have very clear guardrails put in place, and it's up to business then to do what's necessary inside. Ms. Herold is nodding. It's definitely your turn. I want to give it a slight spin. I've heard that you're a one-woman PR agency, as I've sort of introduced you a bit. You once said, please come here, politicians, look at what we're doing and see this madness. Well, we can't come to you, so share with us what it's about. The A1 posting authority. Well, there are so many bureaucratic obstacles, but there was one. Just the VAT registration ID, because the state feels that people defraud the state for tax, and so every company has to check every day whether the number is correct or whether Osama bin Laden, who probably doesn't order with Klarna, is somebody who's on the terrorism suspect list or not. That's all nuts. You do your homework, we do ours. We make our money with industrial glues and sizings. So why should I be the extended arm of the state? That's what I call bureaucracy. Or we talked about approval processes. I'd like to see a bit more commitment on the part of politics here. It sounded fantastic. We will halve approval processes. Well, thank you very much for this less than concrete statement. What exactly does that mean? My famous example is the ILO cycle path. That cycle path has been planned for 6 years, still hasn't been authorized, by the way. So 6 years for a cycle path, which is 3 kilometers from our company until you can reach the ESPA. And every possible stakeholder is asked, and there is the, I don't know, some mouse or some coating or some other creature is about, you can't allow it. In the time China built a fast train rail link from Shanghai to Beijing. And I can add to that, just yesterday, almost we got it through, but the tarmac, it's black. And the so-and-so salamander gets a very hot tummy in the seat, the tar mustn't be black. Use bright one. Okay, we'll take one, a different one. But I mean, come on, we have to stop. How can we take 6 years for a psychopath? And then to have politicians tell me, you've got a plan with Tesla speed, like Mr. Musk is doing. Well, sorry about this, but Mr. Musk didn't abide to anything, comply with anything. He got partial approvals, and as a multimillionaire, it's easy for him to do reforestation of a whole forest, but we can't do that as a mid-sized business. But let's look around here. Maybe we're the idiot. We just don't dare do things. Maybe we're the ghost drivers. Perhaps we should just go ahead and say, you can F me if you like. So let's just get going, and the planning systems will follow us. If we don't do it, we will never get any speed on the road. I think you have to go and stop a revolution, Mr. Söder. Well, I think I'm more the person who does revolution than to avoid it. Oh, I invite you to join me. Always with pleasure. Let's do it. But I think in this concrete situation, I've just looked this up in advance, and I think there seems to be a sort of mix between sort of species protection. You see, I know it was a mouse, and then the town council got cold feet, withdrew it, got out of it, then it started again, and now the hunters were a bit skeptical because it was too far to a hunting designated wooded area. So there are lots of stakeholder views to be brought together. Generally speaking, I must say I agree we need to do more. I find it a real pain. It gets me really tired sometimes when I hear from civil servants, how is it going? Oh, we're at it. And when I hear we're at it, it means, oh, well, it'll come sometime in the future. And when you say, let's half approval process, that's a stupid statement without any true content. What you really have to do is the following, and let me repeat. We have an interactive, emancipatory society where citizens want to be involved, and that is right. But participation needs to be put in precise terms, and it needs to be accelerated. It should be partially digitized. There should be a time limit set. Then you need to have processes for the legal assessment. In infrastructures, it can sometimes take years before courts make a decision. As a result, that even if approval has been granted, you have other people who've moved in as residents and say, well, where we were not asked, so they start again. So we need to accelerate the participation processes, the court rulings, and must make sure we don't need an infinitesimal number of assessments from all sorts of different agencies. It makes it very, very complex. And we're talking about energy. I had a genuine hope that when it comes to the energy plants like wind power and others, which is all very complicated, but one of the main problems is always nature conservation is normally against it. 60% of all cases brought against such plants are brought by animal welfare activists or nature conservationists. And now it's beginning to change a bit. On the one hand, you have yes, we will do this. Then there are dozens of different ideas and questions, and you get more expert opinions and more expert opinions every time. So in Germany, we are actually giving more jobs to experts than people who are actually produce things, and it won't get any better as long as it is like this. I'm sorry to have to say this, but I honestly must say we are not just regulating. We are also renewing ourselves to death, if I may put it like this. At the end, nothing comes out of it, and individual companies who also have a new product or who are new somewhere, and I can see some of them, they start with something, and at the time there was nobody else who's ever done it before, and they're looking around and things happen and they get on with doing things, and that's positive. So what it means is we need more free space, and that's why I said earlier, the Nuremberg view here, you and I are of one mind here. Many of the companies, including the startups, are very different from the United States.
Was zu gründen, was umzusetzen. Und wenn sie es dann mal geschafft haben, dann kommen irgendwann alle Fragen von Brandschutz oder was weiß ich was. Und das ist schon beschwert. Und da geht es einfach nicht schnell genug. Und ein Teil der Behörden ist dann auch unterbesetzt, das muss man sagen. Und deswegen dauern Dinge unendlich lange. Und letzter Punkt, wenn Sie mir das noch gestatten. Da bei uns jeder gegen alles klagt, ganz interessante Frage, da bei uns jeder gegen alles klagt und auch jeder eine Rechtsschutzversicherung für alle Klagen hat, nutzt auch jeder dieses Recht sehr ausführlich aus. Zu was führt es, dass sehr viele Beamten ihre Ermessensentscheidungen oder auch Entscheidungen zu treffen eher vorsichtig angehen, weil sie nicht durch Gerichte ständig widerlegt werden wollen. Das engt also sozusagen zusätzlich den Spielraum für eine entscheidungsfreudige, Und jetzt auch für den Radweg beispielsweise mal einfach durchsetzungsfähige Planung.
To take quick decisions, and people just wait and wait and wait. And we can no longer afford going on like this. And now we really should make sure we accelerate procedures. One more request to you, Mr. Söder. People are nodding, but it sounds, it's the animal rights activists and nature conservationists, but you could also do something, couldn't you?
Ja, die Gesetze.
Yes, the laws for nature conservation, as you all know, usually not made in the beautiful places in Landsberg-Lech or Nuremberg or in the countryside somewhere. Oftentimes they're made in Europe and have to be implemented by Germany. So we have not much room for maneuver. Some people say it's quite nice not to have too many individual Länder-specific decisions. Also individual complaint procedures are made centrally. We must be better, but oftentimes we have those difficulties where European and federal law is too difficult. And so maybe we should look at the European level, and I'd like to have something on a European level. I think it paralyzes us in Europe to just be focused on all the details in life. And except for Germany, not all the countries are going to implement it and really control it. And that takes away many opportunities we could have in Europe. Let me come back to what you just said. Sustainability, as we have said today, is rather a topic where we build up more and more red tape. No, I mean, you look at Europe right away, and that I think is too fast. I mentioned my cycle path, but we are a chemical company, and we have our construction permitting procedures, and very often it is also the lack of knowledge of people sitting in the local authorities. We are the only chemical company in our area. The rest are machine builders, and in the south of Munich, there's more expertise regarding chemical companies. Why do I always have to explain things to everybody within the local authorities? We just think regional. Can't we bundle things, saying, okay, there's expertise over there, let the chemical company go there where the expertise is and get their permit from there. Mr. Schmidt says standards are a very important tool against climate change. Yes, absolutely. When you look at our 1.5-degree goal, it's a standard that we have set up. And how do we want to achieve this goal? How do we want to fill this standard? Everybody will do whatever he or she can? No, we should have standardized procedures. We should coordinate and harmonize things. And we should also invite stakeholders to listen to their opinion and take on board what they have to say. The government, the state, should not just regulate without listening to anyone around. And this is what our standardization procedures can offer. Standardization is good, but if you have a standard of 1,000 pages, that's totally the opposite of what we want to get. It's very difficult to operate with these standards. How can things be automated? How, as an IT provider, you can provide leaner procedures, leaner processes, so that the Commissioner for Nature Conservation that has to make sure the dormouse doesn't suffer because of a cycle path will have something to rely on. Well, I have to look at the dormouse. I don't even know how it looks like. We've talked about sustainability several times already, so let me talk about sustainability. And let me start with a paradigm. Value creation is possible without sustainability, but sustainability without value creation will be difficult to do. And that brings us into the discussion that everybody is actively involved in, and we always talked about sustainability in all the panels over the last 2 days. And you've just said automation is an important topic, and this is what I would like to focus on when talking about sustainability, and that will be my final argument for this statement. And this statement might be somewhat longer. Currently, we are looking at corporate social responsibility and try to provide a framework for it, so that the big companies, exchange-listed companies, they can implement a kind of sustainability reporting system. People discuss about whether this is greenwashing, because we do not have the standards for companies to call themselves green or not. We're currently working on that. And there I see a certain problem. In Germany, we do good things and we try to improve them, even though they're good already. Now, if we have a framework, certain companies will be excluded, especially SMEs will be excluded from very comprehensive sustainability reporting. Let me take the case of banks. They have to submit sustainability reports. And there could be a situation where the portfolio companies of the bank will also have to provide sustainability reports. And so one day, such reporting will also be required from small and medium-sized enterprises. And when I made my first statement, I said value creation is possible without sustainability, but not vice versa. What do you want to do? Do you want a small company to also provide such report? If that is rolled out, this CSR obligations, do they have, the small companies have to hire additional people to write all the reports? I mean, of course, sustainability is important, but we first of all have to remove inefficient structures instead of creating more red tape. We cannot afford it. We have 8% inflation. Prices are skyrocketing. We have stagflation, the worst thing one could say. Normally, that's the end of all discussions. So we need to generate growth. We need to generate innovation. And we also have to have a paradigm shift as far as our culture is concerned, not trying to make everything better and better. Being courageous enough to fail, maybe we should also include such a strategy. So, Dr. Söder, really throw away some of the red tape, throw away some of the rules and regulations, and be a bit more liberal. Yeah, of course, sustainability as a driver for growth is one thing. How about digitization? We need it. This standard that is to be created, that might comprise 1,000 print pages, is it important to have it? Because these are the standards that everybody should then apply. I think innovation will not be successful per se. It can only be successful if it's accepted and if there's a demand. You might have a cool idea, but as a rule, climate protection and digitization components are being developed for that, and those components will be interacting with their environment. That is to say, you need interfaces, you need compatibility standards in order to make this cool idea really work in reality. If we look at the past, what happened here in Germany and in Europe, quality was always one of the major aspects we focused on. And so this is a core competence we have in Germany, this kind of core competence for making things that are of high quality. We should also have this in the digital arena and create a good framework for such high-quality digitization. Mr. Söder, the pandemic has changed many things. We have talked about it on all the panels. We work more digitally. This is one consequence of the pandemic. And for companies, that was also an important factor for success. How about SMEs? Only every fifth SME has a digitization strategy. Why don't they pursue such strategies? Mr. Söder, you look at me as if you were shocked. So is that due to the poor internet quality? Does it have something to do with funding, or don't people understand they need such a strategy? I think
we're
we're much better off than, as statistical data tell us. We are paying a so-called digitization bonus to companies that start developing digital structures. And there we see usually two reasons why they are relatively slow. Sometimes they produce things and don't understand that digitization processes could help them create better structures and more efficient structures. Secondly, SMEs are not very fast because they want to hand over their company to the next generation. Let's take a carpenter job. The father had regional customers. They always came to him. The son is entering the company, uses digitization, produces only one piece of furniture, like wardrobes. But then he doesn't sell it regionally only, but sells it on a much wider scale and can develop new business models. So these are the reasons why SMEs are slow sometimes. And sometimes people are just afraid of the costs, and that is why we have to provide low threshold entry points by providing subsidies. We'd like to have the federal government giving similar subsidies, because as soon as you have an incentive, people would say, okay, let's do it. We have to do it anyway. We feel that, not only in terms of communication, digital communication, but also the products and services can be improved and can find a wider market on the basis of digitization. Everything becomes easier and more efficient, and you can tap a new customer potential. Mr. Meyer, you don't seem enthusiastic about the digital bonus. Or do you think it's a good idea because companies have to develop a digital mindset, so to say? I mean, our companies are too big. We are talking about the really small, medium-sized or smaller companies. And I do understand that this is an additional task, additional work, and costs a lot of money. Industrial, medium-sized companies, they are so digital already. And we are much more digital than our governments. And I already talked about digital personal HR files. They say, no, you have to keep up the paperwork. Why? Why do we always get some additional requirements from our authorities so that I have to keep all the paperwork, although I don't need it anymore because I can store HR information digitally? When we talk about very small companies, for them, a digitization bonus might help, but for us as the industrial, medium-sized sector, we are much more advanced than that. And digitization, at the end of the day, doesn't cost much. It costs a lot of money, and you need well-paid and highly qualified labor. It's a lot of work in order to have a secure digital company environment. But maybe it's crossing the threshold that's difficult. People are usually complaining as soon as a new software comes in. Mr. Söder, you nodded your head. How about you? Yes, it's really true. As you said, very small companies find it very difficult to become digital. And of course, the bigger companies, for them, it's not a question anymore. It's a process chain, and they have the structures in place for digitization. But of course, there are many smaller companies. It's like the Online Access Act. Small municipalities, a very small administration, they find it difficult to implement digital services. And of course, doing it once is not enough. Digitization does not just mean buying the software and launch it. It's a lot of time and maintenance work, and you have to have the qualified personnel and the up-and-coming generation of administrators that is well-versed in digital services. How about the status quo bias? Where people say, no, let's continue the way we always did. And do you think that's a typical problem with companies? What we have noted during the last 2 pandemic years, it was very difficult for the small companies because they were fighting for survival. Digital transformation is a topic that was not their top priority. And it's important to add one more thing, and since we have a representative of DIN, let me say standardization is the basic prerequisite for automation, and we need automation in order to come to terms with one important topic, the deficit of skilled labor, the shortage of skilled labor. Automation will help to counteract this shortage. And then automation plus artificial intelligence, that would be really the best situation where we can overcome so many obstacles. So we talked about artificial intelligence. We had mentioned this word AI on every panel. How about the blockchain? Mr. Schmidt, you're active as far as blockchains are concerned.
Was kann das sozusagen beitragen?
Could that be a contribution to a better world? Well, basically, it's a topic among many other digital topics. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, quantum computing. Here we work together with other standardization organizations. We developed a standardization roadmap for artificial intelligence that provides some yardstick for the governments. They can look at the rules that are already adopted in order to develop more efficient processes. That will help us to shape our future. Status quo, shouldn't we stay as we are? I don't think. The normal situation that we are used to is no longer going to be the same in the future, so we have to shape something new. Mr. Schmidt, thank you very much. That is a good closing word. We talked about hybrid clouds, the Dormouse, bicycle path, and digitization. And we talked about very good Bavarian strawberries. We like to have some strawberries now, all of us. We're going to come and visit you to eat some strawberries with you. Thanks to all our panelists. Thanks for giving us such a lot of insights. Thank you.
Vielen Dank an Eva. Vielen Dank an die Gäste.
Thank you, Eva. Thanks to our panelists. It is now a special pleasure for me to announce a very special woman, and I'm going to switch to English to be polite.
Welcome on stage Mickey Adriaansens from the Netherlands. She is the Minister of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy. We're very happy to have her here, especially since the Netherlands have set themselves some very ambitious and also very interesting goals. By 2050, the country basically wants to be able to do without new raw materials. And of course, we're all very eager to find out how this can happen. So I would like to welcome her on stage, and I would like to thank her for letting us be part of this journey of how the Netherlands becomes more independent.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start by thanking the organization and organizers of today's event. For me, as Dutch Minister of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy, it's wonderful to be here in Germany. Because Germany is not only our most important trading partner, it is also a prime example of how to build innovative, efficient industry. And it is vital that we as neighbors work together and with the rest of Europe in order to understand each other better and create a better future, both for Europe as a whole as for our own countries. It is a future in which we as countries and together as the European Union can make our own choices about how we want to structure our economy and our society. Events like this play an important role in that regard. And we can learn a great deal from one another about access to financing, for instance, or about how to increase the sustainability of large-scale energy users. But at the same time, We are all navigating along our own paths where we encounter challenges and opportunities. Because, as everyone here knows, innovation never comes without any hiccups. They come along the way, sometimes in a large amount. In the Netherlands, for example, we want women entrepreneurs to be able to access funding as easily as their male counterparts. And this should already be the case, but unfortunately it is not. And we try to figure out why that is. Maybe we can learn from Germany. We also want to be able to ensure that valuable knowledge from laboratories or lecture halls finds its way to the private sector. And that also does not go without hiccups, thereby speeding up innovation in areas like photonics or quantum technology. And one example of this is the Quantum Delta Netherlands program, supported by the National Growth Fund. Through this fund, the government is investing 20 billion euros between 2021 and 2025 in programs that support sustainable economic growth. And within the Quantum Delta NL program, we call it, public and private parties work together to transform the world of information and communication technology. And this also involves working with the European Quantum Flagship Initiative. All of this shows that cooperation within national and international borders is vital. Many European countries have complementary expertise which can help bring about innovation even faster. Take, for instance, the semiconductor industry in the Netherlands and Germany, and the company ASML. Thanks to the innovative strength of this Dutch company and the indispensable knowledge of German bright minds, cutting-edge chip manufacturing machines can be made that are truly ahead of their time. And that's why I want to keep stimulating and expanding the cooperation on innovation between our countries, wherever I can. And it's also the reason the German-Dutch Innovation and Technology Pact was signed in 2021. And another great example of our cooperation is the Delta Corridor. This project, initiated by the private sector but supported by the government, proposes a bundle of pipelines connecting the port of Rotterdam, the Camelot industrial complex in the south of the Netherlands, and North Rhine-Westphalia. In order to achieve sufficient volume, Germany's involvement is vital. Industrial clusters in the Netherlands and Germany can use the Delta Corridor to take big steps forward in terms of sustainability. This can be the beginning of a European network for circular raw materials. And it's vital that we work together as partners and neighbors to make this happen. And at the same time, I also want to look to like-minded countries beyond Europe. Because when it comes to knowledge development and innovation, the Netherlands has good relationship with a range of countries, including the US, Japan, India, Taiwan, and South Korea. And these strong ties are something I want to maintain too, because it's not just the Netherlands and not just Europe facing major challenges, major transitions in sustainability, energy, and digitalization, because it's the whole world. And these global transitions go beyond borders, and so too must the solutions. And together with our foreign parties and our foreign partners, we can more effectively tackle social challenges at national and at global level. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that Europe can play a key role in the well-being and prosperity of all its citizens. And we can keep what is good and make it even better, despite geopolitical developments and international competition, provided we work together. And the global semiconductor market is going from strength to strength, but we must make significant investment if we want to protect Europe's position in this sector. But Europe cannot do it alone. We must work with our partners in the US and Asia if we want to gain a substantial share of this crucial value chain. And that is something I look forward to discussing with you in more detail. Thank you very much.
Stehen wir? Thank you very much. We look forward to the discussion. I would like to ask you to join us here in the seating area, and I would also like to ask all the other participants to join us up here on stage. Charles Vaillant, Dr. Kreber, who is in exchange. Sure, it was very important. Thank you very much for your keynote, and I have a few questions I just wrote down for Dr. Kreber and for Charles Vaillant. Dr. Kreber, who is the CEO of the German energy company RWE, and Charles Vaillant, who is the CTO and CDO of Mann & Hummel, which is a German family-owned business, which specializes in filters. Thank you for joining us up here on stage. I basically have 3 strategic questions, and then we can go into the nitty-gritty details. But what does European strategic sovereignty imply for you at the moment? What are the most important key aspects when we talk about this?
You asked the question in the European point of view. I think it's crucial that we do 2 things, that we protect and promote. And let's start with promote. I think that first thing, which is very important, is that we are not dependent on crucial materials or, for instance, energy, or that we can have our own economy and, well, are not too dependent of other countries. And the situation at this moment makes it that I do not have to explain myself further. So we have to be very aware of what our key is to our economy, our health economy, the health of our economy. And so we have to promote what is essential for us. And that's why I mentioned the semiconductor value chain, because I think that's crucial for what we need today in the basic of our economy. That's one side of the picture. And the other one is that we need to protect, we need to protect what is crucial and essential for us with regard to these basic elements of our economy, but also what is a risk for our security.
And what is crucial and essential, I'd like to go into more detail later on during this discussion, but what is your perception?
When we talk about sovereignty, we need to talk, it's obvious, about energy supply. And I think we need to learn the lessons, the very hard lessons, that we were primarily dependent on one supplier. And that is a very unpleasant situation currently. And I think that should not happen again. But when we look into its sovereignty, we need to talk about dependency. It's not so much the question who supplies, but the question of the energy infrastructure. Because when we have import infrastructure like our neighbors have, you are not dependent from one supplier. So it's very urgent that we build the LNG infrastructure, but we also need to think through how we build the import infrastructure for the green world, for green molecules, because Europe will always be dependent on supplies. We don't have enough space to produce all the green electrons and molecules. And I think that is the task of the hour, to get Europe ready to be not dependent again on any individual supplier.
Hydrogen was mentioned today a few times, and the thought that crossed my mind was, how independent or how diverse can we become with regards to hydrogen? Or, how big are the dangers that we could run into difficulties in this area with regards to dependency?
The biggest challenge I see in hydrogen is when you look into the, let's say, target picture, it's totally clear that most of the molecules need to be imported. Because we probably need all the renewables in Europe, or most of it, to produce green electrons. But the question is now, how do we synchronize the investment cycle of the energy-intensive industry with the availability of hydrogen? And that means in the beginning we probably need to produce locally, but we also need to be a bit more flexible. We discussed it this morning already on blue hydrogen, but in the end, we need to build also the import infrastructure. So it will not be about dependency. But when you look at the regions who could supply to Europe, I don't fear that we get dependencies, but we need the infrastructure which makes us independent, so not being at the end of only one pipeline.
Our finance minister said he would even take red hydrogen. It's kind of a color game we had this morning, or this, around noon. What are your thoughts on European sovereignty and the necessities?
Yeah, so when we look at Europe being a very large market, similar to the United States, and quite a decent size compared to China. The challenge of Europe is the fact that you have a multitude of countries, different languages, different situation that maybe prevent some of the innovation to take place. So we need to provide the right framework to enable partnership, collaboration, be able to find a way to pool resources, brains, and financing together to work on solutions. So you talked about hydrogen, and there is some good programs in Europe, like Horizon program that currently is financing a lot of research at the European level to develop new type of hydrogen solutions.
Because you just mentioned a couple of issues, I was wondering, is brain drain one of your concerns right now, also due to the geopolitical developments in Europe?
I would maybe before I go to brain drain, I think just talent acquisition is a tremendous. We've been suffering, and this is not just over here, but the United States and in Asia about access to talent, specifically on digitalization, and we may talk about this in a few minutes. There's just not enough supply in the market to fuel the project, the activity that we want to do. In terms of a brain drain, for me, Europe is the heart of innovation, and has been. If you look for the last 400 years, the best world innovations have been coming from Europe, starting with Holland in the 1600s, that make them a great world power at the time, and even today, when you look at some of the high-tech company in the United States, most of the founders are Europeans. So I think Europe has this creativity, innovation, brain power that is accessible over here, that we need to find a way to convert, retain, to develop that locally.
But we need to keep it that way, and we need to be able to finance the innovations, right? Which is a big issue, I think, especially also when it comes to green innovation in this area. When I introduced you on stage, I mentioned the strategic plan the Netherlands has to become independent from raw materials by 2050, and I was wondering, how will that work? How will you do that? And I think a few others might be interested in that as well. If you could give us some real-life details to that plan.
Well, first of all, you have to give words to this ambition. So just saying it gives some kind of movement already. So that's what politics is about. So we say we want to be, we have this circular ambition in 2050, but we also want to be climate neutral in 2050. And we have this step in between in 2030. I think we all have that in mind. What we want to do is I think we need Europe very much. Everything is going together now. We need Europe in this because the regulation is not helping us right now. It comes from somewhere, but we need to go somewhere else. So we have to change. For instance, you should use the rest, what is left of a process, what the leftovers of a process with regard to plastics. You should use that again. We should make it possible, which is just a small example. So we have to look at all the regulation, and we have to look at the value chains and see what limitations are there. And what we see is that we have these intense conversations with our companies, and we talk with them. For instance, the big companies, they make plans on circular, they make plans on carbon decrease, etc., etc. And then we try to work together in making these obstacles go away, which will take some time. But we're working on that and going the same path, which is essential.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see all the effort that has gone into this idea ever since it, was promoted a bit more a couple of years ago as well. When I think about innovation, of course, I believe we cannot talk about innovation without talking about energy and energy supply. So how dangerous is the current situation for Europe as being an innovative region? The bottlenecks that we assume will continue, and in this regard, we all would be interested in your perception of the current situation.
That has two aspects. One is what are the costs of energy for the next 5-10 years in Europe, which will, of course, determine where industries will locate. And the other one is, the technology itself. Where does it come from? So the technology we apply for wind, solar, electrolyzers, batteries. Let's talk about the first thing first. I think currently we have the big risk that we have a competitive disadvantage, especially towards North America, for the next decade to come when it comes to energy prices. Because the old model is totally broken. The old model was we could get cheap energy supply from Russia. The US were independent anyhow, and parts of Asia needs to pay very high energy prices. Now the balance has changed. Europe and Asia pays very high energy prices, and North America has an advantage. And that's the question how we bridge it. We want to get into the green energy world. We have the advantage, and that's really an advantage, that the typical conflicts we had, the conflicts between affordability, sustainability, and security of supply in the old fossil world is over. When you compare the green world to the current price levels, it's cheaper, it's sustainable, and it's more independent. But we need, for certain industries, we need support to bridge from the currently very high energy price level to, and that needs to be an open discussion, because there is a huge bill to be paid by Europe for the current situation and how to get out of it. And there is a big risk that we see collateral damage for our industries there. Now, on the other part, on technology, we lost the solar industry already in Europe. Currently 85% of solar panels have their origin in China. Our biggest solar market is the US, where we build solar plants. For certain regions, Europe should pick up, and we are optimistic about it. But it's already today, due to the geopolitical tensions, very difficult to get these panels into the US. And then there is the aspect that people, when you build renewables, they ask you about what is in for us as a region. We call it local content. So, and when you look at that most of the supply comes from Asia, but people here in Europe, but also the US, ask what is in for me. And we talk about a growing industry. There is a huge opportunity for Europe to get part of the production back if we get it right. But what we need is a European framework. We have different requirements for local contents in the Netherlands, in Denmark, in Poland. In Germany, there are none, interestingly. And if we get that framework right, and it is stable for a long time, we can, together with our suppliers, discuss where they should set up their manufacturing capacities.
Do you believe right now that, if you were to set up a new energy-intensive business, innovative business, would you take it to Europe?
Look what we have seen. Battery production coming to Europe, semiconductors coming to Europe. But what is also clear, all these decisions were based on a clear, let's call it support framework. They all get support because you need to bridge from the current very high energy price. And I think that was discussed this morning. We should not lock in this support forever. It needs to be clearly on a downward trend. Because if we are successful in rebuilding our energy supply system, then we're going to get to a cheaper cost level. So we talk about maybe 5-10 years.
Mr. Vaillant, how do you deal with all these challenges within your company? The energy challenge, the innovation challenge, the uncertain geopolitical developments, which all have an impact on innovation right now.
I think the current situation with energy, I think just like everybody else, try to mitigate as much as possible. But since we are in the filtration and separation area, we are doing currently a lot of research on supporting that transition. Looking at anything from renewable energy, hydrogen, battery storage, and so on and so forth. And there is great opportunity for that. Specifically, when you looked at, you mentioned, recycle and circular economy. There's currently a lot of work being done to convert old materials to bring them back and bring them back into production. Typically, it's more expensive, and that has been a problem. But we start to see some instances where by changing the production process, changing the temperature of the tool and so on, you can actually start to produce product at a cheaper price point. Now, those are the few examples that are coming, but that's actually really exciting. So, that's the area that we're looking at. We're looking at using waste material. We're looking at developing some type of organic material instead of precious metal for some type of battery storage, for example. Because if we can use organic material, we have access to pulp and paper mills everywhere in the world, especially close to us, and that would enable us some of the supply that we would require for those energies.
That's what I was just reflecting on while you were talking. Where are they getting all the raw materials from? And how independent can you become?
So I can give you the one example that we are currently looking into is supporting pulp and paper industry to convert a waste material that they generate when they produce paper, so-called black liquor, and they convert the black liquor into lignin, and with the lignin, the organic matter into the lignin enable you to create materials. It's very difficult to do it, so we were asked by those producers to develop new type of filtration, new type of ceramic type filtration that were developed specifically to enable them to do this. Now it's still at the research state, but it's pretty starting to be pretty promising on the result that we see.
Where are they located?
Just south of Germany.
South of Germany.
Southeast of Germany.
All right. This morning we had a security expert here on one of the panels, and the question I'm taking, from this panel to you is, how can Europe begin to think more strategically about all these issues? And how can Europe begin to think like a geopolitical influence or power? How much power do we actually have?
I think we have a lot of power, and we have proven that the last months. I mean, the invasion of Russia in Ukraine was in the end of February, 24th, I believe. And as you see where we are now, we have six packages of sanctions, and we are in this together. And these were not easy decisions. So what we learned is that we can make decisions fast if we are aware that it is urgent and we need to do it. So I think we can have some confidence and trust that if we keep this attitude that we're in this together, and that together really, it's like something easy to say but not easy to do, that we're stronger together. And it is so. I think Europe has a lot of potential to be even bigger and of more importance in the geopolitical field. So we can go from there. And as you look at the last years, what we've done in the European Union, we have built a lot of strategy elements. Like, for instance, we did it with the CHIPS Act, which is really something new, that we dare to say we believe this industry is vital for our European countries. And we did it, and I say we're going to put the money where our mouth is. So we're going to invest to make Europe stronger, which is, I think, really a big choice and changing point.
I was assuming that you would say that Europe has a lot of power to act as a geopolitical player. When I look upon it from a journalistic perspective, I would always think we're somewhere in a sandwich still between the US and between China. And what we also learned this morning is that Russia, through the sanctions, has not been as isolated as many politicians would like us to believe. And I do feel it might be a big challenge to keep Europe together and united. How are you going to, deal with this challenge?
The Netherlands is just one of the countries, and Germany is a bigger brother in this playing field. And I think that in this connection, we should try to find out where we can strengthen this power within Europe. And that's one of the reasons I'm here today, because I believe in this partnership. And we have to look to these partnerships which make Europe stronger, but because there's a lot of variety, as you know, within the European Union. But if we build coalitions together, then I think we really can come somewhere. Yes.
What do you believe it would take to become more resilient in these times for companies or international companies?
You mean in general or on the energy side?
On the energy side and also on the supply chain side, which is a huge issue as well.
I mean, let's talk about the current situation, I mean, because we discussed sanctions already. And I think we need to be clear that besides the horrible war in Ukraine, we are in the midst of an economic war with Russia. I mean, we are sanctioning them, they are sanctioning us, and that has huge implications on energy supply, but also on supply chains. I mean, global food supply and others. But coming to the energy point, I mean, I think nobody was naive and nobody should have expected that Russia will observe how we get independent from their energy supply, and in the meantime they simply deliver what is still missing to get that. So where we are in, it's not a surprise. And I think it's exactly the right thing when we talk about resilience, that we need to think through how we can even deal with a worsening situation in the next 2 years to come until we get the independence. So I think the European nations are taking the right steps. I mean, both countries have decided to bring back coal. It's not nice from an environmental point of view, but we need to save all gas in the power sector, which is possible. Build LNG infrastructure. We bring in FSRUs. We build terminals. The Netherlands is upgrading their import capacity. But of course, we also need to think through what is the economic impact of that, because picking up the bill is also a question we need to answer. I mean, we don't want to see companies going bankrupt, losing industries, and the question is, how do we socialize the losses from the missing energy supply from Russia? Is it a taxpayer's question? Is it a gas off-taker's question? And I think these questions will emerge pretty soon. One thing I would ask for is more European coordination. Because currently, I mean, every national country is looking at their emergency plan, so we have a very good understanding how, at least procedural-wise, it would go, how we distribute the remaining gas. But there is currently, on European level, no decision how much gas will come from the Netherlands and France and Belgium to Germany if we are fully cut off from Russian supplies, and how much gas we need to let go through to Austria, Czech Republic and Hungary. Nobody is addressing this more critical question than national emergency plans. And I think we have maybe 2-3 months to sort that out.
That's not a very long time. Are you optimistic that we will find a solution?
I think I should refer that question to you. It's a political question.
Well, you know, I assume you are involved with many talks with politicians right now, behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think it's simple, because we are committed to each other, and we have this agreement on the solidarity with regard to gas. And but I think it's essential what you mentioned, that we should monitor it more strictly. We should be more transparent about how the situation is in every country, what we do to limit our energy use, because you need to do some efforts to make it work, to make it possible to go with to use less gas. So yeah, I think we have a lot to do still, but I have some confidence. Yeah.
And it's interesting also, you know, how the companies deal with it. So do you have examples what happens in your company in order to reduce the use of energy? How much room do you have for maneuver?
Well, I think there is some room for improvement. Thanks to new technology in terms of sensors and digitalization, we see that, you know, there is a lot of waste that exists today. We just didn't know how much it was until we started to monitoring assets. So I think the current situation is forcing us to even accelerate those type of energy monitoring solutions and to find remediation. the good thing about this, if there is a good thing, it is really also force us to accelerate our reduction of carbon emissions as well, because the two are linked together. We work in the filtration business, so involved in HVAC systems, and we see, and this is not just in Europe, but North America or Asia, just the amount of excessive energy that is being done because the systems are not very smart. So as we start to roll out more and more digitalization, thanks to reduction of cost, speed of computation and the like, we can really start to make sure, one, people are safe in buildings, second, at the lowest price possible. And that can be done for an office building, that can be done for a school, that can be done for a factory.
Dr. Kreber, I have to come back to your point that we have 2-3 months left to sort this out, which probably sends a lot of people sitting up straight in their chairs right now. This morning, I kind of asked into the room who expects that we will be confronted with the situation that we get no gas from Russia, not just less, but no. And quite a lot of hands went up straight to the air. Is that the scenario that you are expecting? And if so, when?
I think there's no value in speculation. I think it needs. The question is about preparation. What the likelihood is, whether it's 5% or 95%, it doesn't matter. I think the risk is so imminent that we need to get prepared. But I don't want to speculate about probabilities. It also will depend on how the war will continue. The horrible war in Ukraine and the economic war. Do we see an escalation, a standstill, or even a de-escalation? I mean, I don't know. It's totally open, I think. But I would not rule out a further escalation.
So in order to prepare, do you think we should go back to using nuclear energy? I promised on one of the panels this morning that I would be handing over this question to you as well.
I give you a very honest answer. The Netherlands still run one nuclear plant where we have a huge participation. Currently, it's planned to be decommissioned in the second half of the 20s. I think it's exactly the right question to discuss whether we should extend it. And we have enough time to discuss it because it's still 5 years to go. I think that is also the answer to the German question. It is the right question, but unfortunately it's too late.
And where do you see energy prices heading before I ask him how the companies deal with those?
Currently, I mean, the gas price is obvious, the oil price is obvious, the power price depends currently on the gas price and the CO2 price. I would expect, if nothing changes in terms of market design, there are big discussions whether we should take out the marginal gas plant in price formation. It's a market design question which will take some time. I would expect that the prices will more or less stay at the current level until we see a de-escalation of the situation in Ukraine and following also de-escalation on the economic side. In the economic war side, so the sanctioning.
And how long can companies take these high energy prices and costs?
Well, when we see the increase that we have in Europe, you cannot survive very long without finding a way to passing some of those costs to the market. So for sure, we have drastic programs to reduce our costs, to figure out solutions to reduce energy. The example I gave earlier, and I think that's that's where we are currently. But at the same time, we need to continue to work on innovation technology. So you cannot stop those programs. I mean, you need to protect your future. You need to work on digitalization. We heard earlier in the panel, this is not cheap. So it's actually a pretty complex maze that we have to navigate. And so it's a real combination of reducing our costs, having to pass pricing to the market, and then be very selective on strategic projects to make sure we protect our future, but only to the extent that we can afford it.
So when we talk about technical innovations and digitization, of course, you also need raw materials. And one of the questions in these months and weeks and days is, what do we learn from the experience with Russia for our future relations with China? From your perspective, how important is China for innovations in Europe? And how far should the exchange, the know-how exchange, for example, go? Or where do you see red lines now?
Yeah, the world is changing. If you would have asked me that question just a couple of years ago, I probably can give you a clear answer. Today, it's very nebulous where we are. We are present in China. We are producing. We just opened a digital hub in China, in Shanghai. We have a partner in Shenzhen. We have people on the ground there. So the Chinese market is so large that, especially for a German company, we have to be present there. But some of the tide is turning, or seems to be turning. Your IP strategy, we have a lot of discussion about IP strategy with China. Data access in China. As we do digitalization, the Chinese government is changing the rules about who can own and where you place those data and who can even access this data. You know, in some cases, if you're not a Chinese citizen, you don't even have access to the data altogether. So you can't even run operation remotely from Germany or some other places. So I don't have a good answer for you, but things are changing, and we're looking at as we're speaking.
You know, a few years ago, I would like to raise the question: does it matter where you store the data and where the servers are located? And people would smile at me and say, "Oh, no, it's okay. They can be anywhere, China, India, whatever." Since you just mentioned data, where do you prefer to store your sensitive data now?
Yeah. So personally, I don't have a preference. Of course, we need to make sure. Data protection and cybersecurity is in place. I think if you work with any of the large data storage company, either the Americans, the Europeans, I think things are pretty safe. So I don't have a problem where the servers are. I think it's really dependent about the regulation into the market and also the demand from the market. So specifically in Europe, there is a strong affinity from our customers, from the consumers, to make sure the data reside in Europe. But that's things that we can accommodate.
And the last question goes to Minister Adriaansen. I was listening, of course, like all of us, to your speech earlier. And when you were talking about like-minded countries and cooperation and innovation, you mentioned the US, you mentioned Taiwan, you mentioned South Korea, you did not mention China.
I really thought very good about the words I was saying there. But I also said that I believe in an open economy. But on the other hand, we should not be naive. So cooperation or collaboration with China or certain companies there is a possibility, but you have to be very aware what your values are with regard to this product or process and what the risks are, et cetera, et cetera. So we are open for, China is an important country to be connected with. We have a lot of Chinese students coming to the Dutch universities. And for the youngers, it's very good that they connect. And this innovation starts there. So it would not be very wise to shut it down. But we should not be naive and look into the risk also. So we have to be careful. Yeah.
Perfect ending for our panel. Thank you very much to all of you. Have a good day. And I look forward to further discussions. Good luck. And we go down this side of the stage.
Und ich bin auf jeden Fall jetzt schon mal gespannt, wollte ich gerade sagen.
I was just going to say, I was very interested in hearing what our next guest is going to add to it, or what he's going to say. When the EU Parliament decided recently to ban new registrations of combustion engine cars from 2035, people like BMW, but also VDR and others, said it was too early. That was one of the top level of management. So this is someone who combines two worlds. He studied mechanical engineering, has petrol in his blood and digitization on his mind, and he wants to make BMW a tech company. And now he's connecting with us. Isn't that right? Frank Weber development of BMW. There you are. Now you were going to give us your opinion on all of this. Yeah, just a brief impulse from Munich, and thank you very much to you and to Professor Uswurm for giving me the opportunity to give you some thoughts from Munich. I just want to briefly tell you where BMW is when it comes to the transformation to e-mobility and what we think needs to happen across the German landscape. Any successful technology change is based on industry and politicians, and we're in the middle of this transformation at BMW. Our transformation is well underway. Our order books are full for e-vehicles, even if the economic situation is clouding over. In 3 years, with our new class, the next BMW model, completely electrical, completely sustainable, is launching in a new dimension. Before 2030, at least half of all of the vehicles we will be seeing sold across the globe will be completely electric. BMW is so successful there because we've managed to find outstanding solutions for customers, investors, and society. And of course, the future of the car is electric. We want it to start as soon as possible. And for this future at BMW, we are creating the best products, and we expressively support the objective of minus 55% COVID in new fleets till 2030. But ladies and gentlemen, the best products aren't going to work if the framework conditions aren't right. So there are 2 points that I'd like to contribute to the discussion. The path to the future goes via certain success factors that we must all fulfill, and the transition has to be geared to the consumer. The success factors for e-mobility are sufficient charging infrastructure, availability of green hydrogen, closed recycling cycles for batteries, and green power for production of electric vehicles. If even one of these factors fails, the entire transformation will fail. And while we're on the subject, we won't reach our carbon goals that way either. Factor one, then, sufficient charging infrastructure. No client wants to wait for hours to charge their car. If electric mobility is supposed to be more than just a gesture, the charging infrastructure must be able to keep up with the number of products on the road. We're not seeing that, which is why we're calling for ambitious binding targets for the expansion of the charging infrastructure across Europe. The second factor, the availability of green resources. We're seeing how vulnerable the EU is. Since the war broke out in Ukraine, the prices for, say, lithium or nickel have increased by several 100%. So our dependency on oil can't just be exchanged for another dependency. If the combustion engine were just thrown out the window, Europe would find itself in a dangerous dependency on regions whose security and geopolitical development is currently hard to assess. And this is why factor three, closed recycling cycles for batteries, are so important. No raw material can leave Europe that once it's reached its shores. From 2025, BMW will create batteries half from recycled batteries. We're already increasing the number of recycling as we develop. China is investing in battery cell technology for 25 years and have thrown huge money at this, which is why, unfortunately, for our new class, only Chinese cell manufacturers were qualified. Factor four, green power for production and operation. All of our locations have 100% green power, and in the future, it will be from our own generation facilities. E-mobility naturally unfolds its full potential, but only if the vehicles are run on green power too. We have big concerns as to whether there'll be enough green power in Europe for this. So if you look at all of these factors together, it becomes clear that in the transition period to e-mobility, we need to be open to all technical solutions. That's the only right approach. High-efficient combustion engines and plug-in hybrids will continue to be necessary to cover the deficits in the charging infrastructure, to reduce carbon efficiently, and to remain competitive economically. Our customers always get the most efficient drive. whichever it is, and BMW stands for that. Transition into e-mobility has to be managed as well as possible. And that's the other thing I'd like to say. Transformation on this scale cannot happen overnight. Every individual factor takes considerable time. Our plug hybrids generate further and further electric reaches. The BMW X, one plug-in hybrid, is nearly at 90 kilometers cover. But we have to ensure that plug-in hybrids are available as a first vehicle that's electric for every customer, and that they are available. The buying premium that is going to be opted out of from the 1st of January for e-mobility is not a good idea. We think it's necessary to continue to fund private charging infrastructure for e-vehicles. That's true for charging at home and charging at work. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the same objective, but we can only get there together. Whether we manage to achieve the transformation successfully is being decided now in the transitional phase. We at BMW will continue to do our bit. Thank you very much. To Berlin. Mr. Weber, stay with us for a moment, if you would. Is that okay? Certainly. You know, these kinds of conferences are quite tightly structured, and we're waiting for the German Minister Wissing, who we think is stuck in traffic, like so many before him today. So that's why I'd just like to ask you a little bit more about some of the things that you've said just now. You said worldwide 2030 that 50% of new registration should be e-vehicles. Did I understand you correctly? Did I note it down? I'm not very good at noting things down. And is it the case, if we look, I think at the moment it's 14% of new vehicles registered in Germany are e-mobile or electric vehicles. Where are we in comparison globally? Well, what we need to distinguish is what is the situation between Germany, China, US, and the individual markets. I mean, for example, in Norway, you can see how a high penetration of the market with battery electrical vehicles, what it can look like. There over 80% of the vehicles have battery electric vehicles in Germany. What we're noticing, what's happening in the last 2 years, that the interest and the demand has ramped up for electric vehicles really quite dramatically. And that has led to, if you look at BMW this year, we have maybe 10% more battery electric vehicles at BMW. And then before 2030, half of all of the BMW fleet worldwide will be a BEV. But for Europe, probably 2/3 or more of the vehicles in Europe will be entirely electric this year. Now, something that's often criticized from various organizations, from BMW as well, we've heard of the criticism that the EU Parliament, for example, is seeing synthetic fuels as ones that shouldn't belong in the picture. So essentially, there's just the e-mobility pathway. Why is that a mistake? Well, what I wanted to say to you in my speech just now is that the single dimensionality of making progress has a huge risk. You all know how often I'm asked, why is BMW against the phasing out of combustion engines? And the reason is that the question is the wrong one. I tried to explain that. It's far more important than answering the question of when is the exact date when you phase out combustion engines completely. You have to ask, do we have the prerequisites in place for e-mobility to happen successfully among its consumers? Again, let me say, charging, green fuels, green resources, recycling of batteries. These are all factors that are necessary, and green power for production and operation. If you haven't got these in place, what you'll see is that the objective that we're trying to pursue with e-mobility cannot be achieved. And why did I use that example? The rapid charging station on a motorway, for example. If at the moment, if we keep growing with BEVs and the charging infrastructure doesn't keep up with us, with the way we're selling vehicles, you will have all manner of frustrated customers who want to charge their vehicle but can't because everyone's queuing up to charge. And this frustration with e-mobility is something, it's our firm conviction that we as manufacturers want to avoid at all costs rather, and it's just as important for policymakers and legislators to ensure that customers don't have a bad electric vehicle experience. So that's why we need to keep up with the number of vehicles on the market. Thank you, Mr. Weber, for your clear words. Development, BMW, and a member of the Executive Board. Thank you. I'm sure the Minister will take this on board. So now we want to talk about electromobility, particularly the decarbonization of the transport sector in general. We've got a wonderful panel that we've put together for you on this subject. There are 5 people who will be talking to me about this, and one is the German Minister of Digital Affairs and Transport, Dr. Volker Wissing, who'll kick off the subject.
Vielen Dank, liebe Frau.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lemke, Professor Rooswurm, Dr. Yannick, Mr. Justus, Dr. Glauke, Mr. Langhoff, members of the BDI. Now, in the title of the panel, you are asking what the future looks like. Smart, digital, mobile. Ideally, all 3 is what I would say, but at the same time, progressive, sustainable, and full of opportunities. I, at least, am convinced that this can be a very good future for us. If we consistently tackle the most important challenges and fulfill our most important objectives, I mean more digitization and more climate protection, this will be the case. Now, a major challenge that's just been added is the brutal war of aggression of Russia on Ukraine. Nearly 120 days has been spreading terrible suffering in Ukraine and causing us major challenges as well. It has specific consequences for us here in Germany as well. And what this means for companies and industry, you know, we're missing resources, costs are increasing, supplies are delayed or cancelled altogether, production has to be slowed down, and in some cases grinds to a halt. All of this is a huge burden. And I'm afraid we have to accept these fundamental restrictions are going to remain. In addition, there's the concern that the energy supply in Germany may be restricted and that prices will continue to rise. I promise you that the German government will do everything it can to effectively counteract these developments, but at the same time, we are keeping the most important issues for the future in mind. Now, this counteracting is a major challenge in logistics and infrastructure particularly. I want to say that energy supply and its security is a major issue for us, and that's not just true for the energy minister, but also for the transport ministry. It's a huge challenge in the logistics area. The German rail, the Bahn, is doing more than it can already, and there are always new requirements put on them. If you imagine that they're supposed to transport coal as well, then I have no idea how they're going to do that when they're already working to capacity. There's really no wiggle room left. But these are all issues that we need to come to terms with, and they are important future issues. For example, an efficient, affordable mobility that's sustainable. We need sustainable solutions for the mobility needs of tomorrow. We need to develop these for everyone, be it a small or a big company, people with a family, older people, young people living rurally or in the urban centers. The prerequisite is a good transport system. For this, we are investing big time in rail and road. 90.5 billion euros are planned for this. And of course, we're focusing on investing in our rails. We have understood that rail transport is a critical factor for us here, not least in terms of security. If we want to put more people and freight on the rails, we have to expand our capacity. We have to reinforce our railway network. An important leverage for putting more freight on roads. And maritime transport is an efficient transport system. We want to have terminals that are better organized, and this will make them an important contribution to the climate change. And this is important. You know how ambitious our climate objectives are, particularly in the area of transport. And this is why, as well as connecting intermodal transport, we have to look at how we can achieve a better charging infrastructure privately and commercially. With a new master plan having charging stations, we want to expand our charging capacity. Last week, I was invited various stakeholders to an expert talk, and we looked at continue with the market-driven expansion. Electromobility is just one pillar for more climate-friendly living, and at this point, an important one. With its help, we can quickly reduce the carbon footprint of transport, as long as the power comes from renewable sources. But we're not just focusing on battery electric drive, but are also open to other technical options. And this is important and necessary. The German finance minister has already spoken on that subject. The universal solution for climate-just mobility isn't there. We need a diversity. Which engine would you like to have in the future? The Minister, I'm often asked, choose one. Well, the universal talent, like the combustion engine, we're not going to have one. There is no zero carbon option that you can use universally. That's why we need diverse, different options of train technologies, which is why we must be open to all technological options. At the end of the day, it's about the availability of technologies to have zero-carbon options used where they can be most efficient. And it's not the state that knows that best. It is the consumers and the stakeholders in the market who know that the market must drive this. I'm often asked, do you really want to use hydrogen for car transport? You can use it elsewhere better. But I think the allocation of the various resources isn't the way forward. The market must organize this. I think that the state must dictate carbon neutrality, but we shouldn't select which technologies are the way forward that are available to us. Germany is a technological leader in the area of mobility, and we want to preserve and expand this position, which is why we are in favor of ramping up renewables, such as e-fuels, in certain areas. In fact, we have no alternative to this. I'm thinking about flying, for example. And this is why we want to be at the top of the game internationally and open for all technologies.
We want to be right at the front of what is happening in the international scene. And this means we need to focus more on digitization. Data, after all, are the new fuel for the future. If we can use data more in the field of transport, we will be more efficient, more targeted, and more sustainable. We'll be able to combine intermodal offers better. And in the Transport Ministry, we set up the Mobility Data Space, so-called, which allows the secure exchange of data. And with mobility going live in July, data on transport, on travel, are going to be made available centrally. And that also might kickstart new business ideas. But it is clear that it's a good digital infrastructure we need everywhere, with broadband, with new mobile telephony standards, wherever people work, live, or are traveling. That's why we have a gigabit strategy. And the digital strategy of the federal government will, in combination with our own strategy, to draw a really good line to bring together all the digital activities of the various ministries. We want to have a strategic approach. We want to leverage matters so that we can set in motion what is a thrust forward in digitization for the whole of society. Exchanging views, making data available, providing digital identity, creating uniform conditions and standards, all of that is an integral part of what we're doing. When we're looking at digital information in transport, we also look at autonomous driving. And as far as legal framework conditions are concerned, Germany is taking a leading role. We've just recently started with a new regulation so that from today we can start with level 4 in autonomous driving. And that also helps Germany extend its position as an innovative force in this. It's up to us to develop the new and the innovative technology and launch it in the market. That was the attempt to very shortly give you a sort of gallop through what the ministry is doing. We're going to have a panel discussion at the moment, but I think we have excellent conditions in Germany for looking into a bright future in mobility, particularly because we have innovative, resilient companies, excellent research, and a strong industrial base. And that is what will be needed in the next few years. The challenges are immense. Transformation is a Herculean task. And this war, which hopefully will be over soon, and even if it were to end right now, it's going to pose new challenges. In many areas, nothing is going to be as it was. And if we want to tackle all of that successfully, then we will need what made the country strong in the first place, a good and stable social market economy. Thanks for listening. Well, thank you very much, Minister. Please take a seat. Choose one of these little rostrums. The first one is mine, otherwise free choice. And I'll put my panel together in every sense. Please join me on the stage. So we've got a lot of expert knowledge here. And it's wonderful that everybody's here. We are complete. Smart, digital, mobile. What is the future going to be like? Oh, we can see people are saying hello, so nice, then I welcome you too. No. Technical expert knowledge is particularly important because, after all, software is going to be a decisive factor for future mobility, partly because the car you drive will become a fully connected platform, 4.0 mobility, Internet of Things and all of that. And we're going to discuss these matters with Philipp Justus, the Vice President, Central Europe Google, German boss of Google. He wants to make sure that by 2030 his company is also carbon neutral, a zero-carbon strategy. Thank you for being with us. Next to him, Dr. Sabine Glauke. She is the CTO of Airbus, the top of 11,000 engineers. In her role, what she has to do is nothing less than to look towards the future of Airbus and all of aviation. So thank you very much for being with us. Then we welcome Dr. Marianne Janik, MEO of Microsoft Germany. She says digital technologies are key for a sustainable future. We have heard this today, but it just proves that you are definitely not the only one who has that opinion. And then we also have with us Wolfgang Langhoff. He's the CEO of BP Europe. And he just turns his company into the driver on various things. And Volker Wissing, the Minister for Transport and Digital Affairs, completes our panel. Right, the digital future of mobility. Why don't you take us with you on the trip? Mr. Justus, how will we drive in the future? After all, it's up to you as well. Well, for us at Google, the future of mobility has several dimensions. One, of course, is the fact we wish to help our users to find the right mobility offer they need at the right time. Often that's done through maps. And with Google Maps, we started about 15 years ago, providing just traffic info going from A to B, intended for cars. And of course, many more vehicles and types of transport were added. The minister spoke about the importance of multimodal transport, and our job is to show people what are the most sensible as well as the most environmentally friendly things they can use. One example would be, what are the most environmentally friendly car routes? If you want to go from A to B, we show you the fastest route, but also the most environmentally friendly in terms of CO2 emissions. Or that's a Google Flights example. If you try to find a flight from, say, El Riad to Vienna, we don't just show you the connection, but also we tell you which airline carrier has got which type of carbon footprint. How good or bad are they? That's one way. We're providing help to the people all over the world to make choices that make environmental sense. I mean, it's still up to people to make their own decisions, but we try to provide the information they need. And of course, the other dimension of mobility, autonomous driving, well, we've heard about that a moment ago, and it's Waymo is our sister company, and for many years we've been developing technologies for autonomous driving, the driverless car, and we want to make that available to other technologies as well, because we don't want to build our own vehicles. We want to have an autonomous driver having the right technology available. So the most environmental way to move, however open we are towards technology, the most friendly way is generally considered to be e-mobility, Mr. Langhoff, and that's where you're using your infrastructure and you combine that with fast charging stations, the way I understand it. How many are there? And can that save matters? Because we just heard from Mr. Weber, the whole thing, the success of e-mobility will hinge on the charging stations. Please wait a second, your microphone was switched off. You were going to agree, and anybody agreeing with me, that has to be heard. Sorry about this, but I think I can shout. Now, why don't you take mine? I've got my own attached, and I give you the handheld one. So there we are, wonderful. Thank you. Yes, I'm picking up what you said on what you said about e-mobility. We have 700 charging points. We want to extend that to 1,000 before the end of the year, and by 2025 we wish to have 5,000 in place. Still, we're coming from the century of car. Gaseous and liquid molecules will still be necessary, which can also be produced in a zero-carbon way, and I think that's the way the trend goes. Altogether, we want to achieve as much as possible, as quickly as possible, while retaining independence. Looking at it from a customer point of view, what do we want? Security of supply, a safe charging situation, safe energy made available. The whole thing has to be affordable, plus environmentally friendly. And when we're looking at this sort of triangle, what matters most is data, from optimizing the route down to the types of products that we can provide with our refinery, and we can optimize things, reducing delays and combining everything. So the real power is the data set, and that will ultimately benefit the customer. Well, affordability, let me pick up on that and put that particular ball in your court, Minister. Mr. Weber, you probably heard what he said at the end. He said the charging infrastructure is important because it's more than annoying if you can't drive, because you can't charge your car anywhere. Nobody helps you. So I am walking. But it's still, in his voice, horrible that there is no sort of cash incentive scheme. Because, I mean, looking at the new registrations in electric cars, and then that's what they're really talking about. Because we're just seeing e-mobility sort of growing, but the number of new registrations are insufficient. I think the most important thing is that we work out this chicken or egg situation and simply start building a charging infrastructure, which will be as simple to use as filling up with the internal combustion engine. So there isn't a mobility gap if they switch to e-mobility. Often, switching to e-mobility is quite possible. The range that the cars are driving is already pretty good, and where you can do it, why not? But at the same time, we also have to make sure that the charging infrastructure is put into place. At the moment, the problem isn't that people are ordering not enough electric vehicles and that we had huge inventories. The problem is we have supply bottlenecks. It's a problem where you can't just ask for the government to help. The government or the state has different jobs. We're not supposed to subsidize something which is in short supply. I think what makes more sense is that we make progress in setting up the charging infrastructure. And we have a master plan for the infrastructure ideas, which is going to be presented shortly. We want to implement it together. And that brings a lot of different players together, not just the state. I don't want to have a state charging network. And I also know that the whole automotive industry sees that it is, to some extent, their responsibility. And equally interested are the petrol companies and the local authorities. I'm a bit surprised when I heard first that local authorities said, we don't want anything to do with it, because of course we need them. We need them for approval processes, but we need them for many other areas as well. So there is a lot that needs to be done, and we started with a good dialogue with them. So I'm optimistic we'll get it off the ground. But once again, to subsidize something which is in short supply, that's not exactly the best solution. I would like to move over to aviation, because so far we haven't talked about that. Yes, Ms. Klauke, and you are planning so many exciting things, a quantum leap in aviation history, if I may put it like that. You want to have an aircraft which is propelled by hydrogen, and you want to take off at 2035? Well, aviation is one of those areas which is extremely difficult to decarbonize, which is why it is so important for us to do something. We talked about being open towards technologies, and we need to really work on all levels of technologies so that the objective we all committed to in the industry to be zero carbon by 2050, and we have to have little sort of milestones in between, but we've got to get it done. And for us, there is one step which really needs to be done, and that is hydrogen. We can do various things today. We talked about synthetic aviation fuels, and synth fuels would be one step. We can use new types of aircraft, which are 20% more efficient than an older generation of aircraft. We can optimize flight routes. It's to some extent comparable to what we just heard from Google Maps for cars and other transport modes. But wherever we can fly directly, obviously we save on fuel. But what will bring us to zero emission ultimately will be new types of energy to fly the planes. And hydrogen is the most promising of them. On the one hand, because of the physical and chemical properties, it's to some extent comparable to kerosene. So existing engines could be used and adapted to burn hydrogen, for example. So it's also a question, will we use fuel cells, which would then be allowing complete electric flights? And hydrogen is also very important when we're looking at power to liquid. When we're talking about synthetic fuels, synfuels. So that will be the next step after biofuels, like from the oil you used to fry your chips coming to synthetic fuels, where in our case we could use hydrogen to generate synthetic fuels like synthetic kerosene. So all of these subjects need to be put together, driven forward, so that in the future we can look ahead. 2035 is our ambition. By that time, we want to have a commercial aircraft in the market which is based on hydrogen. As a result, we need to work on the technologies today. Our status today is one where we look at the individual technologies, put the bricks together, as it were. The technologies are there. They're already mature enough to use in other sectors. Now we have to make them usable, safely usable for aviation. We need to look at tanks, liquid hydrogen in a plane, minus 350 degrees Celsius. So we need the relevant distribution system for the hydrogen in the aircraft. We need the newest generation of engine or fuel cells, as the case may be. So these are all things we're driving forward in parallel. And in addition to this, we need infrastructure. We need hydrogen, green hydrogen. We need airports, which are properly equipped already and ready to take these planes. We need the type approvals and the whole supply chain in our partners. And you need
sustainable aviation fuels. In order to take steps today, because after all, we don't want to wait until 2035 before we start, that would be fatal. No, we want to use sustainable aviation fuels today. Every aircraft can use 50%, up to 50% sustainable aviation. When we're looking at what's used worldwide, it's about 1% only. So, wait a minute, is there there is a promotion program, isn't there? It has been for 2 years. Are you doing things? Well, we are great friends of admixtures because that would allow us step by step, first of all, to help synthetic fuels and sustainable aviation fuels, help synthetic fuel development, and it allows a sort of bridging step. Technically, much of what is planned is doable. The problem is we don't have international regulations for that, and that is a competitive issue. Because the way we have to do things is to make sure that we don't end up, in theory, being the most climate-friendly country with the most climate-friendly aviation companies, but they're not doing anything because they lose in competition to non-European airlines. So that's a big job. But we are facing up to that to make sure that we can drive forward European regulations so that there is no competitive disadvantage. Where that isn't possible, you still need to compensate, and that is not easy. But I believe what we've just heard makes clear how important this is. When it comes to hydrogen for aviation, that is a huge infrastructural challenge. And with synthetic fuels, it's somewhat easier because they can use the existing infrastructure. In other words, admixture, you can do it from the very beginning. But if you want to fly an aircraft on the basis of hydrogen, you first of all need to set up the hydrogen infrastructure at the airports. And, even if you've built them up in Germany, you still can't fly because we haven't got the regulations in place. So it does make it very important that we are completely open regarding technologies, that we agree on the international scale, and above all, that we have clarity at the European level so that we can rapidly pass the relevant regulation. We've already done that in some areas, also in particular as far as synfuels for aviation are concerned, and I hope for hydrogen we can also make progress. And I'm really happy about these technological innovations we see. I mean, I get people coming to me saying, oh, it's just going to be synthetic fuels. Other people say, no, only hydrogen. Others say, flying is going to be electric. I can't judge it, but I can tell you that probably we're talking different ranges, different logistical challenges. So probably they're going to be different engines and fuels or energy sources to be used depending on the purpose. So let's remain open-minded, use whatever we can, but let's not narrow it down. We don't have that many options available, but we will need many options in the future. So support where possible or where Ms. Yannick can support. So I would like to ask you to take part in the round as well. We've just been in a slightly different area, but in the end, as I've said at the beginning, companies like yours also play a role to make sure that this dual change in the mobility sector can be given flanking support. We have the technological and ecological change, really, we're talking about. But digitization is really where you come into it. So how do you accompany the developments at BP or at Airbus?
As we have heard, we are talking about a very complex ecosystem. And that makes it so interesting. We want diversity. We see technology transfer already works between industries. 30 years ago, we started dreaming about technology transfer between the aviation and automotive industries. And in this complex ecosystem, where we need systemic thinking, we see ourselves as a platform provider, as a company that tries to make a basic technology available, a technology that is intelligent and accessible to everyone. And it gives us the opportunity to model, to simulate. Where we get data, we need a lot of modeling and simulation in such a complex system so that we see the interdependencies. And this is what we would like to do. In these complex ecosystems, we try to bundle several actors. We work together with the CLIPS Foundation, with open source. Because we see that there are things that are available everywhere in the automotive industry, and there are also basic collectivity themes across the different enterprises. This is the source code that everyone has to have, and there are certain initiatives underway, like software-defined vehicle. There, automotive companies work together, like Bosch, and they say we develop for everyone and we provide it as an open source thing. We are the platform provider. We are neutral. We are not a competitor, and we try to make this platform as intelligent as possible, so that data can flow that will eventually be used to develop new services and develop a system of shared mobility. And when we remain transparent and open-minded, when we recognize the complexity, but still want to think in the framework of ecosystems, when we think out of the box and across industries, that I think will be a major step forward. And we are one of the companies to make such technologies available in the market and make them as democratic as we can. And when I talk to 5 people simultaneously, I usually take notes, and I noted the oil that you use to make fries. And Ms. Klockwer has an interesting example. How about this oil, old oil used to fry French fries or whatsoever, and it sounds so funny to use this oil for the future. Do you think that is something that can really be usable? I mean, sustainable aviation fuel. Well, we should focus on sustainability. So we are talking about biological components, and of course, people accuse us of using food in producing fuel instead. But the emphasis is on sustainability. And so why not use old spent food oil that normally would be thrown away? Recycling that would be a good idea. The same goes for waste from slaughterhouses, where you also have a lot of fat. And then we have agricultural waste, components that cannot be used in agriculture. If they can be recycled, this is sustainability, and that could also be one part of sustainable aviation fuels. So we are not angry when people tell us we are using old food oil. No, it's acceptable for the future. This is what we say. And for some refineries in Lingen, we already use that. We want to set up such a factory in Lower Saxony that has a lot to do with offshore wind energy and producing hydrogen, and they also get biological waste and can produce biofuels. And so now I would like to get one example, Ms. Klauke, for digitization, for efficiency and sustainability all together. You have said something nice before we went on stage. You know, let me build a bridge, so to say, and create the link between sustainability and digitization. For us, these things go hand in hand. We do not just talk about drives, we also talk about the efficiency of the airplane as such. And of course, that means we do research regarding novel materials and aerodynamics. And the wings are always a very important component because they account for most of the aerodynamic properties. And here we deliberately look at nature. We look at the birds. They have these wide wings. And if we could move the wings as well, like an eagle, when they fly around, then, of course, we might be able to save 5% more fuel. These are the topics we're looking at the moment. And this has not only something to do with the best materials, it also means we need to focus on sensorics and artificial intelligence and software. And combining all of that. Like, for instance, semi-automatic hinges in the wings, where the wing indeed could move during flying. This, of course, would be built on sensorics to see what are the conditions, air conditions that require movement of the wings. And we also look at nature and look at migratory birds and their way of flying as a triangle. And we tried that from Toulouse to Montreal. We went with several planes, and each plane could fly in the shade, the wind shade of the other. You cannot just simply start and take off and fly. You have to make sure that they automatically fly one after the other. It takes digital measures. All of that is designed to create options for zero emission and sustainability. When you look at the distance from Toulouse to Montreal, you can save 6 tons of CO2, it's 5%. All these topics must be bundled, and that, of course, is something for our sector, which is very difficult in terms of decarbonization opportunities. Let me look at the future on the ground, so to say. You've already talked about environmentally sustainable rotors. Is that already technology 4.0, or what is it? And if my car is a platform, what does that mean? I'm sorry, I could not fully understand your question. I didn't hear you. Mobility 4.0. That was a buzzword we used before. And of course, I'd like to get everyone's statement regarding Mobility 4.0. What does it mean for you? What does it mean if the car all of a sudden is a platform? And we talked about environmentally friendly routes. Is that everything we can do? No, definitely not. We still have several components for our overall mobility vision for the future. First of all, we need to have the mobility providers. We also need the providers of public transport, companies that sell cars or other forms of mobility. And we also have to take into account the expectations of our consumers. What we see in our digital world is that every person who drives a car wants the car to be as networked as a mobile phone and easy to operate. We are far away from having that. Most cars are a bit more complicated. You cannot easily maneuver a car compared to the ease of operation of a mobile phone. And therefore, we have a partnership also with automotive manufacturers in order to develop smartphone-like operation systems, not for the driving function as such, but for everything that concerns entertainment, communication, music, navigation, all those functionalities. And that means we have not yet reached our Mobility 4.0 level. We are still early stage. We are at an infant stage that mobile phones had 10 years ago. Of course, you can link up your mobile phone to the car, but we would have to have seamless operations so that I can do everything in my car that I can do with my mobile phone. I have already talked about addressing the link between mobility stages. Here we need to be interoperation as well. You need the public transport companies. You need digital platforms like our platform and other companies' platforms to develop services that are easy to operate. We have a lot of demand for public transport since we have the very cheap €9 ticket, which is widely accepted. Or everybody is looking for the easiest way to travel by public transport since it's so cheap at the moment. And so we see an increasing demand for our mobility services. The question now is, how can we always combine the most environmentally friendly routes? Of course, we still have some room for improvement as far as providing such information. Then we also have to look at the air quality in the cities and transport opportunities. We have a project that we conduct with the city of Hamburg regarding the measurement of air quality in Hamburg. When you're in a city, you always want to know across the regions of your town and across the seasons of the year, what the quality of air is. How does transport influence the quality of the air, both private car-based transport and public transport? And we have our Google Street View cars that travel the streets, the roads, develop maps, look exactly at how traffic works. And we use instruments to measure the air quality in Hamburg together with Hafen City University. And the university then is going to give recommendations how to improve transport in the city of Hamburg. This is also an important element, can only work if we have public-private institutions that work together. And here we'd like to be on board, and we'd like to have more cities working together with us, but it can only work if we have 5G broadband everywhere. I'm looking at you, Mr. Wissling. We already talked about 5G broadband, telecommunication, digitization, and Germany is ranking 11th in Europe. That's not a very, very good place. How can it be improved? Without a digital connectivity, without infrastructure, we cannot talk about digital applications, and therefore we have to be as quick as possible to get optical fiber everywhere where people live and work and move. So we want to have 5G everywhere. Until 2025, we want to triple the optical fiber connections, and until 2030, we'd like to have optical fiber everywhere. It takes a lot of effort, but we like to do that. That is our digitization strategy. Let me add one more thing about saving fuel during flights. Here, digitization and the use of artificial intelligence can help us when it comes to flight monitoring and flight security. We could have a better administration of the airspace, better use of the airspace. Sometimes, you know, the airplane has to fly around until finally it gets its landing slot. Here, we have to use artificial intelligence, use the best route. This is what we cannot do with our analog opportunities. If we want to decarbonize, we need more different digital efforts. So everything we can get, we need to bring together. And it doesn't take just one step. We need to work as fast as possible. If we cannot get the synthetic fuels quick enough, if we cannot develop the infrastructure for hydrogen as quickly as we want to, we need to use all the other digitization opportunities to improve and decarbonize air traffic. You have talked about data, new business models as far as the €9 ticket for public transport is concerned. It was a major disruptive process that was necessary on the level of transport companies. Everybody understood now where their digital deficits are. And transport companies tell me, now, if we had 5G, we could have worked much faster. And of course, they criticize us. They said, well, in the beginning, we are going to need 5 or 6 months until we can introduce such a cheap ticket as an incentive for public transport. But then they worked much faster. We also make mobility data publicly available, and we don't do it just because we are interested as ministries and public organizations. We want to create new opportunities. Our digital strategy is focused on making as many data available as possible so that they can be combined, like mobility data with weather data, agricultural data with pesticide and herbicide usage data. This bundling of data makes it possible to develop high-precision business models. When we think about new drives and decarbonization, we here in Germany have to think about it's not enough for us to produce for Germany. Everything we do should have a scope for global application. And that is why it is so important not to just focus on single technologies that we think are most interesting for us nationwide. We also have to think of our export successes. because everything we do here costs a lot of money, and funding is only possible if we remain as successful in exports and in global markets as we used to be. One last question, unfortunately, to all of you. This question goes to you, Ms. Janneke. We already talked about the significance of holistic approaches. And this is also important for a corporate digitization strategy. And we heard that most companies do not have such a holistic digitization and sustainability strategy. How often do you meet people that see just one component, like see, for instance, the 3D printer instead of thinking of a digital platform? It happens, and of course, we as a company also make mistakes where we do not see the wider implications. I mean, we have a multi-crisis situation, and we are right in the middle of it. And never miss a good crisis means that people look at things in a more comprehensive way, have a networked way of thinking, think in systems, and we see this emerging at the moment. And they are now in a better position to judge, what do I need for myself? What do my customers need? Which technologies do I have? How can I use things creatively? I think this is the result of a crisis. You talk to different actors, actors you have not seen, haven't talked to in the past, and now you look across the board to see where I can learn. So technology is not such a problem in Germany. We have a lot of knowledge, we have enough knowledge, but our system-wide thinking is not developed enough. The aviation industry has been thinking in systems that are part and parcel of other systems as well. So here we need to leave our silos, to look at the competitors you need to work with in order to develop new business models, data-based business models. And this is our role, to support people in doing that. First of all, we are neutral. We work in all sectors, so we are horizontally represented everywhere in all industries, and we market technologies that are democratized. That is to say, they are available for everyone, both for the big players and for the small companies, and these things can be used quickly. This is the technology offensive. You focus on one thing and immediately see the limits of one single technology if you don't network, if you don't think across the board. Thank you for sharing everything, Ms. Glauke. I hope everything is fine. And I'd like to thank you for this very active, very vivid debate late in the day, but we have one more highlight in store for you. Thank you, Eva. Thank you for this very interesting discussion. I have learned, never miss a good crisis. This, I think, is something that fills us all with hope, since we are in such a time of crisis at the moment. And when we talk about air quality, Mr. Justus from Google mentioned air quality, and I immediately have to think of lignite, which leads me to our next speaker. He's a man who tries to use this good crisis, and he tries to promote our independence, so we are very happy to have you. Robert Habeck, Minister, Economics Minister. I do not know if you've seen him on TV the night ago, where he said the situation is serious, and he's going to explain how serious the situation is during the panel discussion, because many people in the room will be asking ourselves, what will happen if there will be no more gas coming from Russia? We had an unofficial opinion poll this morning. Many people think this could happen, and we have to look at what that will mean for our competitiveness. Dr. Habeck, you have the floor, the German Economics Minister and Vice Chancellor.
Ja,
Thank you very much for your charming introduction. When I think of lignite, I think of Habeck. I really thought I'd leave a different impression, but there we are. But coming back to the subject, it's a kind of leitmotif that we're experiencing at the moment. There's a kind of lack of synchronicity that's taking place, and it makes it difficult to make the right political decisions, to assert them, and also to communicate them. But it maybe is the same in business. And above all of that, this is the biggest challenge, apart from the specific challenges that I'll talk about a bit more, this lack of synchronicity. Well, maybe I can just begin. You know, this conference has been going a couple of days now in this hall. You know, I'm always a bit worn out at the end of a conference, and the only thing that could attract my attention at the end of a couple of days is a personal note, and not just running through all of the variations on themes you've already heard the whole time. So as your last speaker here at your conference, I would like to remind us what's just happening and against what background your conference, your Day of German Industries, is taking place, and what sort of political debates, what the context is. You know, because sometimes I have time on Sunday and I go for a jog, and there's a podcast that I often listen to called Ukrainecast from BBC. I think it's a masterpiece of journalism with various different stories from Ukraine, but also Russian stories. And these stories are stories from war, the war. You're walking through the forest, you know, if you didn't have your headset on, you would hear the birds singing, you see the dappled light, really a wonderful moment. And then here you are listening to these stories that are taking place at the same time of a family, young mother, young father, 2 daughters, bomb attack, they flee the bombs, the father and one of the daughters are killed. The mother and the surviving daughter spend days in a bunker, and they ask the Russian soldiers, or is it even the Ukrainian soldiers, to bury the man and the daughter, but they can't because none of them can get out. You hear about a woman who had a red coat on and was shot in the face, killed. And because the situation is so difficult, she's constantly being run over by cars. You hear about a young soldier, 19 years old, who after heavy injuries goes back to the front line and is then asked by these BBC journalists, what are you hoping for? And he said, not peace. He just says, I want to go swimming in the Mediterranean. And there's a woman who has a house on Tenerife and invites him to come. Stories like these come across, and all of a sudden you understand what is going on in Europe, that Putin has unleashed a war, from my perspective, because he couldn't bear the individual freedom of people, and because Ukraine, in its aspiration to liberty, is a threat for a dictatorial regime. It must not be successful. Liberty, an open society, the pursuit of happiness of individuals cannot be successful for this dictatorship. And this is why he launched this war, because dictatorships are afraid of war. And this is why he must not win this war, because that would mean that dictators will always be able to successfully attack liberty. That is the background of all of our debates. And after 120, 130 days, I can't even remember, we must not forget what is at stake and what is the reason for these difficult debates and necessary debates that we're having. Something else that has changed is, and I've thanked the German population for the success, the consumers who are paying the high prices of energy, the companies, everyone who's involved in the sanctions out of solidarity with Ukraine because of this attack on our liberty, and theirs, obviously. But what we've seen in recent weeks is a new dimension The reduction of the gas supplies through Nord Stream 1 is an attack on us, an economic attack on us. And the fact that Putin, in his Petersburg speech, in a kind of Orwellian newspeak, totally turned it all around and declared war to peace, dictatorship, lack of liberty to the best way of living in a society shows how consciously this attack is taking place, how this attack works. And we've seen this pattern a number of times now due to the reduction of gas supplies to Bulgaria, Poland, Denmark, and then the attempt with 2 disc jockeys of Gazprom, Germany, to cause chaos on the American markets, and then by the sanctions of Gazprom Germania. It's always about reducing the prices, reducing the quantities, jacking the prices up, so that within Europe and in Germany, a debate is unleashed about need and fear that impact on this country. And with this, I don't mean a debate about the democratically necessary dispute about what response is appropriate here. That's fine. Debates about the right form of energy security are part of that. Of course, a democratic society has to be able to debate these things. If these arguments hold water, then they should be put to the test. That's not what I mean when I mean a society capable of dispute. I mean a society that is disputing the principle of not supporting Ukraine, but supporting liberty. Whether supporting liberty is the right way forward, that should be stopped, because through the material need and the high levels of inflation and the energy prices, many people are afraid of poverty, afraid of losing prosperity, losing what they built up over a long life, afraid of unemployment, entrepreneurs who say, but this is my family-run company that I inherited. It's my job to lead it in the future. Is all of this the right way forward? And then it's not about a well-dosed argument about the right response. It's about asking the question of, are we going to withdraw? Should Putin win? But then you're opening the floor for populism. It's not about democratic dispute. It's just about right-wing populism. And it's not a coincidence. It's a strategy, and this strategy must not be successful. So something has changed. It's not just about solidarity with Ukraine. It's about the fact that our understanding of what political culture of an open society and a free market economy is and how we can defend it. A lack of synchronicity. This impacts on the provision of public goods as well. Nearly 30 degrees outside. Finally, we're having a summer, even though the pandemic isn't over yet. But once again, you have that sense of being able to be out and about again, go to the beer gardens again, celebrate a little bit. Who wouldn't want to just enjoy the summer? And we are thinking about the next winter here and thinking about what we need to do when things get cold. It seems like a long way away from what most people are experiencing, but it's an important debate. You want to know what's going to happen if the gas is turned off. I'm not saying that we will turn the gas off. We had this debate. I was amazed. Well, no, I wasn't amazed. But what I'm finding is that voices that might have said 3 months ago, sure, of course, gas embargo, we'll be able to cope with that, whatever. In the last 2 weeks, they've gone quiet, clearly because the argument has proven not to be very successful. We're talking about what the attack is doing using energy as a weapon. And the point is, we're pursuing a plan since the war was first unleashed. And this plan means trying to achieve independence from Russian supplies as quickly as possible, step by step, naturally, without transferring as few dollars as possible or euros as possible to Putin, but first and foremost so that we cannot be blackmailed. And this plan means setting up LNG infrastructure as quickly as possible. It means finding other gas suppliers on the global markets. This plan means increasing the energy efficiency, reducing the quantities we use, and especially now that Nord Stream 1 supplies have dropped by 60%. Gas-fired power plants generating power should be replaced by coal-fired power plant power generation. That is the plan, but it's an ambitious plan. And there's no guarantee that the plan's going to be successful. It's just that there is high pressure to work towards making this plan successful. If it is successful, our storage reservoirs will be full in winter, and we will have attached our LNG terminals, and next spring we will have the next plus 20 PCMs in place. That will give us hope that we might be able to survive it. Once again, make no mistake, we have not got there yet, and our reservoirs are only filled to 70%. And if we go into this winter with only half-full reservoirs and Russia turns the gas off, we are talking about a major economic crisis that will impact on Germany and political measures that will make it very, very difficult for everyone to be happy. In fact, nothing we do will make everyone happy. So this talking about, political personality rating is just not important. If in 4 years' time we can talk about who did a good job and who didn't, but what we're talking about now is a political situation and an economic situation that can get a lot worse than the COVID pandemic. I don't think everyone's aware of what we're negotiating here. If it was just about saying certain industry complexes who are maybe particularly dependent on gas, maybe not get gas for a week, then I'd say, well, okay, we'll manage that. We can, use bridging financing. We'll survive it. But we are talking about a scenario that may last months. And we're not talking about maybe the shareholder value 22, 23 declining slightly. We're talking about companies disappearing, and understanding that, and understanding the need and the necessity behind all of the debates that we are having here. The importance is something that must be understood by policymakers and industry in a common dialogue. Thus, there is a lot to be done. Many challenges facing us. But we are not unprepared, and we are working on the basis of a plan which is getting better every day. I can say that. I think it's true. And it's because many companies, many federations, the BDI, the Federation of German Industries, are also part of improving things. When I became a minister, there was a discussion with German Stock Exchange, captains of industry, DAX-listed companies, and we were talking about what are the expectations. And there were so many expectations. And one of the participants finally said, you know what? This is a special meeting, because if we'd met 5 years ago, we would have all said, we're going to talk about the fact that you just keep out of everything. An economics minister is a good economics minister if he doesn't interfere. And this understanding of economics policy as just distributing, incentives, that's not it. On the other hand, my people need the expertise from your companies, the data for supply security and provision of public services, but also changing our mindsets. And this is a kind of form of cooperation that made Germany strong as a normal form, so that you can work with the federations, and I'll include the trade unions there too, to find the best possible solution. But it can't be misunderstood. Of course, there are differing interests, political, social, political interests, maybe competitive interests as well. But what I do know, maybe I can say it in my own language, we just can't take the mickey out of one another. That's the condition. If the federation, your federation or your company says the idea is good, but it's not going to generate the outcome that you want, you need to go back and improve it, then we will do that, because I have the feeling, because you mean it seriously. It's not about having less profit, it's really improving things. And I hope that I can play the ball back to you in that way as well, and say that if there are certain things that we cannot do politically, then it's not because some party program from 2017 is obstructing us. It's because we've looked at it long and hard and have come to different conclusions. And if you have a different view, let's talk about it. But in this situation, we must be able to trust one another, and we cannot be trying to take advantage of one another. And that's how I've experienced it. that we are trusting one another, and I want to thank you for this trust.
Ungleichzeitigkeit.
So, lack of simultaneity, things that seem to be contradictions in terms, are existing in parallel. And this is also true for what you were saying in your lignite lead-in to this speech. Yes, it's true that driven by the need of today's day and age, we need to burn more fossil fuels and put them on the market than we actually wanted to before this. You know my party politics. This is very bad news for the Green Party. It wasn't a good day for me on Sunday when we decided that. But at the same time, it was necessary, because what it's about here, and I just explained it to you, it is about a major economic crisis that we are preventing from hitting Germany and Europe and the trade and industry represented by the BDI and all the German industries it represents. But we're also talking about people's jobs, people's incomes. These are essential goods and services. So if we're talking about an economic crisis, we're not talking about share price. We're talking about having deficits in our basic needs in everyday lives. But that's why we had to take these steps. But these steps only call us to take the next big step. And these steps are connected to the second major structural crisis of our age, namely a strong, rich, industrial country and decarbonizing it. And this is a challenge that is going to go beyond this term in office, and it is a job that we can really grow strong while we do it. You know, it's changed the whole job. It's something that that major coal-fired power generation companies are saying, we want to be faster. Where's the hydrogen regulation? The amount of renewable energy on the market isn't enough. That shows you where we've arrived at. There are so many meetings with business leaders, and I've never had to convince any of them that the new technologies and the new form of production, the decarbonization requires an argument. The whether we should or not is long gone. Now we're competing for who has the best responses to get us there. I don't want this to sound cynical. I hope I've said how much this touches me, this war that Putin has unleashed on Europe. And there's nothing nice about it. So please don't misunderstand me. It's not meant cynically. But of course it is the case that under the pressure of the day, certain things are possible that were considered impossible before. Volker Wissing just talked about this with the €9 public transport ticket across Germany. And then the chemicals industry, the steel industry, about power generation, where we're talking about billion-euro infrastructure projects. If under the pressure of the terrible times we're in and the knowledge we share of what energy and economic policy requires and where we're trying to get, if we could just get faster, then this is a real opportunity to create a better world, despite the situation we find ourselves in. And that's what I think is happening. And that is the response to the fourth lack of simultaneity that we are confronted with. You have an order backlogs and yet fear of a recession. We have a skilled worker scarcity and a real need for new workers, new jobs. We're an attractive investment location. Major companies are coming to us, battery companies, semiconductor companies, and at the same time, there's the real worry that the next few months may drag us down into a recession. All these things are happening at the same time. They look paradoxical, but they can be solved through economic and political activity. They aren't contradictions in terms, but they're not going to be overcome all on their own. It's only if we all work together and act together. And this defines the economic policy agenda of this age, this period in office, this day, this week. Now, I was supposed to answer a question back then, wasn't I? Give me a minute.
Sie müssen mich nicht anschleichen. Ich weiß, dass ich zu lange rede, aber geben Sie mir noch. Ich habe mir was überlegt, was ich sage. Ich bringe es jetzt kurz zu Ende, okay?
Ja.
I really thought up something I want to say, so even if you creep up on me, give me that time. 4 or 5 points, 2 more minutes, please, then I'll be done. And I'll be quick. First, how do we deal with inflation? This inflation is first and foremost energy price driven. And there is therefore a need for a specific answer going beyond the traditional means of fighting it through monetary policy means. And this means that the promotion for future market is not something we can dial back on. On the contrary, now in the crisis, we have to make sure that we can secure prosperity for the future. And the reverse conclusion is that something which I keep saying in this point, that this over-promotion we have, that is taken back. In other words, a realignment of the policy of promotion. In a market economy, subsidies are always the last thing we do, because it means the market doesn't really work. But our job is to generate new markets. That's what our promotion should achieve. Second, to get more energy in the market. Certainly, first of all, diversification energy, but also more renewable energy with what I would call lightning speed. We'll have to push the laws through Parliament in order to accelerate the expansion of renewable energy, which we're going to continue next year for hydrogen, for the LNG pipelines and what have you. Fourth point, the reform of administrative processes. We are too slow. Our planning is too slow. Every single law and regulation in itself has a lot of sense, but taking it all together, it leads to nonsense. If it takes 40 years to build the lines, the electric lines for trains, I mean, that's ridiculous. I'll be dead by the time it works. If you need wind power in 30, 80 years, then, I could do something for things just being applied for. That is just not possible. We have to speed up, and I think the best thing we can do is to use concrete examples, learn from that, and then work our way through on the basis of clusters and not have a general bureaucracy reduction debate, which only will lead to more democracy. So yes, in concrete cases like LNG, like hydrogen, like wind power, and the next thing would be the hydrogen project, solve them on the basis of decarbonization solutions of a new type. And the last point brings me back to the beginning. What we are experiencing now is a rivalry of systems, not with a view to Russia, but with a view to China. We always said China, partner, rival, systemic rival. Let us be honest. The partnership is under severe strain. Obviously, China has huge sales markets and is a great supply of raw materials, but we'd be blind if we didn't recognize the geopolitical situation, because we also need to recognize the systemic rivalry. As a result, we need more import and export markets. So we need to keep what we're doing with globalization, but use the opportunities strategically. And that means we can't have our own people and business and strategies working against our own values. And on the contrary, we need to use what we have to not push through. That's a bit too much to ask for, but at least to propagate our values. But at the same time, we also need to admit, politically speaking, or speaking as a company, that diversification, having a broad basis of different raw material chains, different energy dependencies, this diversification must be the yardstick of action. That's how it can work. This way we can use our influence in the world while at the same time becoming a little more independent of the evil intentions of the world's dictators. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. You are now going to join us for the panel. So I'm very, very sorry that some people are leaving, so don't think that there is no more interest, but there is a lot happening. We are going to have Ms. Nehmert, so we are leaving that chair for her. The voice in my ear is telling me we're continuing. Ms. Nehmert has to leave a little earlier, so don't be surprised, everybody, if she quietly makes her way off the stage. Dr. Habeck, I wanted to start in a different way, but I have to start in a point where I really pricked up my ears. You spoke of an economic attack. We already discussed economic warfare earlier this morning. What other economic attacks are you expecting? Well, I already said that the pattern is recognizable. the data we have regarding the Russian economy is such that, yes, they have been hit hard. Inflation is high and investment has gone back by more than 30% in Russia. But my impression is, and our political analysis confirms it, that Russian society is willing to bear this for quite some more time. So I would suspect that gas is the main lever for Putin to use. The second point would be food. So the hunger crisis in the world, that's what he would like to accelerate in order to use it to have a bargaining chip. I mean, let's understand that. Let's get this straight. For us, it would be totally unthinkable if we say, well, I accept not just hundreds of thousands of people going hungry, I accept them dying. What would that mean here? But Putin, as we've just seen, he has got the scruple, no, he has the nastiness and the maliciousness, the evil-mindedness to do it. To what extent is the German government trying to be even more strategic, anticipatory in its work? We've discussed that already. The points we've discussed on Sunday and what we've decided, get gas out, move coal back in, an action model for industry so that gas quantities can be taken out of the market in return for money, at least to offer that and to buy gas with government money. These are all measures that nobody's hurting from any such measures, apart from the CO2 record that is hurting. But there are other measures which gradually will increase the pressure on society, the suffering. But we haven't got there yet, so I don't need to enumerate these measures. Well, you said that one of the concerns is cyber attacks, worry of cyber attacks. And Ms. Nehmert, you talked about the scale they might have, and you brought some data with us regarding cyber attacks. Yes, and I have to add to this that German Telekom is running one of the largest cybersecurity operations defense centers in Europe for our own networks, but also for the networks of our customers. So even before the war, we always monitored and defended against hundreds of thousands of cyber attacks. So far, we have not seen an increase in the number of attacks against our networks. But I'm not telling this to put your mind at rest, because obviously we have geared up for that to possibly happen. As a result, we've taken additional measures, and I've said it to you. I'm not going to explain them to you in detail in public. What we are noticing is a massive increase of activities in Ukraine. So cyber will be another vector of an attack against the Western world, because they have a lot of expertise in this field. My email account has yet again been hacked. I mean, you know, politicians are suffering. What about you? Are you allowed to say something about the activity of cybercrime? I think, like any company in this room, we have been experiencing attacks like this, and increasingly, the huge numbers. Nobody is saying about the overall number or what happened in his or her company. I think we all have our own stories, but a lot of resources are now committed to combating cyber attacks. Resources in terms of money as well as staff, and it's difficult if you can't physically tangle with something, but it's a dimension we need to take into account. And it is also something which, on balance, affects competitiveness. After all, we're talking about how to keep the industrial location of Germany stronger. It might be adversely affected when you're putting so much resources in defending against that. We've discussed resilience a lot today. The resilience in companies and how companies can increase the resilience in this scenario which we've heard described. How do you do that? What is Telekom doing? First of all, regarding supply chains, something which we've been doing for quite some time is to make sure that in every single category we have two or several suppliers. And ever since the geostrategic focus, West versus China, has become more focused, we are going through our suppliers and where their production sites are. And a second point, we started very early on, and which was running counter to the trend in industry at the time, but we started talking directly to the semiconductor manufacturers, not just the mobile phone providers or technology providers. No, we concluded long-term agreements with the semiconductor manufacturers. We're a big company. We're active in the US and Europe, and being so big, we wanted to use our importance to buy a lot, to have on spec and in stock. And one last aspect. Sometimes it's not that simple to get into business with telecom, but I have learned, particularly at a time of crisis, it's important that we are thinking in terms of an ecosystem. I don't think that a company will be able to optimize to the detriment of its own suppliers, not in the long run. No, a company needs to have a handle on the whole of the ecosystem and to build up long-term good relations. And I think regarding supply chains, that's some of the most important things. And apart from that, another thing is important regarding resilience. And this is attitude. It may sound a bit odd, but when I say attitude, I mean, if there is a crisis, like the flooding in Germany, or now when the war started, and before that, we had 2,000 excellently trained software developers in Russia. Then we made the decision to close that site. But we gave the people the option, together with their families, to leave the country and to be relocated in other European sites. And lots of them took up our offer. And then there are interesting things happening when you're looking at the detail. For example, I never thought as head of technology I'd ever have to look into how Turkey acts against weddings, because it's an autocratic country, and I had to help them organize a gay wedding because they don't accept it. So you experience a lot in companies, and that's why what I mean when I say attitude is important. How you deal with people at a time of crisis, any crisis. That's a very important part of resilience too. What did it do with you regarding attitude? Well, I'm going away from your question because what you, Minister, said really moved me. I think we've never had that sort of speech at any of our conferences before. That went under my skin, and I think I can assure you we're standing at your side. This has been the most brutal attack of our type of life that we've seen since the Second World War. When you're looking at the most recent Bertelsmann study, which is entitled Democracy Under Pressure Worldwide, it says of 137 countries, only 67 are democracy, trend is going down, 70 autocracies, that trend is going up. And then, bearing that in mind, listening to you, and honestly, I'm angry too. I'm an emotional sort of guy. And I must say, we have to put competitiveness at the center of everything we do, competitiveness in a much broader-based sense, not just for us as companies, that's our job as an industry, but also competitiveness as a society. Social competitiveness. That is important. So, picking up on what you said, and you raised a lot of issues, but I think if we want to make it work, we need to set priorities. We need to prioritize what really matters. And we can't do everything at the same time. And I must say, I get nervous when I see this regulatory tsunami coming from Brussels, and often ask myself, how much sense of reality do the people have, bearing in mind what we are facing? And then bearing in mind that we want to have defense capabilities also for our values and for tomorrow and the next day, when the next geopolitical crisis happens, then we have to do everything to make Europe stronger. That means industry stronger and society stronger. So let me ask you again, and we have discussed this issue more than once, that we should have sufficient sense of reality, that we prioritize what really matters in this phase. And I think here we are all with you in what you said, and the climate crisis, which you have often talked about, that doesn't wait for us. And I think most of us here are convinced that if we do it right, then competitiveness and climate protection can go hand in hand. And we have a chance to take the lead. But of course, at the same time, you ask yourself, why then taxonomy and Supply Chain Act and Chemicals Act and, oh, my favorite subject, the Industry Emission Directive on top of all of that, which attacks existing plants. I would like to encourage you to start a dialogue with us so that we set a priority. And I'm saying towards the East, show them what happens. Democracy is our future. Democracy, as we've heard today, or maintaining your position as a country in the world, has a lot to do with the state of the economy. What would you say is important to further strengthen Germany's industrial side? Have you got time for this question? Yes, just I'm afraid I'm already missing my flight. I mean, but efficient and slimline administration. We've talked about this for many years. Every approval takes years. Even an antenna takes 2 years on average. And I know all our little black holes where there's no reception. I chase them. That's the most important thing. Yes, let's have a streamlined and effective administration that works flexibly. And second thing, I think there is one thing we can really copy from the US, and it's a question of a pragmatic way of standardizing in institutes and groups like NIST, where they actually find applicable standards which they are setting, which are clear, binding, also applied to public tenders. Apart from that, and this is not something it's a wish to politics or anybody except for all of us, the passion to solve the most important problem, and that's technology, develop solutions helping us out of the climate disaster. To have this in focus, and to that end, we need to be passionate about innovation on a very broad basis. But that's a job for every single one of us, that we manage to get that off the ground and that we all realize that despite the problems, the pain, the crisis, we should also enjoy what we're doing. Because despite all the crisis, that's not the joy in innovation, the joy in finding new solutions. Minister, how great is your concern that given the conditions you described, the uncertainties, the difficulties regarding supply chains, the high energy prices, that innovation could fall short, even though we need it so desperately? I have a great concern regarding the winter. I've made that clear, but I think everybody here shares that concern. But there is a contradictory picture which is being painted. Below the surface, which is a surface being scratched and pressed down upon, a lot is happening below that surface which we simply cannot see. But as you will know better than I do, in every company there is a huge, not just willingness to innovate, but also to invest. Many people say just press the button and we get going. There is a social, almost a consensus. I mean, I've already said which way we need to travel, and what we are seeing, I mean, we are a strong industrial nation, and we haven't been brilliant about AI and robotics and digitization, and now we're seeing that we're catching up. If you leave this hall and leave the BDI and look at the startup scene and what is happening there right now, maybe the BDI companies of the future, things are bubbling, things are cooking, things are happening, and these people are keen, they're hungry, so the innovative power is there. We just have to make it work, and we need to protect it for long enough that maybe afterwards we come out of it all strengthened and maybe also streamlined. So I have dual things. I mean, I'm, yes, gravely concerned, but also feel joy about what is happening, and to see the willingness to take risks that many people have as well. And let me add one thing, if I may. And I always talk too much. I haven't got a long-standing sort of job after all, so I have to make the best of it. We talked about administration, streamlining the administration. I think if that problem is to be solved, and I've just made clear how impatient a guy I am, first of all, though, we need to understand where the problem is. And the problem isn't that our administration in Germany is too bad, that they're slow, and that all the people working in ministries so just go home as soon as they can. I swear to you. Certainly since I've been a minister, the people are working absolutely to the limit. They've reached the limit, probably gone beyond it in many areas. So the problem isn't a lack of willingness to work. The problem is our administration is too good. What do I mean by too good? because they are the state. And you must understand this, because at the core of it, the administration equals Germany. And if you represent the state and you're a good administrator, then you don't make mistakes. That's the ambition of the people. I don't write a law which will, collapse first time anybody tests it in court. I'm not sending out some sort of thing which will be returned, or I don't do a regulation of which 50% is correct, but the other 50% are not, and that wouldn't work. So as a result, there is this idea you mustn't make mistakes. So as a result, they think of one more little loop and one more little subclause and one more little risk to cover, and that's where we're losing speed. The problem is not that people are bad enough, the problem is that people are trying to be too good. How do we get out of that? I think through a very old-fashioned system, something which you have in your companies as well. It's responsibility. Somebody has to bear responsibility, because if the risk isn't there, then the risk is with me. That sort of, others don't have the risk, I'm the one responsible. And that makes a difference. And if I do that in a ministry, then my people go and take responsibility as well. But they only do that when they know that if approval comes, or the state aid approval or something, if it goes wrong, it won't be that desk officer XYZ in this row and that office is to blame. But, they all understand it was the minister's fault. It's always politics. And that's the same in a company. Companies say, we're willing to take the risk. We invest, 100 million of something. It can go wrong. But then we're not saying it was the CFO. No, it was the CEO. And if we get that attitude back, then we'll have a chance. But there is no opportunity yet. So don't say it's the administration. Administration simply do what politicians do as first. Politicians are the role model. That's why it's so fascinating being a minister. Ms. Nebert is desperate to have the floor. Yes, if I may say that. Very briefly, we're happy that it works so well for you, but I think there are some places where there's quite a lot of catching up for Germany to do. Now, I'm now saying something because it's my own experience. That's exactly the problem we had 15 years ago at Telecom. And I tell you, 6 years ago in IT, where everything was always proposed. It took 18 months until we developed something. Now it's 2 months. So it's right. You need more people who are willing to say, this is me. It's my head that'll roll. But also, we need to streamline detailed regulations so that all the subsequent layers will allow people to think for themselves when they make decisions. So we have changed from the administration side to a company side, and I think more companies need to be less red tape and more agility, and that would really help. But I agree with you, responsibility is absolutely necessary, and streamlining regulations. So we're coming to the question of entrepreneurship culture in a company.
How much state do you want to have? Well, currently we see the state as becoming the co-pilot instead of just showing us the way. And sometimes it's too much. You've said we have a new kind of cooperation, a new kind of mutual understanding. I absolutely agree. And I think nobody can work alone. You need cooperation. You need a cooperation along the whole value chain. You need also an interaction between the policymakers and industry. And we talked about responsibility. We're used to taking responsibility. And when we look forward, and when you look at the civil servants who want to regulate everything, we need room for maneuver. We need a practical framework that tells us these are the guardrails, these are your targets. And then we need a scope, a space to design ourselves. And of course, when it comes to ideas and innovation that we need to develop, we need freedom. We do not need overregulation. You really try to listen to us and correct wherever necessary. I would like to emphasize once again, we need to prioritize. Look at the topics where we need to be both thorough and fast, take responsibility on both sides. And maybe we also have to identify the topics that we can work on later. And when it comes to technology, Of course, it's all about creating the future. How we do it and how quickly we do it, we know how we want to live at the end of the day. Now, when we look at the priorities and the details of what each side needs to do, then I think when we have an agreement, that will be positive. Of course, everything needs to be paid for. What is the cost pressure you're under? And how much energy price increases can you still digest, so to say? Of course, at the moment, things don't go together well. Industry had a very good first quarter of the year. Many people would say it's going to be a good second quarter as well. But of course, we have very good logbooks because of COVID. We have scarcity along the supply chain. We can pass on the prices. Of course, we could buy chemicals from other regions which are produced at lower energy costs. At the moment, we have the supply chain problem, so we can sell our stuff. Of course, then inflation is important, and then, of course, if demand goes down and supply chains improve again, then we will have difficulties getting a margin based on the high energy costs that we still have. You've described the difficulties that we are currently in. The first half of this year was good. A second half of the year might be more difficult. It's much better than the other way around. Of course, I have a question to you as well. We talked about nuclear energy. I know you're rolling your eyes. 10 seconds? You don't have to give a long answer. How long can you still resist nuclear energy to still be part of our energy system? First of all, let's say goodbye to the lady that has to leave a bit earlier. 50% of the German gas supply before the war were used for electricity. Most goes into industry and heating. 85% of the problem are not related to nuclear energy because we don't use nuclear energy for heating. There we need gas, so we have to save, and that is why the difficult decision was taken to keep up the coal-fired power plants. I mean, these things are up and running. Of course, we could choose between nuclear and lignite or coal in general. If we wanted to extend the lifetime, then we would have to have them working at a lower level because of the fuel elements. That would mean we need more gas and coal anyway. And so, as we've discussed it with the energy companies at the beginning of this year, we looked at, is it worthwhile for another phase of 5 years maybe to order new fuel elements? Given the energy situation and the Ukraine conflict, and the answer is no. But of course, every 10 years, usually there's a maintenance for nuclear power plants. We said at the end of 2022, they are not going to work anymore. That is to say, we are not going to have the usual maintenance intervals. If we keep them for another 5 years, we would have to have this safety check and maintenance. That would mean they would not be available for 9 months or so, but that is precisely the time that we need for nuclear energy to make a contribution. So let's say we use new fuel elements and let them operate, let them produce electricity without the additional safety checks and maintenance. And that's a political question, and you have to talk about this question very clearly. Everyone who says nuclear is the solution, if nuclear is to make a major contribution, then it would mean we will have to let them work at a higher risk. And when we look at France, we would see what happens if you do not have regular safety checks. Out of 56 reactors, 26 are not operational at the moment. And now that sets me going again. You may wonder, Why do we still fire gas, given the high prices? And one of the answers is we do it for France, because all of a sudden there is not enough electricity produced in the domestic market. That means maybe it's not even the best idea to focus on nuclear. Also, given the element of cybersecurity, even decentralized wind power installations were attacked. So maybe it is not a good idea to have nuclear power plants without security checks. But if we do that, we would imply we are willing and ready to bear the risk, to take the risk. My assessment is I am willing and ready to do something unusual, but for the minimal 15% gain we would get from nuclear, accepting this high technology and security risk doesn't seem to be a good political situation. And that is why I'm saying it doesn't get us anywhere. It doesn't help us. We have had this discussion. If you return to that discussion, you forget about the fact that it only makes sense if we allow nuclear power plants to operate without any security checks. Nobody wants to take this responsibility. Nobody says yes to that question.
Keine Frage mehr höre ich, aber ich höre.
I was told no more questions, so it means you are against nuclear. We give a painful answer, but it is an answer that tells us what we need. The 15% operation of power plants to store gas, of course, that is something we can do. But my deal is a different one. I say, yes, we are going to emit more CO2 into the atmosphere. It is bad. It is not correct. It is not good. But I'm also saying after 23, 24, we are going to double up our efforts to save as much energy as we can. I know we can do it if all of our society stick together and work on that. Thank you very much for this discussion. I think we can continue these discussions later on. And I am going to get a reply to what we have just heard. And this reply is going to be given by Hildegard Müller. She's on her way up on stage. She comes from the Association of the German Automotive Industry. You want to make a speech? I thought we would have just simply a talk. You want to make a speech? I am not going to say no if you want to make a statement. Of course, we had a chemical industry boss who said that our Minister of Economic Affairs is a good one. First of all, dear Mr. Habeck, thank you very much. And I think I would like to thank you for this very personal words. And we could see the face of the war. For me, the news of the day was that the Russian Nobel Prize winner has auctioned his medal and he got 100 million euro for it, and he donates it to UNICEF. I am part of the UNICEF committee, and that money will go to Ukrainian children. So this awful war in Ukraine and all the people, all the casualties. Indeed, we could have more casualties in Africa as a consequence of the war. So we shouldn't lose our empathy, and that is also a weapon deliberately used by Putin. So that it was a very important component of our TDI conference. There were also voices from Africa who emphasized the problems that they have. Next to Mr. Habeck's very emotional speech, there are two things I'd like to talk about regarding the coalition. Mr. Lindner said, I wouldn't categorically ban combustion engine. Mr. Merz said, 2045 carbon neutrality, this is not feasible any longer. So we do not have time anymore. What do you say? I think we've just heard it during this panel discussion. We have the necessity to act swiftly, respond to the war, do things. Decisions need to be taken. What about the next stage of our gas emergency plan? Mr. Habeck, you know that we as industry are willing and ready to contribute as much as we can. We save gas as much as we can. But of course, we are in favor of not calling the second stage of the emergency plan because there are also certain things that need to be done regarding approval procedures. And on the other hand, we also have longer-term topics in Brussels and nationally. Our targets get stricter and stricter. We know we want to be protecting our climate, and we are still quarreling how to do that. And on the one hand side, we say that the governments give stricter rules, and on the other hand, the government is not able to act as quickly as it would take. And that is why we need to have discussions on the level of the coalition government. And we are going to have a coalition committee tomorrow morning, and we are going to talk about the things we have discussed today. The federal government has given many different assessments, and it's also an obligation on the government to take action. Of course, public administration is a slow mechanism, but we as industry, we adjust to the new targets. We fulfill the targets always faster and faster. And so we as industry can expect the government to become more efficient, to become faster in their decisions, in their action. You say we deliver, we do everything as good as we can. So what do politicians, policymakers have to do? I talked about energy already. You know, we need trade agreements, raw materials, partnership, CETA ratification with Canada. We need agreements with Africa, not only to secure raw materials and decrease our dependency on China. We also need Africa to generate energy. And these are topics that we've been talking about for a long time. And now the Green Parliamentary Group should agree to CETA, and that would be a good contribution to achieving the targets that they have set themselves. And we also need to accept realities. We have said something about combustion engine bans in 2035. Let's see what the final position of the government will be, because the discussion has been up and running for months now. So it's not a new topic on our agenda. For months we had, should have had discussions. We are willing and ready to build new cars, 220 billion go into research and development until 2026. So that's an enormous power potential. And of course, charging infrastructure, there is nothing being done at the moment. We've seen most recent European figures. Germany and Netherlands have 50% of the charging infrastructure of Europe. Cyprus has 57 charging stations. If all combustion engines will be banned, what about the people? How do you convince them to switch to e-mobility? We can build the cars, but we need the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure. And here Cyprus is not the only problem. We need to have concerted action here. So not just waiting for a master plan, we need action now to be taken by the government. Also, as far as 5G broadband is concerned, we have discussed it all. And in the automotive industry, you need all of these things. You are at the crossroads. We talk about the opportunities of autonomous driving, good for CO2 emissions and good to reduce traffic. We can implement it step by step technically, but again, we need a digital infrastructure. We need broadband. And an industrial country as Germany that is so proud of its tradition and infrastructure, it's really very poor, very bad for us not to be able to get faster. We do what we can as industry. We need the support of others. How about your speech? Do you still want to make a speech? No. I think we covered all the topics. I didn't talk about the figures. I'm going to read the figures, the 22 billion in terms of R&D for the next years to come. Thank you, Hildegard Müller. I now would like to ask my colleague to come on stage and our wonderful host, Siegfried Russwurm. Mr. Russwurm is going to close our conference.
Also tatsächlich, stellen Sie ein bisschen weiter nach vorne ins Licht, Herr Russwurm, würde ich sagen.
Let's be in the limelight, Mr. Russwurm.
Es ist immer ganz schön viel, was man
It's a lot of information that you get and write down. But once again, it was just a fantastic end. I think this afternoon was not boring at all. Just a smooth end of the day. That was something we didn't see. And how much information did you take? You talked during your speech about resilience, the buzzword. And this is what brought us to the end of the day. Resilience, not only in terms of supply chains working smoothly, it's also a question of becoming independent, resilient in economic terms, and stand up successfully against those who are so brutal. Yeah, that's a good summary.
Was nehmen Sie mit von diesem TDI?
What are the lessons learned for you after this TDI? That looks like a summary, sounds like a summary, so I have to start with one topic. I would like to say thanks to you two and to the dozens of people who are here in the room, but somewhere in the dark, behind the stage, our technicians, everyone who made this conference a successful 2.5 days. Thank you to all of you. I didn't want to forget to say thanks to everyone. What are the lessons learned? Well, today, once again, we talked about innovation and about opportunities. The opportunity for our country, for our industry. Innovation is the opportunity. And all of you who've listened attentively would agree to me. We still have so many ideas, so many opportunities, and we shouldn't think we know it all. We know what is going to happen in 10, 20 or 30 years from now. We know all the solutions. No, there is so much untapped potential that can be opened up, and that may also be fun. This joy of being able to tackle innovation and this confidence that innovation will help us to solve our problems, it was clearly mentioned. And maybe this is the overarching element of our days of industry over the last years. What was special, the international aspects of yesterday's conference? Sometimes it was strenuous, but it was very good. Not to just look at our own country, but really open an international perspective. Minister Hort was there. So we had Africa here, let Africa speak for itself instead of just talking about Africa. That was a proper highlight. And my conclusion is globalization is here to stay. Globalization is developing first. We develop globalization, we shape globalization. All of that is a positive message as well. Today we looked at Germany. That was our plan. Many things have changed. The turning point in history was once again explained. A turning point that we hadn't planned for. It was, of course, also not the aspiration of the new government to have such a reality. But we had very frank, very open discussions, no statements, pre-written statements that were just read out. It was a proper discussion. We have seen policymakers with a good attitude everywhere. They are convinced of what they do is right. And now, of course, all of you can take home some messages, draw conclusions regarding the statements, the political statements. The speech of our Chancellor, he could have done it during a Capital Market Day. It was a good speech. We are going to take this on board and we're going to compare and see the promises and compare or check against delivery. And it was very good for a Chancellor to have these proper rational arguments. So we are going to take on board the promises. We have said what we need and what we can do together. Also, this common goal is very important. It's worthwhile in such a situation to identify these common goals. These common goals are to create a strong society and a strong industry embedded in society, because society cannot be strong if industry is not strong. And that was clearly mentioned, and I think policy makers have really understood that. A lot is at stake, as we have heard and seen. It's not alarmism, and of course we have responsibility as well. 80 million Germans have to save energy, but we shouldn't frighten them, because we have people in our companies, if they have a feeling they don't know what to do and what will happen next, it's not helpful. So just ringing alarm bells doesn't help, but we have to tell people it's serious, a lot is at stake. Let's do the things we can do best. Let's get down to work. We'll address the problems, we'll solve the problem. We tackle the challenges, and at the end of the day, we are going to show the autocrats of the world who is going to win. Thank you for being here. Have a safe trip back home, and I look forward to the next day of German industry. Thank you very much. Thank you for your confidence. And hopefully the questions we asked were interesting for all of you. And we are looking forward to the informal discussions in a beautiful atmosphere. Thanks for being with us, listening carefully here in the room and on the live stream. I always felt that people were focused on our discussions. That was wonderful. Have a wonderful barbecue. At any rate, the fridge is full of drinks, the coffee is still there, and maybe something to eat as well. Bye-bye.